Some stories don't simply ask what it means to be alive. They ask what it truly means to be human. As you step into the shadows of Frankenstein, you'll discover a tale where ambition, loneliness, and the search for acceptance echo far louder than any monster's footsteps. Mary Shelley first imagined this haunting story after a storm-filled summer in Switzerland, inspired by a ghost story challenge and the growing fascination with the power of science over life itself. When it was published in 1818, few could have imagined it would become one of the most influential novels ever written, selling tens of millions of copies around the world and forever changing the landscape of Gothic fiction. Shelley, now celebrated as one of literature's great pioneers, created a timeless masterpiece whose legacy continues to inspire writers, filmmakers, and dreamers alike. Its unforgettable story has been reimagined countless times on screen, from the landmark 1931 film Frankenstein to modern adaptations that continue to explore its enduring questions. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. What you're about to experience is a carefully crafted third-person retelling, capturing the heart and spirit of the novel rather than presenting it word for word, so you can lose yourself in the journey while seeing it from a fresh perspective. Along the way, you'll also uncover fascinating facts about Mary Shelley, surprising adaptation trivia, and behind-the-scenes stories that reveal how this remarkable novel came to life. The story begins. Robert Walton sat in his lodgings at St. Petersburg, the date December 11th marking his first full day in the Russian city, and set pen to paper for his sister Margaret in England. He wanted to ease her fears immediately. The expedition she had dreaded so profoundly had begun without disaster, and he felt only growing certainty that he would succeed. Outside his window, the northern air bit at the glass, and when he walked the streets earlier, that cold breeze had struck his cheeks like something bracing and alive. It thrilled him. It came from the very regions he was bound for, and every gust felt like a promise, a foretaste of those icy wonders. He tried to imagine the pole as others did, a wasteland of frost and lifeless desolation, but his mind refused to picture. Instead, he saw eternal light, the sun tracing a wide, low circle along the horizon, never setting, bathing everything in perpetual splendor. He chose to trust the old navigators, to believe that beyond the ice lay a calm sea and a land more beautiful than any yet known, a place whose very existence defied comparison, like the strange, celestial phenomena that still baffled astronomers. He might unlock the secret of the magnetic needle, correct 1,000 observations, set right what had seemed eccentric and chaotic. He might walk where no human foot had ever pressed. Even if his wildest guesses proved false, he reasoned, the practical benefits alone justified the risk. A passage near the pole would shorten voyages by months, and that alone would bless generations to come. And the magnet's secret, if it could be solved at all, required exactly such an expedition. He found his initial agitation dissolving as he wrote. There was something steadying and a fixed purpose, a point where the mind could rest its gaze and find calm. This voyage had been his dream since boyhood. He remembered devouring Uncle Thomas's library, every account of polar exploration, while his formal education lagged behind. Those books had been his constant companions, and they sharpened the old regret that his father's dying wish had forbidden him a seafaring life. Then poetry had come and swept him away, for a year lifting him into his own paradise of imagination, where he fancied himself worthy of a place beside Homer and Shakespeare. Margaret knew the ending. He had failed, and the disappointment had cut deep. But the inheritance from his cousin had arrived at precisely that moment, redirecting his ambition back toward its original channel. 6 years of preparation had followed, each hour of dedication still vivid in his memory. He had hardened his body against hardship, joining whalers in the North Sea, enduring cold, hunger, thirst, sleeplessness. He had driven himself harder than the common sailors, then spent his nights on mathematics, medicine, and the sciences that would serve an adventurer at sea. Twice he had signed on as undermate on Greenland whalers, and performed so well that his captain had offered him the position of second in command, urgently pleading him to stay. Surely, he thought, after all that, he deserved to achieve something great. He could have chosen comfort and ease, wealth's easy pleasures, but glory called louder. His courage and resolution held firm, though hope sometimes wavered, spirit sinking. The voyage ahead would be long and brutal, demanding every ounce of fortitude he possessed. He would need to lift others' spirits and sometimes his own when theirs failed. Russia at this season suited him best. The sledges flew across the snow with a motion he found far more pleasant than any English coach. Properly wrapped in furs, which he had already adopted, knowing the difference between moving on deck and sitting frozen for hours, the cold was bearable. He had no intention of dying on the road between St. Petersburg and Archangel. In a fortnight or 3 weeks, he would depart for the port town, hire a ship by paying insurance to its owner, and engage as many experienced whalers as he needed. Sailing would not begin until June. But when would he return? The question had no answer. Success meant months, perhaps years, of separation from his sister. Failure meant either a swift return or never coming back at all. He closed with a farewell hope and love mingled, a prayer that heaven would save him so he could repay her kindness again and again, and signed his name. Robert Walton wrote again from Archangel, the date late March, and the frost and snow that surrounded him seemed to drag every hour into something longer, heavier, more tedious. Still, he had taken another step forward. A vessel was hired, and he was busy gathering his crew. The men already signed on appeared dependable, and their courage, as far as he could judge, was absolute. Yet a deeper lack gnawed at him, one he had never been able to remedy. He had no friend. When success came, there would be no one to share his exhilaration. When disappointment struck, no one to steady him. He could commit his thoughts to paper, yes, but that was cold comfort, a poor substitute for human exchange. What he craved was a companion whose eyes could meet his with understanding. Someone gentle yet brave, with a cultivated and expansive mind, whose taste aligned with his, who could approve or challenge his plans. Such a friend, he imagined, might correct his faults, his recklessness in action, his impatience with obstacles. And then there was the deeper wound of his self-education. For 14 years he had run wild, reading nothing but Uncle Thomas's voyage narratives. Only later, too late to fully benefit, had he discovered poetry and the need for languages beyond his own. Now at 28, he felt less learned than many 15-year-old schoolboys. True, he had thought more deeply, dreamed more grandly, but those dreams lacked what painters called keeping, a coherent design. He needed a friend with enough sense not to mock his romanticism and enough affection to help order his mind. He dismissed his own complaints as useless. No friend would emerge on the open ocean, nor among the merchants and seamen of Archangel. Yet even in these rough men, he found traces of something finer, something untouched by baseness. His lieutenant, for instance, an Englishman of extraordinary courage and enterprise, driven by ambition for professional advancement, retained noble qualities despite his unpolished nature and national prejudices. Walton had met him on a whaling vessel and, finding him unemployed in the city, had easily enlisted his help. The ship's master was another matter entirely, a man of excellent character, known for gentleness and mild discipline. His integrity and dauntless courage made Walton eager to secure him, especially given Walton's own refined sensibilities, shaped by a solitary youth and his sister's gentle care. He had always despised the casual brutality common aboard ships, and when he heard of a captain whose kindness inspired genuine respect and obedience from his crew, he felt fortunate indeed. The man's story reached him in a rather romantic way, through a lady who credited him with her happiness. The tale was simple. Years ago, he had loved a young Russian woman of modest means. After accumulating prize money, he had won her father's consent. But when he saw her before the wedding, she was weeping, begging him to release her. She loved another, a poor man her father would never approve. He reassured her, learned her lover's name, and stepped aside. He had already bought a farm for their future, but he gave it all to his rival, along with the rest of his money for stock, then personally persuaded the father to consent to the match. The old man refused, bound by honor to his original agreement, and so the captain left his country entirely, not returning until he heard the woman had married according to her own heart. A noble fellow, yes, but wholly uneducated, silent as a Turk, with an ignorant carelessness that made his actions all the more astonishing while diminishing the sympathy he might otherwise command. Walton insisted he was not wavering. His resolution stood fixed as fate. The voyage was delayed only by weather. The severe winter was giving way to a promising spring, and he might sail sooner than planned. He would not act rashly. His sister knew his prudence when others' safety depended on him. He could not fully convey what he felt as departure neared. A trembling sensation, half pleasure, half fear, possessed him. He was bound for unexplored regions, the land of mist and snow, but he would kill no albatross, so she need not fear his returning as worn and woeful as the ancient mariner. He confessed a secret. His passion for the ocean's dangerous mysteries, he realized, had been shaped by that most imaginative of modern poets. Something stirred in his soul he could not name, a love for the marvelous, a belief in it woven through all his plans, driving him beyond common paths toward the wild sea and uncharted lands. But he returned to thoughts of her. Would they meet again after he crossed immense oceans and rounded the southern capes? He dared not count on such success, yet he could not bear to imagine failure. He asked her to keep writing whenever possible. Her letters might reach him precisely when he needed them most. He loved her tenderly, and if she never heard from him again, he asked only to be remembered with affection. He signed himself her affectionate brother. Robert Walton wrote again on July 7th, a brief, hasty letter to assure his sister he was safe and already well advanced into his voyage. The letter would reach England by a merchant ship returning from Archangel, more fortunate than he, who might not see his native land for years. His spirits remained high. His men were bold and seemed resolute. The floating sheets of ice that drifted past, warning of the dangers ahead, did not appear to daunt them. They had reached a very high latitude, but it was midsummer, and though the warmth did not match England's, the southern gales carried a surprising, renewing heat as they drove him toward the shores he so desperately wanted to reach. Nothing remarkable had happened yet. A few stiff gales, a minor leak, incidents an experienced navigator would scarcely bother to record. He would be content if nothing worse befell them. He assured her he would not be reckless, for her sake as well as his own. He would remain cool, persevering, and prudent. Yet success must crown his efforts. Why should it not? He had already traced a secure path across the trackless sea, the stars themselves witnessing his progress. What could stop a determined heart and a resolved will? His heart swelled as he wrote, but he forced himself to finish, sending heaven's blessing to his beloved sister. By August 5th, something strange had happened, strange enough that he felt compelled to record it, though it was likely she would see him before the letter ever reached her hands. The previous Monday, July 31st, ice had closed in around the ship on every side, leaving barely enough open water for her to float. Their position grew hazardous, especially with a thick fog pressing in. They lay to waiting for a change in the weather. Around 2 o'clock, the mist cleared, revealing vast, irregular plains of ice stretching in every direction, seemingly without end. Some of his men groaned. Walton himself felt his mind sharpen with anxious vigilance. But then a strange sight seized their attention and pulled their thoughts from their own danger. Half a mile away, a low carriage fixed on a sledge, drawn by dogs, moved northward. A figure in the sledge, human in shape but of gigantic size, guided the dogs. They watched through their telescopes until the traveler disappeared among the distant ridges of ice. The apparition stunned them. They believed, hundreds of miles from any land, yet this sight suggested otherwise. But with the ice closing in, pursuit was impossible. About 2 hours later, they heard the ground sea rumbling, and by nightfall the ice broke, freeing the ship. They lay to until morning, wary of the large, loose floes that drifted in the darkness. Walton used the time to rest. At dawn, he went on deck to find his sailors gathered on one side, speaking to someone in the water. Another sledge, identical to the one they'd seen, had drifted toward them overnight on a fragment of ice. Only one dog remained alive. Inside was a human being, a European, not a savage from some undiscovered island. The master called out that their captain would not let him perish. The stranger, speaking English with a foreign accent, asked before coming aboard where they were bound. Walton was astonished. A man on the brink of death, and his first question was about their destination. He answered that they were on a voyage of discovery toward the North Pole. The stranger seemed satisfied and agreed to come aboard. Walton wished his sister could have seen the man's condition. Limbs nearly frozen, body emaciated by fatigue and suffering. He had never witnessed such wretchedness. They tried to carry him into the cabin, but once out of the fresh air, he fainted. They brought him back to the deck, revived him with brandy and a little forced liquid, wrapped him in blankets, and placed him by the stove. Slowly he recovered, ate some soup, and rallied wonderfully. 2 days passed before he could speak. Walton feared his suffering had robbed him of reason. Once the man had partially recovered, Walton moved him to his own cabin and attended him as much as duty allowed. He had never seen a more fascinating creature. The man's eyes often held a wild, almost mad expression. But in moments when someone showed him kindness, his face would light up with a benevolence and sweetness Walton had never seen equaled. Yet most of the time he was melancholy and despairing, sometimes grinding his teeth as if the weight of his sorrows was unbearable. When the guest was a little stronger, Walton had trouble keeping the crew away. They wanted to ask 1,000 questions, but he insisted the man needed complete rest. Once, however, the lieutenant asked why he had come so far across the ice in such a strange vehicle. The stranger's face darkened, and he answered simply that he was seeking someone who had fled from him. The lieutenant pressed further. Had the pursued man traveled the same way? Yes, then they had likely seen him, the lieutenant said. A day before they found him, they had spotted dogs pulling a sledge with a man across the ice. The stranger became intensely alert, asking a torrent of questions about the route the demon, as he called him, had taken. Later, alone with Walton, he acknowledged that he must have aroused everyone's curiosity, but Walton was too considerate to ask. Walton replied that it would indeed be impertinent to trouble him. Yet the stranger noted that Walton had rescued him, restored him to life. He then asked whether Walton thought the ice had destroyed the other sledge. Walton admitted he could not be certain. The ice had not broken until near midnight, and the traveler might have reached safety by then. From that moment, a new vitality seemed to animate the stranger's failing frame. He grew eager to go on deck and watch for the other sledge, but Walton persuaded him to stay in the cabin. He was still too weak for the raw air. Walton promised that someone would keep watch and notify him immediately if anything appeared. The stranger's health improved gradually, but he remained silent and uneasy whenever anyone but Walton entered his cabin. Yet his gentle, conciliating manner drew the sailor's interest despite their limited contact. Walton himself began to love him as a brother. His constant, deep grief moved him with sympathy and compassion. The man must have been noble in better days to be so attractive and amiable, even in this wrecked state. Walton had once lamented finding no friend on the wide ocean. Yet here was a man who, before his spirit had been broken by misery, would have been a brother to his heart. He resolved to continue journaling the stranger's story if any fresh incidents arose. By August 13th, Walton's affection for his guest had grown daily. He inspired both admiration and pity in astonishing measure. How could he see so noble a creature destroyed by misery without the deepest grief? The man was gentle, wise, cultivated, and his speech, though artfully chosen, flowed with rapid, unmatched eloquence. He was now much recovered, spending much of his time on deck, scanning for the sledge that had preceded his own. Yet, despite his own unhappiness, he took a real interest in others' projects. He often discussed Walton's voyage with him, listening attentively to every argument for success and every detail of preparation. Walton, moved by the man's sympathy, poured out the burning ardor of his soul, how gladly he would sacrifice fortune, existence, hope itself, for the sake of his enterprise. One man's life or death was a small price for the knowledge he sought, the dominion over elemental forces he hoped to win and pass on. As he spoke, a darkness spread across his listener's face. The man tried to suppress his emotion, covering his eyes with his hands. Walton faltered as he saw tears streaming through the man's fingers, heard a groan from his heaving chest. He fell silent. The stranger, his voice broken, warned him that he shared in a madness, had drunk from the same intoxicating cup. He offered to reveal his tale, saying Walton would dash the cup from his lips. Walton's curiosity blazed, but the stranger's grief had overcome his weakened strength. Many hours of rest and quiet conversation were needed to restore his composure. When he had mastered his feelings, he seemed to despise himself for his weakness, and he led Walton back to talking about himself. He asked about Walton's early years, a short story, but it awakened new reflections. Walton spoke of his longing for a friend, his thirst for intimate sympathy with a kindred mind, his conviction that no man could be happy without such a blessing. The stranger agreed. They were unfinished creatures, he said, half made without the aid of someone wiser, better, dearer, the kind of friend they ought to be. He once had such a friend, the noblest of human creatures, and so he could judge of friendship. Walton had hope in the world before him. He had no cause for despair, but he had lost everything and could not begin anew. A settled grief touched his face. Then he withdrew to his cabin. Even broken as he was, no one felt nature's beauties more deeply. The starry sky, the sea, the wonders of these regions still seemed to lift his soul. Such a man had a double existence. He could be overwhelmed by misery and disappointment, yet when he turned inward, he was like a celestial spirit haloed against grief and folly. Walton wondered if his sister would smile at his enthusiasm for this divine wanderer. She would not if she saw him. Her refinement from books and retirement made her fastidious, but also more able to appreciate his extraordinary merits. Sometimes Walton tried to identify what quality elevated him so far above others. He believed it was intuitive discernment, quick and never-failing judgment, a clear and precise penetration into causes, combined with expressive facility and a voice whose varied tones were soul-subduing music. On August 19th, the stranger told Walton he had suffered great and unparalleled misfortunes. He had once resolved to let the memory of these evils die with him, but Walton had changed his mind. Walton sought knowledge and wisdom as he once had, and the stranger ardently hoped the satisfaction of his wishes would not prove a serpent's sting. He did not know if his story would help, but seeing Walton pursue the same course and face the same dangers, he thought Walton might draw a useful moral guidance if he succeeded, consolation if he failed. He warned that his tale would involve occurrences usually deemed marvelous. In milder settings, he might fear unbelief or ridicule, but in these wild regions, many things would seem possible that would provoke laughter elsewhere. Walton was deeply gratified by the offer, yet he could not bear to see the man renew his grief. Still, he felt immense eagerness to hear the narrative, partly from curiosity, partly from a strong desire to alleviate his fate if possible. The stranger thanked him, but said his sympathy was useless. His fate was nearly fulfilled. He waited for one event, and then he would rest in peace. Nothing could alter his destiny, he insisted. Walton would see how irrevocably it was determined once he heard the history. He promised to begin his narrative the next day. Walton thanked him warmly and resolved to record each night, in the stranger's own words as nearly as possible, whatever he had related. The manuscript would give Margaret pleasure. But for Walton, who knew the man and heard the story directly, the future reading would hold an even deeper interest and sympathy. Even as he began his task, he could hear the full-toned voice, see the lustrous eyes fixed on him with melancholy sweetness, watch the thin hand raised in animation, the face irradiated by the soul within. The story would be strange and harrowing, the storm that wrecked that gallant vessel on its course, frightful indeed. Victor Frankenstein began his story by tracing his origins to Geneva, where his family held a distinguished place in the Republic. His ancestors had served as counselors and syndics for generations, and his father had held several public offices with honor. The older man was known for his integrity and relentless dedication to civic duty, having spent his younger years consumed by the affairs of his country. Various circumstances had delayed his marriage well into middle age, so he became a husband and father relatively late in life. The story of how his parents came together revealed much about his father's character. One of his father's closest friends, a merchant named Beaufort, had fallen from prosperity into poverty through a series of misfortunes. Proud and unyielding, Beaufort could not bear to live in obscurity in the same country where he had once been known for his rank and grandeur. He paid his debts honorably, then retreated with his daughter to Lucerne, where they lived in wretched obscurity. Victor's father, who loved Beaufort with genuine friendship, was deeply grieved by this retreat. He deplored the false pride that had led his friend to act so unworthily of their bond, and immediately set out to find him, hoping to persuade him to rebuild his life with his help and credit. But Beaufort had concealed himself effectively, and it was 10 months before Victor's father discovered where he was staying. Overjoyed, he hurried to the house, which stood in a poor street near the Reuss River. Inside, however, he found only misery and despair. Beaufort had saved only a small sum from his ruined fortunes, enough to sustain him for a few months while he hoped to find respectable work. Instead, he had spent the time in inactivity. His grief deepened with idle reflection until, after 3 months, he fell ill and took to his bed, unable to do anything. His daughter attended him with the greatest tenderness, but she watched with despair as their small funds dwindled and no other support appeared. Caroline Beaufort, however, possessed an uncommon spirit, and her courage rose to meet adversity. She found plain work, plaited straw, and through various means managed to earn barely enough to survive. Months passed this way. Her father's condition worsened. She spent more and more of her time nursing him. Their means of subsistence shrank further. In the 10th month, her father died in her arms, leaving her an orphan and a beggar. This final blow overwhelmed her, and she knelt weeping by Beaufort's coffin just as Victor's father entered the room. He came like a protecting spirit to the poor girl, who placed herself under his care. After burying his friend, he brought her to Geneva and entrusted her to a relative. 2 years later, Caroline became his wife. There was a considerable age difference between them, but that only seemed to bind them more closely in devoted affection. Victor's father had an upright mind that required him to approve deeply before he could love strongly. Perhaps because he had once been wounded by discovering unworthiness in someone he had loved, making him value proven worth all the more. His attachment to his mother had the quality of gratitude and reverence, not the doting fondness of old age. It was inspired by respect for her virtues and a desire to compensate her for the sorrow she had endured. And this gave his behavior toward her an inexpressible grace. Everything yielded to her wishes and comfort. He sheltered her like a delicate exotic plant, protected by a gardener from harsh winds, surrounding her with whatever could bring pleasure to her gentle and benevolent mind. Her health and even the peace of her once constant spirit had been shaken by her trials. During the 2 years before their marriage, Victor's father had gradually given up his public duties. Immediately after the wedding, they traveled to the pleasant climate of Italy, hoping the change of scene and the wonders of that country would restore her weakened constitution. From Italy, they went on to Germany and France. Victor, their first child, was born in Naples and accompanied them as an infant through all their travels. For several years, he remained their only child. Though deeply devoted to each other, they drew inexhaustible affection from their love for him. His earliest memories were of his mother's tender caresses and his father's benevolent smile. He was their plaything, their idol, and something more, their child, an innocent and helpless creature entrusted to them by heaven, whose future happiness or misery depended on how well they fulfilled their duties toward him. With this profound sense of responsibility, combined with their active tenderness, they guided him with such a gentle hand that every hour of his infancy seemed like an unbroken stream of enjoyment. For a long time, he was their sole care. His mother had wished for a daughter, but he remained their only child. When he was about 5 years old, they took an excursion beyond the borders of Italy and spent a week on the shores of Lake Como. Their benevolent disposition often led them to visit the cottages of the poor. For Victor's mother, this was more than duty. It was a necessity, a passion born of remembering her own suffering and relief. She felt compelled to act as a guardian angel to the afflicted. During one of their walks, they noticed a poor cottage nestled in a valley that looked unusually forlorn, with half-clothed children gathered around it, a sign of extreme poverty. One day, when Victor's father had gone alone to Milan, his mother, accompanied by Victor, visited this dwelling. Inside, they found a peasant and his wife, worn down by labor and care, distributing a meager meal to 5 hungry children. Among them, one child drew his mother's attention far above the rest. The girl seemed of a different lineage. The other 4 were dark-eyed, hardy little vagrants. This child was thin and very fair, with hair of the brightest living gold that seemed to crown her head with distinction, despite her poor clothing. Her brow was clear and broad, her blue eyes untroubled, and her features so expressive of sensitivity and sweetness that she seemed to belong to a separate, heaven-sent order of beings. The peasant woman, noticing Victor's mother gazing with wonder and admiration at the lovely girl, eagerly told her story. The child was not her own, but the daughter of a Milanese nobleman. Her mother, a German, had died in childbirth. The infant had been placed with these good people to nurse when they were better off, newly married with their first child just born. The father of the girl was one of those Italians who burned with the memory of Italy's ancient glory and had struggled to achieve his country's liberty, becoming a victim of its weakness. Whether he had died or still languished in Austrian dungeons was unknown. His property was confiscated. The child became an orphan and a beggar. She remained with her foster parents, blooming in their crude home like a garden rose among dark brambles. When Victor's father returned from Milan, he found playing with Victor in the villa's hall a child fairer than any painted cherub, a creature who seemed to radiate light from her looks, her form and movements lighter than the mountain chamois. The explanation soon followed. With his permission, Victor's mother persuaded the rustic guardians to give up their charge. They loved the sweet orphan. Her presence had seemed a blessing to them, but they recognized it would be unfair to keep her in poverty when Providence offered such powerful protection. They consulted their village priest, and the result was that Elizabeth Lavenza came to live in Victor's parents' house. His more than sister, the beautiful and adored companion of all his occupations and pleasures. Everyone loved Elizabeth. The passionate, almost reverential attachment everyone felt for her, which Victor shared, became his pride and delight. The night before she was brought into the household, his mother had playfully promised him a pretty present for the next day. When she presented Elizabeth to him as that promised gift, Victor, with childish seriousness, took her words literally and regarded Elizabeth as his own, his to protect, love, and cherish. Every praise bestowed on her he received as praise given to a possession of his own. They called each other familiarly by the name of cousin, yet no word could fully express the relationship between them. She was more than a sister, for she was his alone until death. Victor and Elizabeth grew up together, separated by less than a year in age. Harmony defined their companionship, and the contrast in their characters only drew them closer. Elizabeth possessed a calmer, more focused disposition, while Victor, for all his ardor, could apply himself with even greater intensity and was consumed by a deeper thirst for knowledge. She found her joy in following the poet's ethereal creations and in the majestic Swiss scenery that surrounded their home, the sublime mountain shapes, the changing seasons, the stillness of winter, and the energy of alpine summers, all offering her endless delight, while she contemplated the magnificent appearances of things with a serious and satisfied spirit. Victor delighted in uncovering their causes. The world was a secret he longed to divine. Curiosity, the pursuit of nature's hidden laws, and the rapture of discovery were among his earliest sensations. When Victor's younger brother was born, 7 years his junior, his parents gave up their wandering life and settled permanently in their native country. They kept a house in Geneva and a country estate on the eastern shore of the lake at Belrive, about a league from the city, where they mostly lived in considerable seclusion. Victor's nature inclined him to avoid crowds and attach himself fervently to a few. He remained indifferent to most schoolmates, but formed one close friendship with Henry Clerval, the son of a Geneva merchant. Clerval was a boy of remarkable talent and imagination, who loved enterprise, hardship, and even danger for their own sake. He was steeped in chivalric romances, composed heroic songs, and wrote tales of enchantment and knightly adventure. He tried to stage plays and masquerades with characters drawn from the heroes of Roncesvalles, King Arthur's Round Table, and the Crusaders who fought to reclaim the Holy Sepulchre. No one could have had a happier childhood. Victor's parents embodied kindness and indulgence, never tyrants imposing their whims, but the creators of all the delights he enjoyed. When he saw other families, he recognized how fortunate his own lot was, and gratitude deepened his filial love. Victor's temper could be violent, his passions vehement, but those energies turned not toward childish pursuits, but toward an eager desire for knowledge, though not all knowledge. Languages, governments, politics held no attraction for him. He longed to uncover the secrets of heaven and earth, whether the outward substance of things or the inner spirit of nature and the mysterious soul of man. His inquiries always bent toward the metaphysical or the physical secrets of the world. Clerval, by contrast, focused on the moral relations of things, the stage of life, heroic virtues, human actions, dreaming of becoming one of those whose names were recorded as gallant benefactors of humanity. Elizabeth's saintly soul shone like a lamp in their peaceful home. Her sympathy was theirs, her smile, her soft voice, her celestial eyes always there to bless and animate them. She was the living spirit of love, softening and attracting. Victor might have become sullen in his studies or rough in his ardor, but she subdued him to something like her own gentleness. And Clerval's noble spirit, too, was shaped by her. His humanity, his generosity, his kindness, even amid his adventurous passions, owed much to her revealing the true beauty of beneficence and making goodness the aim of his soaring ambition. Victor felt exquisite pleasure recalling childhood, before misfortune had tainted his mind and turned its bright visions of usefulness into gloomy self-reflection. In tracing those early days, he also recorded the events that led imperceptibly to his later misery. Looking back for the origin of the passion that ruled his destiny, he found it rising like a mountain river from humble, nearly forgotten sources, swelling as it went until it became a torrent that swept away all his hopes and joys. Natural philosophy was the genius that shaped his fate, and he wanted to recount the facts that led to his love of that science. When he was 13, the family took a pleasure trip to the baths near Thonon. Bad weather confined them to the inn for a day. There Victor chanced upon a volume of Cornelius Agrippa's works. He opened it with indifference, but the theories and wonderful facts soon sparked enthusiasm. A new light seemed to dawn on him, and joyfully he showed his discovery to his father. His father glanced carelessly at the title page and dismissed it as worthless trash. If his father had taken the trouble to explain that Agrippa's principles had been entirely disproven and that modern science offered real practical knowledge, Victor would have set the book aside and returned to his former studies with renewed ardor. It was even possible the fatal impulse that led to his ruin would never have taken hold. But his father's cursory glance didn't convince Victor he knew anything of the book's contents, so he continued reading with great avidity. Returning home, he procured all of Agrippa's works, then those of Paracelsus and Albertus Magnus. He studied their wild fancies with delight, seeing them as treasures known to few. Even the intense labor and discoveries of modern philosophers left him discontented. Newton himself, he recalled, had compared himself to a child picking up shells beside the vast ocean of truth, and the successors Victor knew seemed like beginners in the same pursuit. The untaught peasant understood the practical uses of the elements around him. The most learned philosopher knew little more, having only partially unveiled nature's face while her immortal features remained a wonder. They could dissect and name, but deeper causes were utterly unknown. Victor had gazed on the barriers that seemed to keep humanity from nature's citadel, and had felt a rash, ignorant resentment. Here, though, were books and men, who had penetrated deeper and knew more. He took their word and became their disciple, strange as that seemed in the 18th century. While following Geneva's school routine, he was largely self-taught in his favorite studies. His father was not scientific, leaving Victor to struggle with a child's blindness and a student's thirst. Under his new preceptors, he plunged into the search for the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life. Wealth mattered little, but what glory if he could banish disease and render man invulnerable to all but violent death. Nor were these his only visions. Raising ghosts and devils was a promise his favorite authors freely offered, and he eagerly sought to achieve it. When his incantations failed, he blamed his own inexperience, not his instructor's skill. For a time he was occupied with exploded systems, mixing contradictory theories, and floundering in a morass of multifarious knowledge, guided by ardent imagination and childish reasoning, until an accident changed the course of his ideas. When he was about 15, they retired to their house near Belrive and witnessed a violent thunderstorm. It advanced from behind the Jura Mountains, thunder bursting with frightful loudness from all parts of the sky. Victor watched the storm with curiosity and delight. Standing at the door, he suddenly saw a stream of fire strike an old and beautiful oak about 20 yards from the house. The dazzling light vanished, and the oak was gone, leaving only a blasted stump. The next morning they found the tree destroyed in a singular way, not splintered by the shock, but reduced entirely to thin ribbons of wood. He had never seen anything so utterly ruined. Victor had some knowledge of electricity's basic laws before that storm, but the learned man who happened to be with them that day, a researcher in natural philosophy, was so struck by the lightning's devastation that he launched into an explanation of his theories on electricity and galvanism. What he described was entirely new to Victor and astonishing. Everything the man said made Cornelius Agrippa, Albertus Magnus, and Paracelsus, the idols of Victor's imagination, seem insignificant by comparison. Yet strangely, this overthrow of his old masters left him disinclined to pursue his accustomed studies. It suddenly seemed as though nothing could ever truly be known. All that had captivated him for so long grew contemptible. In one of those mental caprices to which youth is especially prone, he abandoned his former occupations entirely, dismissing natural history in all its branches as deformed and abortive, holding the entire would-be science in disdain for never even crossing the threshold of real knowledge. In this frame of mind, he turned to mathematics and its related fields, seeing them as built on secure foundations and therefore worthy of his attention. How strangely constructed were human souls, he reflected, and how slight the ligaments that bound one to prosperity or ruin. Looking back, it seemed as if that almost miraculous shift in his inclinations had been the last effort of his guardian angel, the spirit of preservation's final attempt to avert the storm, even then gathering in the stars, ready to envelop him. Her victory was marked by an unusual tranquility and gladness of soul that followed his abandonment of those tormenting studies. He was meant to learn that pursuing them brought evil. Disregarding them brought happiness. But the spirit of good's effort proved ineffectual. Destiny was too potent, its immutable laws already decreeing his utter and terrible destruction. When Victor reached 17, his parents resolved that he should study at the University of Ingolstadt. He had attended Geneva schools, but his father believed completing his education required exposure to customs beyond those of his native country. His departure was set for an early date, but before that day arrived, the first misfortune of his life occurred, an omen, as it were, of his future misery. Elizabeth caught scarlet fever. Her illness was severe, her life in grave danger. Many urged Victor's mother not to attend her. She yielded at first, but when she learned her favorite's life was threatened, her anxiety overcame her. She nursed Elizabeth through the sickness. Her watchful care triumphed over the disease. Elizabeth was saved, but the consequences proved fatal to her preserver. On the third day, Victor's mother fell ill. Her fever brought alarming symptoms, and the doctors' faces predicted the worst. On her deathbed, the fortitude and kindness of that best of women never failed her. She joined Elizabeth's hand and Victor's, speaking of her hopes for their future union, which would now be his father's consolation. She charged Elizabeth to take her place with the younger children, and though she regretted leaving them, she resolved to face death cheerfully, hoping to meet them in another world. She died calmly, her face still expressing affection. Victor felt no need to describe the feelings of those whose dearest ties are severed, the void that opens in the soul, the despair written on faces. It took so long for the mind to accept that someone seen every day, whose existence seemed part of one's own, could truly be gone forever, that a beloved eye could be extinguished, a familiar voice silenced. These were the first day's reflections. Only with time did grief's true bitterness begin. Yet who had not lost someone dear? The time eventually came when grief became an indulgence rather than a necessity. And smiles, though they might seem sacrilegious, were not forbidden. His mother was dead, but duties remained. They must continue on and learn to count themselves fortunate, while any remained whom death had not taken. His departure for Ingolstadt, delayed by these events, was again determined. He obtained a few weeks' respite from his father. It seemed sacrilege to leave the death-like repose of the morning house so soon and rush into life's tumult. He was new to sorrow, but it alarmed him no less. He was unwilling to leave those who remained. Above all, he wanted to see his sweet Elizabeth somewhat consoled. She indeed veiled her grief and strove to comfort them all. She faced life steadily, taking on its duties with courage and zeal, devoting herself to her uncle and cousins. She was never more enchanting than in those days when she recalled the sunshine of her smiles and spent them on them, forgetting her own regret in her efforts to make them forget. The day of departure finally came. Clerval spent the last evening with them, having tried in vain to persuade his father to let him accompany Victor as a fellow student. His father, a narrow-minded trader, saw idleness and ruin in his son's aspirations. Henry felt the misfortune of being barred from a liberal education deeply. He said little, but Victor could read in his brightening eye and animated glance a restrained yet firm resolve not to be chained to commerce's miserable details. They sat late, unable to tear themselves away or speak the word farewell. They finally said it and retired, each pretending to seek rest, each fancying the other deceived. But at dawn, when Victor descended to the carriage that would take him away, they were all there, his father again to bless him, Clerval to press his hand once more, Elizabeth to renew her pleas that he write often and bestow her last feminine attentions on her playmate and friend. Victor threw himself into the chaise and fell into the most melancholy reflections. He, who had always been surrounded by amiable companions, engaged in mutual pleasure. He was now alone. At the university, he would have to make his own friends and be his own protector. His life had been remarkably secluded and domestic, giving him an invincible repugnance to new faces. He loved his brothers, Elizabeth, Clerval, old familiar faces, and believed himself entirely unfit for strangers' company. Such were his thoughts as he began his journey. But as he traveled, his spirits and hopes rose. He ardently desired knowledge. He had often chafed at being cooped up in one place during his youth, and longed to enter the world and take his place among other human beings. Now his wish was granted. It would have been folly to repent. He had ample leisure for these and many other reflections during the long, fatiguing journey to Ingolstadt. At last the high white steeple of the town came into view. He alighted and was conducted to his solitary apartment, where he spent the evening as he pleased. The next morning he delivered his letters of introduction and visited some of the principal professors. Chance, or rather the evil influence, the angel of destruction, that had held sway over him from the moment he turned his reluctant steps from his father's door, led him first to Monsieur Crump, professor of natural philosophy. Crump was an uncouth man, but deeply versed in his science's secrets. He questioned Victor about his progress in the various branches of natural philosophy. Victor answered carelessly, and, partly in contempt, mentioned the names of his alchemists as his principal authors. The professor stared, asking in disbelief whether he had truly wasted his time studying such nonsense. Victor confirmed that yes, he had indeed studied those authors. Krempe responded with heated insistence that every moment wasted on such books was utterly lost, that Victor had burdened his memory with exploded systems and useless names. He expressed astonishment that in this enlightened age he should find a disciple of Albertus Magnus and Paracelsus, and declared that Victor must begin his studies entirely anew. He stepped aside to write down a list of natural philosophy books he should procure, then dismissed him, mentioning that he would begin a course of lectures on general natural philosophy the following week, with Professor Waldman lecturing on chemistry on alternate days. Victor returned to his lodgings not disappointed. He had long considered those authors useless, but no more inclined to pursue these studies in any form. Krempe was a short, squat man with a gruff voice and repulsive appearance, hardly the sort to inspire enthusiasm for his field. Perhaps Victor had given too philosophical an account of his early conclusions. As a child, he had been unsatisfied with modern professors' promises, and lacking guidance, he had retraced knowledge along time's paths, exchanging recent discoveries for forgotten alchemist dreams. Beyond that, he held modern natural philosophy in contempt. When its masters sought immortality and power, their aims, though futile, had been grand. But now the scene had changed. Inquirers seemed to limit their ambition to annihilating the very visions that had made science interesting to him. He was required to exchange boundless chimeras for trivial realities. Such were his reflections during his first days in Ingolstadt. spent familiarizing himself with the town and its residents. But as the following week began, he thought of Kremp's lectures. Although he could not bring himself to hear that little conceited man deliver sentences from a pulpit, he remembered what had been said of Waldman, whom he had not yet seen. Partly from curiosity, partly from idleness, Victor entered the lecture room, which Waldman soon entered. The professor was nothing like his colleague. About 50, with an expression of great benevolence, gray at the temples but black at the back of his head, short but remarkably erect, with the sweetest voice Victor had ever heard. He began with the history of chemistry and its improvements, pronouncing the names of distinguished discoverers with fervor, then surveyed the science's present state and explained its elementary terms. After preparatory experiments, he concluded with a panegyric on modern chemistry that Victor would never forget. The ancient teachers, Waldman said, promised impossibilities and achieved nothing. Modern masters promised little. They knew metals could not be transmuted, and the elixir of life was chimera. But these philosophers, whose hands seemed made only to dabble in dirt and their eyes to pore over microscopes and crucibles, had performed miracles. They penetrated nature's recesses, revealed her hidden workings, ascended to the heavens, discovered the circulation of blood and the nature of air. They had acquired new, almost unlimited powers, commanding thunder, mimicking earthquakes, even mocking the invisible world with its own shadows. Those words struck Victor like fate itself, speaking to destroy him. As Waldman continued, Victor felt his soul grappling with a tangible enemy. One by one, the keys of his being were touched. Chord after chord sounded until his mind filled with one thought, one purpose. So much had been done, something within him exclaimed, more, far more he would achieve. Treading already marked paths, he would pioneer a new way, explore unknown powers, and unveil creation's deepest mysteries to the world. He did not sleep that night. His inner being was in tumult and insurrection. He felt order would emerge, but had no power to produce it. Gradually, toward dawn, sleep came. He awoke to find his night's thoughts like a dream, leaving only a resolution to return to his ancient studies and devote himself to a science for which he believed he had natural talent. That same day, he visited Waldman privately. The professor's manners were even milder and more attractive than in public. The dignity of his lecture replaced in his own house by the greatest affability and kindness. Victor gave him much the same account of his former pursuits as he had given Kremp. Waldman listened attentively and smiled at the names of Cornelius Agrippa and Paracelsus, but without contempt. He observed that these men, through their indefatigable zeal, had laid most of the foundations of modern knowledge. They had brought facts to light, leaving to their successors the easier task of renaming and classifying them. The labors of genius, however misdirected, almost always ultimately turn to mankind's advantage. Victor listened to this statement, delivered without presumption, and acknowledged that the lecture had removed his prejudices against modern chemists. He spoke with measured modesty and deference, careful not to let slip, youthful inexperience would have shamed him, the enthusiasm that burned within him. He asked for advice on books to procure. Waldman expressed his happiness at gaining a disciple. If Victor's application matched his ability, he had no doubt of success. Chemistry, he said, was the branch of natural philosophy in which the greatest improvements had been and could be made. That was why he had made it his special study, though he had not neglected other branches. A man who attended only to that department would make a poor chemist. If Victor wished to become a true man of science, not merely a petty experimentalist, he should apply himself to every branch of natural philosophy, including mathematics. He then took Victor into his laboratory, explained the uses of his machines, instructed him on what to procure, and promised him use of his own equipment once he had advanced enough not to disrupt it. He also gave Victor the requested book list, and Victor took his leave. Thus ended a day Victor would always remember. It decided his future destiny. From that day forward, natural philosophy, and especially chemistry, became Victor's nearly sole occupation. He devoured the works of modern inquirers, works full of genius and insight. He attended lectures and cultivated the acquaintance of the university's men of science, finding even in Crimp a great deal of sound sense and valuable information, despite his repellent appearance and manners. In Waldman, he found a true friend, gentle, never dogmatic, his instructions given with a frankness and good nature that banished all pedantry. He smoothed the path of knowledge in countless ways, making the most abstruse inquiries clear. Victor's application was at first uncertain, but it gained strength until it became so ardent that the stars often faded in the morning light while he was still in his laboratory. His progress was rapid. The students wondered at his ardor, the masters at his proficiency. Krempe often asked with a sly smile how Cornelius Agrippa was getting on, while Waldman expressed heartfelt exultation. 2 years passed this way, during which Victor paid no visit to Geneva, but was absorbed heart and soul in the pursuit of hoped-for discoveries. Only those who had experienced it could conceive of science's enticements. In other studies, one could go only as far as others had gone, but in scientific pursuit, there was continual food for discovery and wonder. A mind of moderate capacity that closely pursued one study would infallibly arrive at great proficiency. Victor, seeking one object and wrapped up in it, improved so rapidly that by the end of 2 years he had made discoveries in improving chemical instruments, earning great esteem at the university. Having reached this point and having learned as much natural philosophy in theory and practice as any Ingolstadt professor could teach, he thought of returning to his friends and native town when an incident protracted his stay. He had been particularly drawn to the structure of the human frame, and indeed of any living animal. Where, he often asked himself, did the principle of life proceed? It was a bold question, long considered a mystery, yet how many things we might discover if cowardice or carelessness did not restrain our inquiries. He resolved to apply himself more particularly to physiology. Unless driven by a supernatural enthusiasm, this study would have been irksome and almost intolerable. To examine the causes of life, one must first have recourse to death. He learned anatomy, but that was not enough. He had to observe the natural decay and corruption of the human body. His father had taken great care to impress no supernatural horrors on his mind. He never remembered trembling at tales of superstition or fearing spirits. Darkness had no effect on his imagination. A churchyard was merely a receptacle of lifeless bodies, once beautiful and strong, now food for worms. Now he was led to examine the cause and progress of decay, forced to spend days and nights in vaults and charnel houses, his attention fixed on every object most repulsive to human feeling. He saw the fine human form degraded and wasted, watched corruption succeed the blooming cheek of life, saw the worm inherit the wonders of the eye and brain. He paused, examining all the minutiae of causation in the change from life to death and death to life, until, from the midst of darkness, a sudden light broke upon him, so brilliant and wondrous, yet so simple, that while he grew dizzy with the immensity of the prospect it illuminated, he was surprised that among so many geniuses who had directed their inquiries toward the same science, he alone should be reserved to discover so astonishing a secret. He insisted he was not recording a madman's vision. The sun did not more certainly shine than what he affirmed was true. Some miracle might have produced it, yet the stages of discovery were distinct and probable. After days and nights of incredible labor, he succeeded in discovering the cause of generation in life. More, he became capable of bestowing animation upon lifeless matter. His initial astonishment soon gave way to delight and rapture. After so much painful labor, to arrive at the summit of his desires was the most gratifying consummation. But this discovery was so great and overwhelming that the steps by which he had been led to it were obliterated. He beheld only the result. What the wisest men since creation had studied and desired was now within his grasp. Not that it all opened upon him at once. The information he had obtained was more to direct his endeavors than to present the object already accomplished. He was like the Arabian buried with the dead, who found a passage to life, aided only by one glimmering and seemingly ineffectual light. He could see by Walton's eager, wondering eyes that he expected to be told the secret. But that could not be. Walton would understand by the end of the story why he remained reserved on that subject. He would not lead him, unguarded and ardent as Victor had been, to destruction and infallible misery. Learn from his example, if not his precepts, how dangerous the acquisition of knowledge was. How much happier the man who believed his native town to be the world than he who aspired beyond his nature's bounds. Finding such astonishing power in his hands, Victor hesitated long over how to employ it. Though he could bestow animation, preparing a frame for it, with all its intricacies of fibers, muscles, and veins, remained a work of inconceivable difficulty. He doubted at first whether to attempt a being like himself or one of simpler organizations, but his imagination was too exalted by his success to doubt his ability to give life to something as complex and wonderful as man. The materials at hand hardly seemed adequate, but he did not doubt he would ultimately succeed. He prepared himself for reverses. His operations might be constantly baffled, his work imperfect. Yet considering the daily improvement in science and mechanics, he was encouraged to hope his present attempts would at least lay foundations for future success. Nor could he consider the magnitude and complexity of his plan as proof of its impracticability. With these feelings, he began the creation of a human being. Since the minuteness of the parts hindered his speed, he resolved, contrary to his first intention, to make the being of gigantic stature, about 8 feet tall and proportionally large. Having formed this determination and spent months collecting and arranging his materials, he began. No one could conceive the variety of feelings that bore him onward, like a hurricane, in the first enthusiasm of success. Life and death seemed ideal bounds he would break through, pouring a torrent of light into the dark world. A new species would bless him as its creator. Many happy and excellent natures would owe their being to him. No father could claim a child's gratitude as completely as he deserved theirs. Pursuing these reflections, he thought that if he could bestow animation on lifeless matter, he might in time, though he now found it impossible, renew life where death had devoted the body to corruption. These thoughts sustained him as he pursued his undertaking with unremitting ardor. His cheek grew pale, his body emaciated. Sometimes he failed on the very brink of certainty, yet still clung to hope for the next day or hour. The one secret he possessed was the hope to which he had dedicated himself. The moon gazed on his midnight labors, while he pursued nature to her hiding places with unrelaxed eagerness. Who could conceive the horrors of his secret toil as he dabbled among the unhallowed damps of the grave or tortured living animals to animate lifeless clay? His limbs trembled, and his eyes swam with the remembrance. But then an irresistible, almost frantic impulse urged him forward. He seemed to have lost all soul or sensation but for this pursuit. It was but a passing trance that made him feel with renewed acuteness as soon as the unnatural stimulus ceased, and he returned to his old habits. He collected bones from charnel houses and disturbed with profane fingers the tremendous secrets of the human frame. In a solitary chamber at the top of the house, separated from the other apartments, he kept his workshop of filthy creation. His eyeballs started from their sockets as he attended to the details. The dissecting room and slaughterhouse furnished many materials, and often his human nature turned with loathing from his occupation, while he was still urged on by increasing eagerness toward completion. The summer months passed while he was engaged, heart and soul in one pursuit. It was a beautiful season. The fields never yielded a more plentiful harvest, nor the vines a richer vintage, but his eyes were insensible to nature's charms. The same feelings that made him neglect the scenes around him also made him forget his absent friends. He knew his silence disquieted them, and he remembered his father's words, that while he was pleased with himself, he would think of them with affection, and they would hear regularly from him, and any interruption in correspondence would be regarded as proof that his other duties were equally neglected. Victor knew well what his father's feelings would be, yet he could not tear his thoughts from his employment, loathsome in itself, but having taken an irresistible hold on his imagination. He wished to postpone all thoughts of affection until the great object that consumed every habit of his nature should be completed. He had once thought his father would be unjust to ascribe his neglect to vice or faultiness, but he was now convinced his father was justified in suspecting he was not altogether free from blame. A perfect human being ought always to preserve a calm and peaceful mind, never allowing passion or transitory desire to disturb tranquility. He did not think the pursuit of knowledge was an exception to this rule. If a study tended to weaken affections and destroy taste for those simple pleasures that admit no alloy, then that study was unlawful, not befitting the human mind. Had this rule always been observed, had no man allowed any pursuit to interfere with domestic tranquility, Greece would not have been enslaved, Caesar would have spared his country, America would have been discovered more gradually, and the empires of Mexico and Peru would not have been destroyed. He realized he was moralizing at the most interesting part of his tale, and Walton's looks reminded him to proceed. His father made no reproach in his letters, only taking notice of Victor's silence by inquiring more particularly into his occupations. Winter, spring, and summer passed during his labors. He did not watch the blossom or the expanding leaves, sights that once yielded him supreme delight, so deeply was he engrossed. The leaves of that year had withered before his work drew near its close, and now every day showed him more plainly how well he had succeeded. But his enthusiasm was checked by anxiety. He appeared more like one doomed to slave in the mines than an artist occupied by his favorite employment. Every night he was oppressed by a slow fever. He became painfully nervous. The fall of a leaf startled him, and he shunned his fellow creatures as if guilty of a crime. Sometimes he grew alarmed at the wreck he had become. Only the energy of his purpose sustained him. His labors would soon end, and he believed that exercise and amusement would drive away incipient disease. He promised himself both when his creation should be complete. It was on a dreary November night that he beheld the accomplishment of his toils. With anxiety almost amounting to agony, he collected the instruments of life around him to infuse a spark of being into the lifeless thing that lay at his feet. It was already 1 a.m. Rain pattered dismally against the panes, and his candle was nearly burnt out, when, by the glimmer of the half-extinguished light, he saw the dull yellow eye of the creature open. It breathed hard, and a convulsive motion agitated its limbs. How could he describe his emotions at this catastrophe, or delineate the wretch he had formed with such infinite pains? Its limbs were proportioned, and he had selected its features as beautiful. Beautiful! Great God! Its yellow skin scarcely covered the muscles and arteries beneath. Its hair was lustrous black and flowing, its teeth pearly white, but these luxuriances only made a more horrid contrast with its watery eyes, almost the same color as the dun-white sockets in which they were set, its shriveled complexion and straight black lips. The accidents of life were not so changeable as human feelings. He had worked nearly 2 years for the sole purpose of infusing life into an inanimate body, depriving himself of rest and health, desiring it with immoderate ardor. But now that he had finished, the beauty of the dream vanished, and breathless horror and disgust filled his heart. Unable to endure the aspect of the being he had created, he rushed out and spent a long time pacing his bedchamber, unable to compose his mind to sleep. Lassitude eventually succeeded to tumult, and he threw himself on the bed in his clothes, seeking a few moments of forgetfulness. In vain. He slept, but was disturbed by wildest dreams. He thought he saw Elizabeth, in the bloom of health, walking in Ingolstadt streets. Delighted, he embraced her, but as he kissed her lips they became livid with the hue of death. Her features changed, and he thought he held the corpse of his dead mother in his arms. A shroud enveloped her, and he saw grave worms crawling in the folds of the flannel. He started from sleep with horror. A cold dew covered his forehead, his teeth chattered, his limbs convulsed, and by the dim yellow moonlight forcing its way through the window shutters, he beheld the wretch, the miserable monster he had created. It held up the bed curtain, its eyes fixed on him. Its jaws opened, muttering inarticulate sounds, a grin wrinkling its cheeks. One hand stretched out, seemingly to detain him, but he escaped and rushed downstairs, taking refuge in the courtyard, where he walked up and down in great agitation for the rest of the night, listening, catching, fearing every sound as if announcing the approach of the demoniacal corpse to which he had so miserably given life. No mortal could support the horror of that countenance. A mummy animated again could not be so hideous. He had gazed on it unfinished. It was ugly then, but when those muscles and joints were rendered capable of motion, it became a thing even Dante could not have conceived. He passed the night wretchedly. Sometimes his pulse beat so quickly he felt every artery palpitate. At others he nearly sank from languor and extreme weakness. Mingled with horror was the bitterness of disappointment. Dreams that had been his food and pleasant rest for so long now became a hell. The change was so rapid, the overthrow so complete. Morning, dismal and wet, dawned and revealed to his sleepless, aching eyes the church of Ingolstadt, with its white steeple and clock indicating the 6th hour. The porter opened the courtyard gates, and Victor issued into the streets, pacing with quick steps, as if trying to avoid the wretch he feared every turning would present. He dared not return to his apartment, but felt impelled to hurry on, drenched by rain from a black and comfortless sky. He continued walking, trying by bodily exercise to ease the load on his mind, traversing the streets without clear conception of where he was or what he was doing, his heart palpitating with sick fear, hurrying with irregular steps, not daring to look about him, like one walking in fear and dread on a lonely road. Continuing thus, he came opposite the inn where diligences and carriages usually stopped. He paused, he knew not why, fixing his eyes on a coach coming towards him. As it drew nearer, he saw it was the Swiss diligence. It stopped where he stood, the door opened, and he perceived Henry Clerval, who sprang out on seeing him, expressing his joy and good fortune at arriving at that very moment. Nothing could equal Victor's delight on seeing Clerval. His presence brought back thoughts of home, his father, Elizabeth, all those dear scenes. He grasped his hand and in a moment forgot horror and misfortune, feeling for the first time in months calm and serene joy. He welcomed his friend cordially, and they walked toward the college. Clerval spoke of mutual friends and his own good fortune in being allowed to come to Ingolstadt. He had difficulty persuading his father that all necessary knowledge was not contained in bookkeeping. His father had answered his entreaties like the Dutch schoolmaster in The Vicar of Wakefield. I have 10,000 florins a year without Greek. I eat heartily without Greek. But affection at length overcame his dislike of learning, and he had permitted this voyage of discovery to the land of knowledge. Victor expressed his delight and asked how he had left his father, brothers, and Elizabeth. Henry Clerval's cheerful report of the family's welfare, their happiness only tempered by concern over Victor's long silence, shifted into alarm as he truly looked at his friend. He stopped mid-stride, his gaze sharpening with worry, and observed how gaunt and pallid Victor had become, as though he had not slept in days. Victor admitted the observation was correct, explaining that he had been consumed by a single, intense occupation that had stolen his rest. He insisted, with a desperate sincerity, that the work was now finished, and that he was finally free, though the words trembled as he spoke them. A violent shudder ran through him. The memory of the previous night was a wall he could not scale, a horror he could not name. He quickened his pace, and they soon reached the college. A new, sickening thought struck him. The creature he had abandoned in his room might still be there, a living nightmare prowling the space. He dreaded facing that horror, but the greater terror was that Henry might see it. He begged his friend to wait at the foot of the stairs and then bolted upward, his heart hammering. His hand was on the lock when a moment of paralyzing dread seized him. He paused, a cold wave washing over him, then flung the door wide with the recklessness of a child bracing for a ghost. The room was empty. His bedroom was clear. The monstrous guest was gone. A surge of relief so profound it was almost giddy swept through him. He could hardly believe his luck. Assured that his enemy had fled, he clapped his hands and raced back down to Clerval. They ascended together. A servant brought breakfast, but Victor could not sit still. A frantic, electric energy possessed him. It was not joy alone, but a terrible hypersensitivity. His skin tingled, his pulse raced. He could not remain in one place, leaping over chairs, laughing with a wild, hollow sound. Clerval first attributed this to excitement at his arrival, but as he watched, he saw a frantic gleam in Victor's eyes that he could not explain. The loud, empty laughter was alarming. Clerval's alarmed questions were met with Victor's desperate plea for silence. His hands flying to his eyes as if to block out a vision only he could see, the specter he feared was gliding into the room even then. He cried out for salvation, a frantic, incoherent appeal, before he was seized by the delusion that the monster was upon him. He fought violently against the empty air and collapsed. He fell into a fit, the start of a nervous fever that would confine him for months. Henry was his sole and constant nurse, shielding Victor's aging father and his beloved Elizabeth from the full truth of his condition, knowing the journey would be too much for the old man and the grief too much for his cousin. He managed their fears with careful letters, believing his presence and care were the truest kindness he could offer them. Victor was indeed perilously ill, and he was certain that only Henry's tireless devotion saved his life. In his delirium, the image of his creation was a constant nightmarish presence, and he raved endlessly about it. Henry was taken aback, but eventually came to believe that some extraordinary and terrible event was the root of his friend's madness. Recovery was agonizingly slow, marked by setbacks that kept Henry in a state of anxious dread. The first moment Victor could take pleasure in the world around him was a revelation. He noticed the fallen leaves of autumn were gone, replaced by the tender green buds of a new spring pushing through the trees at his window. The season itself seemed a healing force, and slowly, feelings of affection and happiness began to stir within him again. The darkness lifted, and he found himself approaching the cheerful disposition he had known before his obsession. He expressed his profound gratitude to Clerval, lamenting that his friend's winter, meant for study, had been spent nursing him. He felt immense guilt for being the source of so much disappointment. Clerval reassured him that his only repayment was to recover quickly. Since Victor seemed in good spirits, he tentatively broached a subject. The mere suggestion sent a chill through Victor. Could Clerval possibly mean the creature? Reading his panic, Clerval quickly explained he only meant that a letter to his father and cousin in his own hand would ease their anxiety. They were worried by his long silence. Victor's relief was overwhelming. His friend's concern so far from the terrifying secret he carried. His thoughts would naturally turn to those he loved. Clerval produced a letter that had been waiting for him, from Elizabeth. Elizabeth's words, written in her own elegant script, were a mixture of love and fear. She confessed the agonizing suspense his illness had caused, admitting she had only prevented her uncle from making the difficult journey to Ingolstadt through her own persuasion, though she often regretted she could not go herself. She dreaded the image of him being cared for by a cold, mercenary stranger. Clerval's letters had brought them hope, but only his own words could truly set their minds at ease. She pleaded for his swift recovery in return. She painted a picture of the peaceful, happy home waiting for him, describing his father's robust health and steadfast hope, and the changes in their younger brother Ernest. The boy was now 16, spirited and active, desperate to pursue a military career abroad. His father opposed the idea, but Ernest had none of Victor's intellectual drive, preferring the outdoors to his books. Elizabeth feared he would become idle if his ambition was not allowed its course. The letter from Elizabeth painted a serene picture of home, where little had changed except the children growing taller. The eternal lake and snow-capped mountains stood as they always had, and she imagined their peaceful household was governed by the same immutable laws. Her simple daily tasks filled her time and brought her contentment, with happy faces all around as her reward. She then turned to the one real change in their household, asking if Victor remembered Justine Moritz and how she came to them. Justine was the third child of a widowed mother, who for reasons no one could fathom had always favored her other children. After her husband's death, the mother's treatment of Justine grew cruel. Victor's own mother had witnessed this, and, when Justine was 12, persuaded the woman to let the girl live with them. Elizabeth reflected on how Geneva's simpler, more republican manners meant even a servant was not degraded or ignorant, as they might be in other countries. Justine was taken in and learned the duties of a servant with dignity intact. Elizabeth recalled how fond Victor had always been of Justine, how even one look from her could lift his gloom. Her aunt had grown so attached to the girl that she gave her an education beyond what was first intended. Justine repaid this kindness with a silent, profound devotion, her eyes speaking volumes of adoration, even though she never made grand professions. She patterned herself after her protectress, imitating her speech and manner so that she still reminded Elizabeth of her late aunt. When the elder Madame Frankenstein died, everyone was too consumed by their own grief to notice poor Justine, who had been her most devoted nurse and who fell seriously ill herself from the strain. More trials followed as all of Justine's siblings died, one by one, leaving their mother childless except for the daughter she had so neglected. The woman's conscience was troubled, and she came to believe the deaths were a divine punishment for her own cruelty. A Roman Catholic confessor, Elizabeth suspected, encouraged this belief, and a few months after Victor left for Ingolstadt, Justine was summoned home by her repentant mother. She wept at leaving them, her nature softened by grief into a new, gentle sweetness that replaced her former vivacity. Life with her mother did not restore her gaiety. The woman's repentance was unstable, sometimes begging Justine's forgiveness, more often blaming her for the deaths of her siblings. This constant turmoil worsened the mother's health, and she died as winter began. Justine had now returned to them, and Elizabeth professed her deep and tender love for her, so clever, gentle, and pretty, always reminding her of their lost aunt. Elizabeth then spoke warmly of little William, describing him as tall for his age with laughing blue eyes, dark lashes, curling hair, and rosy dimples when he smiled. He had already acquired a few little wives, with little Louisa Byron being his current favorite. She offered a bit of local gossip for Victor's amusement. The beautiful Miss Mansfield was to marry a young Englishman, her plain sister had married a wealthy banker, and their old schoolfellow Louis Menwier, who had suffered misfortune since Clerval left, was reportedly recovered and on the verge of marrying a lively French widow much older than himself, a woman everyone admired. She concluded by confessing the letter had cheered her spirits, but her anxiety returned as she ended it. She implored Victor to write just a line, a single word, which would be a blessing to them. She sent her thanks to Henry for his kindness and letters, and bade her cousin farewell, urging him to take care and to write. Victor's heart swelled as he read. He exclaimed over Elizabeth's letter and immediately resolved to answer, to relieve their anxiety. He wrote a reply, though the effort exhausted him, but his convalescence was now steady. In a fortnight he was well enough to leave his room. One of his first acts upon recovery was to introduce Clerval to the professors. This proved a trial, ill-suited to the state of his wounded mind. He had developed a violent aversion to the very name of natural philosophy since that fatal night. Even fully restored in body, the sight of a chemical instrument could trigger a resurgence of his nervous agony. Henry had seen this and quietly removed all the apparatus from view and had changed his apartment, sensing his dislike for the room that had been his laboratory. But Henry's careful efforts were undone when Victor visited the professors. Monsieur Waldman, in his kindness, praised Victor's astonishing progress, causing him acute suffering. Not understanding the true cause, Waldman attributed his discomfort to modesty and steered the conversation to science, trying to draw him out. Victor was trapped. Every word of praise was torture, like watching instruments being prepared for his slow execution. He writhed internally, but dared not show his pain. Clerval, perceptive as ever, sensed his friend's distress and diplomatically changed the subject, pleading his own ignorance. Victor was deeply grateful, but remained silent. He could see Henry was puzzled, yet he never pried. Though Victor loved him boundlessly, he could never bring himself to confess the terrible secret that haunted him, fearing that speaking of it would only deepen its hold. Monsieur Krempe offered no such sensitivity. In Victor's state of unbearable sensitivity, his blunt, harsh praise was more painful even than Waldman's kindness. The professor boomed out in his coarse way that Victor had surpassed them all, a young man who once believed in Cornelius Agrippa, now leading the university. Observing Victor's pained expression, he chuckled and attributed it to modesty, declaring it an excellent quality in a young man, one that would wear off soon enough. Krempe's conversation mercifully shifted to a lengthy self-congratulatory account, allowing Victor to escape the torment of discussing his own studies. Clerval had never shared Victor's passion for natural science, and his own ambitions lay elsewhere. He had come to the university with the intent of mastering Eastern languages, seeing this as the gateway to a career of consequence. He was drawn to the East for the scope it offered his adventurous spirit. The Persian, Arabic, and Sanskrit languages absorbed him, and Victor, eager to flee from his own dark thoughts and repelled by his former studies, readily joined him as a fellow pupil. He found not just instruction, but genuine comfort in the works of the Orientalists, though he sought only a superficial understanding of their meaning. He was moved by their writing in a way he had never been by other authors. Their melancholic themes soothed him, while their joy seemed to elevate his spirits, presenting a world of warm suns and gardens, a far cry from the stern poetry of the ancient Greeks and Romans. The summer passed this way, and Victor planned to return to Geneva in the autumn. Delays held him back, however, and the winter snows made the roads impassable, postponing his journey until spring. He felt the separation keenly, longing for home, but he would not leave his friend alone and friendless in a foreign place. The winter passed cheerfully enough, and when the late spring finally arrived, its beauty redeemed the delay. By May, he was expecting daily the letter that would set his departure date, when Henry suggested they make a walking tour of the Ingolstadt countryside as a farewell. Victor readily agreed. He loved the exercise, and Clerval was always his favorite walking companion. They spent a fortnight on these rambles, and the fresh air and his friend's engaging conversation restored his health and spirits. Study had made him unsocial, but Clerval was reawakening his better nature, teaching him again to love nature and the faces of children. He reflected with emotion on how his friend's gentle affection had warmed and opened him, bringing back the happy, carefree creature he once was. The beauty of the divine spring, with its blooming flowers and budding summer, filled him with ecstasy. The oppressive thoughts that had haunted him throughout the previous year, which he had struggled to cast off, were now mercifully absent. Henry was overjoyed by Victor's renewed spirits and shared his feelings with genuine sympathy, using all his wit and imagination to entertain him. He invented fantastic tales in the style of Persian and Arabic writers, recited favorite poems, or drew Victor into cleverly sustained arguments. They returned to their college on a Sunday afternoon, the peasants dancing, and everyone they passed appearing happy. Victor's own mood was buoyant, and he moved with unbridled joy and energy. But on his return, a letter from his father awaited him. The letter began with a heavy, aching reluctance. The father confessing he had thought of writing only a brief note to confirm a date but could not. He warned Victor that the welcome he expected would instead be one of tears and misery. He dreaded to inflict this pain and tried to prepare his long-absent son for the horrible news. William was dead. The sweet, gentle, gay child whose smiles had warmed his heart had been murdered. The father made no attempt at consolation but simply related the facts. The previous Thursday, he and his niece and Victor's 2 brothers had walked to Plainpalais. The evening was so warm they lingered longer than usual. It was dusk when they realized William and Ernest, who had gone ahead, were missing. They waited, and soon Ernest returned, explaining that William had run off to hide during their game. Ernest had searched for him in vain and waited a long time, but his brother never returned. Alarmed, they searched until nightfall. Elizabeth thought he might have gone home, but he was not there. They returned with torches to continue the search, the father unable to rest while the child was lost in the night's cold damp, and Elizabeth in deep anguish. At about 5 a.m, the father found the boy, whom he had last seen blooming with health, lying livid and motionless on the grass. The mark of a strangler's fingers was on his neck. When the body was brought home, Elizabeth, reading the agony in her uncle's face, guessed the truth and insisted on seeing the corpse. She examined the mark on the child's neck and cried out that she had murdered her darling before collapsing. When she revived, she could only weep and sigh. She recalled that William had begged to wear a valuable miniature of her mother, a portrait she possessed. The picture was now gone, and her father believed it had been the lure for the crime. Though they continued to search, they had found no trace of the murderer, and all their efforts could not bring back his beloved William. Victor's father pleaded with him to return, not as a vessel of vengeance, but as a source of comfort. He emphasized that only Victor could console Elizabeth, who wept constantly and unjustly blamed herself. The father's grief was compounded by her words, and he urged his son to come home with peace and gentleness, to heal the wounds of their mourning household rather than fester them with hatred. He concluded with a somber reflection of gratitude that Victor's mother did not live to witness this tragedy. Clerval, watching Victor's face as he read, was taken aback by the swift transformation from initial joy to utter despair. Victor threw the letter down and covered his face. Henry's worried questions met with Victor's silent motion to read the letter himself, while he paced in agitation. Clerval wept as he read the account, and could offer no consolation, only asking what Victor intended to do. Victor's answer was immediate and decisive. He would leave for Geneva at once, and he asked Henry to help him order the horses. On their hurried walk, Clerval tried to speak words of comfort, but could only express his heartfelt sympathy. He spoke of William, now resting with his angel mother, and how the child's radiant innocence was beyond the reach of further pain. He reasoned that they must reserve their pity for those left behind, for William was at peace. Victor hurried into a cabriolet as soon as the horses arrived and bid his friend farewell. The journey was steeped in melancholy. At first, he wished to race forward, desperate to console his grieving family, but as he neared his native town, his pace slackened. The flood of feelings was almost unbearable. He passed familiar scenes of his youth, unchanged for nearly 6 years, yet one sudden, desolating change had occurred. He was overcome by fear, dreading nameless evils he could not define. He spent 2 agonizing days in Lausanne, contemplating the placid lake and the unchanged snowy mountains. The calm, heavenly scene gradually restored him, and he continued his journey towards Geneva. The road hugged the narrowing lake, and the black sides of the Jura and the bright summit of Mont Blanc came into sharper view. He wept like a child, addressing the familiar landmarks and wondering if their serene beauty signaled peace or merely mocked his unhappiness. Though he feared being tedious, he recalled these preliminary days with a sense of relative happiness, for he found a melancholy delight in beholding his beloved country's streams, mountains, and lake. As he drew closer to home, grief and fear returned. Night fell, cloaking the dark mountains and deepening his gloom. The scene appeared as a vast, dim landscape of evil, and he had a terrible premonition that he was destined to become the most wretched of human beings, a prophecy he would later find only touched the surface of his eventual anguish. It was completely dark when he reached the outskirts of Geneva. The city gates were shut, forcing him to spend the night in the village of XIII. Unable to rest, he resolved to visit the spot where William had been murdered. He crossed the lake in a boat, watching lightning play beautifully over Mont Blanc. A storm approached rapidly, and upon landing, he ascended a low hill to observe its progress. The heavens clouded. Rain began to fall in large drops, and the violence quickly increased. He walked on as the storm intensified, thunder crashing overhead and echoing off the surrounding mountains. Vivid lightning illuminated the lake like a sheet of fire, plunging the world into pitch-black darkness between flashes. The storm seemed to occupy every part of the sky. As he watched this terrifying yet beautiful tempest, a strange exhilaration took hold, and he cried out, addressing William's spirit, calling the storm his funeral and his dirge. In that moment, he perceived a figure emerging from behind a clump of trees. He stood frozen, staring intently. A flash of lightning revealed it unmistakably, a gigantic shape, its deformity far beyond human, the wretched creature he had given life to. The horrifying thought seized him. Could this be the murderer of his brother? The conviction was instant and absolute. The creature passed quickly, disappearing into the gloom. Victor was certain nothing human could have destroyed the fair child. It had to be him. Another flash showed the demonic figure scaling the rocks of Mont Salve, and he vanished over the summit. Victor remained motionless as the thunder ceased and the rain continued. In the impenetrable darkness, he reviewed the events he had tried to forget: the creation, the creature's birth, his departure. 2 years had passed since that night. Was this his first crime? He had unleashed a depraved wretch upon the world, whose delight was in carnage and misery. The conviction that he had murdered his brother was absolute. The rest of the night he spent, cold and wet in the open air, oblivious to the weather, his imagination consumed by scenes of evil and despair. He saw the being as a vampire, his own spirit freed from the grave to destroy all he loved. With daybreak, he headed for the town. His first instinct was to disclose what he knew and set a pursuit in motion, but he paused. The tale was too fantastic to be believed. He himself would have dismissed it as madness. The creature's very nature would elude any pursuit, even if he were believed. What use was a chase against a being who could scale sheer cliffs? These reflections silenced him, and he resolved to keep the secret. Entering his father's house around 5 a.m, he instructed the servants not to disturb the family and waited in the library. 6 years had passed like a dream, leaving only this indelible mark. He stood where he had last embraced his father before leaving for Ingolstadt. He gazed at his mother's portrait, depicting Caroline Beaufort in despair at her father's coffin, a dignified and beautiful image. Below it hung a miniature of William, and tears flowed freely. Ernest entered, having heard of his arrival. He welcomed Victor, wishing he had come 3 months earlier when the household was still joyful. Now he was here to share an unending misery, though Ernest hoped his presence would revive their sinking father and persuade Elizabeth to cease her tormenting self-accusations. He spoke of William, their darling and their pride. Ernest's tears fell freely, and Victor felt a mortal agony creep through him. The reality of his family's desolation was now a new and terrible disaster, far worse than he had imagined. He tried to calm his brother, asking for more details about their father and then about Elizabeth. Ernest explained that Elizabeth most of all needed comfort, as she had accused herself of causing William's death. But then he mentioned something that made Victor's blood run cold. The murderer had been discovered. Victor's outburst was one of pure shock and denial. How could that be? He had seen the creature himself, free and roaming just the night before. The creature was impossible to catch, like chasing the wind. Ernest, bewildered by his brother's strange words, explained that the discovery had only deepened their misery. No one could believe at first that Justine Moritz, so amiable and devoted to the family, could commit such a frightful crime, and even now Elizabeth refused to accept it, despite the evidence. Victor's horror compounded. Justine, poor Justine, the accused. But she was innocent, surely. Everyone must know that. Ernest recounted the facts. Justine had fallen ill the morning the murder was discovered and had been bedridden for days. During that time, a servant examining the clothes she had worn the night of the murder found the miniature of Victor's mother in her pocket. The servant had shown it to another, who went straight to a magistrate. Justine was apprehended, and her extreme confusion when charged had only deepened suspicion. Victor listened to this strange tale, but his faith remained unshaken. He knew the truth, insisting they were all mistaken and that Justine was innocent. His father entered then, his face etched with unhappiness. He tried to greet Victor cheerfully, but Ernest quickly announced Victor's claim to know the real murderer. The father replied that they too knew, regretting having discovered such depravity in someone he had valued so highly. Victor protested again. Justine was innocent. His father's response was measured, hoping she would be acquitted at her trial that day. Victor felt some calm return. He was so convinced of Justine's innocence, and that of every human being, that no circumstantial evidence could possibly convict her. Yet he knew he could never tell his tale publicly. Its astounding horror would be seen as madness. Who would believe him, except the Creator himself? Elizabeth joined them then, and Victor saw how time had transformed her. She possessed a new loveliness beyond her childish beauty, her candor and vivacity now tempered with deeper sensibility and intellect. She welcomed him warmly, her hope rekindled by his arrival. Perhaps he could find a way to justify poor Justine. If she were convicted, who could be safe? She professed her certainty of Justine's innocence as firmly as her own. Their loss was doubled. Not only sweet William, but this beloved girl they might lose to an even worse fate. Victor assured her Justine was innocent and would be proven so. Elizabeth wept, touched by his kindness, as everyone else had condemned her. His father urged her to dry her tears, trusting in the law's justice. They passed sad hours until the trial at 11. Victor accompanied his family to the court, enduring living torture throughout the proceeding. The fate of two innocent souls hung in the balance, both victims of his curiosity and lawless devices, one a smiling babe, the other a blameless girl. Justine deserved happiness, yet now faced an ignominious grave, all because of him. Victor would have confessed to the crime 1,000 times, but he had been absent, and his confession would only be taken as madness. Justine entered the court, calm and composed. Dressed in mourning, her face made exquisitely beautiful by the solemnity of her feelings. She appeared confident in her innocence, not trembling, despite being execrated by thousands. Her tranquility was clearly forced, as her earlier confusion had been used against her. She spotted the family, and a tear momentarily dimmed her eye before she recovered, her look of sorrowful affection attesting to her guiltlessness. The trial commenced. Witnesses presented strange facts that would have staggered anyone without Victor's absolute proof of her innocence. She had been out all night and was seen near where the body was found, returning confused answers. When shown the body, she had violent hysterics and was bedridden. The fatal evidence of the picture was produced, and Elizabeth's faltering testimony that she had placed it around William's neck the night he disappeared sent a murmur of horror through the court. Justine, whose face had expressed surprise and misery as the trial progressed, was called upon to defend herself. She struggled with tears but collected herself, speaking in an audible though trembling voice. Justine began her defense with a solemn declaration of her innocence, acknowledging that mere protestations would not suffice. She rested her case on a straightforward explanation of the facts against her, hoping her established character would incline the judges to leniency where any doubt remained. She recounted her evening. With Elizabeth's permission, she had visited her aunt in Shane. Returning around 9, she met a man who asked if she had seen the lost child. Alarmed, she searched for hours until Geneva's gates closed, forcing her to take shelter in a barn rather than disturb the sleeping inhabitants who knew her well. She spent most of the night awake, dozing only briefly toward morning, awakened by footsteps at dawn. She then resumed her search for the child. If she had wandered near the spot where the body lay, it was without her knowledge. Her confusion when questioned by the market woman was understandable after a sleepless night and with William's fate still unknown. As for the portrait, she could offer no explanation. She knew how heavily this circumstance weighed against her, but she was powerless to explain it. She could only conjecture how it might have been placed in her pocket, yet she had no enemies, and none would wantonly destroy her. Had the murderer placed it there? She saw no opportunity for such a deed, nor any reason why he would steal the jewel only to discard it so quickly. She committed herself to the justice of the judges, though she saw little hope. She begged to have character witnesses examined, and if their testimony could not overcome the suspicion, she must be condemned, even as she pledged her salvation on her innocence. Several witnesses testified to her good character, but fear and hatred of the supposed crime made them hesitant. Elizabeth, seeing this last resource failing, requested permission to address the court, despite the impropriety of her position as the murdered child's cousin and sister in all but blood. She spoke of her long acquaintance with Justine, living under the same roof for years, during which Justine appeared the most amiable and benevolent of creatures. She described how Justine had nursed their dying aunt with devoted care, then attended her own mother's illness in a manner that won admiration, and returned to their home beloved by all. Justine had been warmly attached to the dead child and acted toward him like an affectionate mother. Elizabeth declared her firm belief in Justine's innocence, noting that if Justine had truly desired the trinket, she would have willingly given it to her. A murmur of approval followed Elizabeth's powerful appeal, but it was admiration for her interference, not sympathy for Justine. Public indignation against the accused only intensified, charging her with blackest ingratitude. Justine wept as Elizabeth spoke, but remained silent. Victor's own anguish was extreme. He knew her innocence, yet the demon who had murdered William might also have conspired to condemn her. He could not bear the horror, and seeing the judges' countenances already condemning her, rushed out of the court in agony. He passed a wretched night. Returning to court in the morning, parched and fearing to ask, he was met by an officer who guessed his visit. The ballots were all black. Justine was condemned. Victor could not describe his feelings, the heart-sickening despair that words could not convey. The officer added that Justine had confessed, a piece of evidence deemed hardly necessary but welcome nonetheless, as the judges disliked condemning on circumstantial evidence alone. This news was strange and unexpected. What did it mean? Had his eyes deceived him? Would he be considered mad if he revealed the truth? He hastened home, where Elizabeth eagerly demanded the result. Victor reported the verdict, adding her confession as the bitterest detail. Elizabeth's faith in Justine's innocence had been her last consolation, and now that was torn away. She lamented the loss of human goodness, horrified that Justine's mild eyes and innocent smiles could conceal such betrayal. Soon they learned the condemned girl wished to see Elizabeth. Though her uncle advised against it, Elizabeth insisted on going, and Victor could not refuse to accompany her. They entered the gloomy prison chamber, finding Justine manacled, her head on her knees. She rose as they entered and, once alone with them, threw herself at Elizabeth's feet, weeping bitterly. Elizabeth wept with her, asking why Justine had robbed her of her last consolation. She had relied on Justine's innocence, but now her misery was complete. Justine's tear-choked voice asked if Elizabeth too believed her so wicked, if she also joined with enemies to crush her. Elizabeth urged her to rise, explaining she had believed her innocent until hearing of her own confession. Now that Justine said that report was false, nothing would shake her confidence except that confession itself. Justine admitted she had confessed a lie to obtain absolution, a falsehood that now weighed heavier than all her sins. Her confessor had threatened and menaced her since her condemnation, making her almost believe she was the monster he described, threatening excommunication and hellfire if she remained obdurate. With none to support her, and all viewing her as doomed, she had subscribed to the lie in an evil hour. Now she was truly miserable. She wept, then continued, voicing her horror that Elizabeth might believe her capable of such a crime. She found consolation in the thought of soon seeing dear William in heaven. Elizabeth begged forgiveness for her momentary distrust and pleaded with Justine not to fear. She would proclaim and prove her innocence, melt hearts with tears and prayers. She could not survive such a horrible misfortune. Justine shook her head mournfully, saying she did not fear death and that God gave her courage. She was resigned to her fate, asking Elizabeth to learn patience and submission to heaven's will. Victor had retreated to a corner of the cell, concealing his anguish. The condemned girl, facing death on the morrow, did not feel the deep, bitter agony he endured. He ground his teeth, groaning from his inmost soul. Justine started at the sound and, recognizing him, asked if he too believed her guilty. He could not answer, but Elizabeth assured her he was even more convinced of her innocence. Justine expressed sincere gratitude for their kindness, feeling that their acknowledgment of her innocence removed more than half her misfortune. She could now face death in peace. The poor sufferer tried to comfort them and herself, gaining the resignation she desired. But Victor, the true murderer, felt the never-dying worm of guilt in his bosom, allowing no hope or consolation. Elizabeth's grief was the misery of innocence, a cloud passing over the moon that cannot tarnish its brightness. Victor bore a hell within him nothing could extinguish. They stayed several hours, and Elizabeth could barely tear herself away, wishing she could die with Justine. Justine forced an air of cheerfulness, repressing tears as she embraced Elizabeth and bid her farewell, blessing her and hoping this would be her last misfortune. On the morrow, Justine died. Elizabeth's eloquence failed to move the judges, and Victor's passionate appeals were lost. When he received their cold, unfeeling responses, his intended avowal died on his lips. He might proclaim himself a madman, but could not revoke the sentence. She perished as a murderess. Victor turned from the tortures of his own heart to contemplate Elizabeth's deep, voiceless grief, his doing. His father's woe and the desolation of their once smiling home were all the work of his cursed hands. He foresaw more tears to come, more funeral wails. He had begun life with benevolent intentions. Now all was blasted. Remorse and guilt seized him, hurrying him to a hell of tortures beyond description. This state preyed upon his health. He shunned humanity. Joy and complacency were torture. Solitude was his only comfort. His father observed the alteration in his disposition and tried to inspire fortitude, asking if Victor thought he did not also suffer. He reminded him of their duty to survivors, not to augment unhappiness with immoderate grief. But this advice was inapplicable to Victor's case. His sensations mingled with remorse and terror. He could only answer with a look of despair and hide from his father's view. The family retreated to their house at Belrive, a change Victor found particularly welcome. The city's strict 10 o'clock curfew and the impossibility of being on the lake after that hour had made their residence within Geneva's walls oppressive. Now he was free. Often, after the household slept, he took a boat and spent hours on the water. Sometimes he let the wind carry him. Other times, he rowed to the lake's center and drifted, surrendering to his miserable reflections. When all around was peaceful, and he alone wandered restless in that beautiful heavenly scene, he was often tempted to plunge into the silent depths, to let the waters close over him and his calamities forever. Only the thought of Elizabeth, heroic, suffering, her existence bound to his, restrained him. He also thought of his father and brother. Could he abandon them, leaving them exposed to the fiend he had unleashed? He wept bitterly, wishing for peace only to console them, but remorse extinguished every hope. He lived in daily fear of new wickedness from his creation, sensing that more terrible crimes lay ahead. His abhorrence of the fiend was absolute. He gnashed his teeth, his eyes inflamed with the wish to extinguish the life he had thoughtlessly bestowed. Hatred and revenge consumed him. He would have journeyed to the Andes' highest peak to cast the monster down. Their house was one of mourning. His father's health was deeply shaken, and Elizabeth was sad and desponding, finding no pleasure in ordinary occupations. All joy seemed sacrilege to her. She believed eternal woe was the just tribute to innocence so destroyed. The happy creature who once wandered with him, speaking ecstatically of future prospects, was gone. The first of life's sorrows had dimmed her dearest smiles. Elizabeth reflected on Justine's miserable death, confessing that she no longer saw the world as before. Vice and injustice, once remote tales, had come home. Men now appeared as monsters thirsting for blood. She acknowledged she might be unjust. Everyone believed Justine guilty, and such a crime would indeed make her the most depraved. Yet she knew, she felt, Justine was innocent. Victor's shared opinion confirmed it. She despaired that falsehood could look so like truth, feeling as though she walked on a precipice's edge, crowds pressing to plunge her into the abyss. William and Justine were dead, their murderer free, perhaps respected. Yet she would not change places with such a wretch, even if condemned to the scaffold herself. Victor listened in extreme agony. He was the true murderer, if not in deed then in effect. Elizabeth read his anguish and took his hand, urging him to calm himself. She acknowledged her own deep pain, but insisted she was not as wretched as he. The despair and revenge in his countenance made her tremble. She begged him to banish such dark passions and remember the friends who centered all their hopes in him, who loved him and were true to him. In this land of peace and beauty, they could reap tranquil blessings. What could disturb their peace? Could such words from the one he prized above all fortune chase away the fiend within him? Even as she spoke, he drew near her as if in terror, fearing the destroyer might rob him of her. The tenderness of friendship, the beauty of earth and heaven, none could redeem his soul. He was enclosed in a cloud no influence could penetrate, like a wounded deer dragging itself to a remote thicket to gaze upon the arrow that pierced it. Sometimes he could bear the despair. Other times, driven by whirlwind passions, he sought relief in bodily exercise and change of place. In one such access, he suddenly left home and headed for the Alpine valleys, hoping the magnificence and eternity of such scenes might help him forget his human sorrows. His wanderings led toward Chamonix, a place he had visited frequently in boyhood. 6 years had passed. He was a wreck, but those savage, enduring scenes had not changed. He traveled first on horseback, then hired a mule for the rugged roads. It was mid-August, nearly 2 months after Justine's death, the epoch from which he dated all his woe. As he plunged deeper into the ravine of Arve, the weight on his spirit lightened. The immense mountains and precipices, the river raging among rocks, the crashing waterfalls, all spoke of a power as mighty as omnipotence. He ceased to fear any being less almighty than the creator and ruler of these elements, displayed in their most terrific guise. As he ascended, the valley grew more magnificent and astonishing. Ruined castles hung on pine-covered precipices. The impetuous Arve rushed below. Cottages peeked through the trees. The scene was singularly beautiful, rendered sublime by the mighty Alps, their white, shining pyramids and domes towering as if belonging to another earth. He crossed the bridge of Pélissier and entered the valley of Chamouni. This valley was more wonderful and sublime than the picturesque beauty of Servox he had just passed. Snowy mountains formed its immediate boundaries, but there were no ruined castles or fertile fields. Immense glaciers approached the road. He heard the rumbling thunder of falling avalanches and saw their smoky passage. Mont Blanc rose supreme above the surrounding peaks, its tremendous dome overlooking the valley. During the journey, a long-lost sense of pleasure would occasionally return. A familiar turn in the road, a sudden recognition of some object, would conjure memories of boyhood's light-hearted gaiety. The very wind seemed to whisper soothingly, and nature herself seemed to bid him weep no more. But these moments never lasted. He would find himself fettered again to grief, indulging in miserable reflection. He would spur his animal to forget the world, his fears, himself, or in deeper desperation, dismount and throw himself on the grass, crushed by horror and despair. He reached Chamonix, exhaustion overtaking him after his ordeal. He stood at the window, watching pale lightning play above Mont Blanc and listening to the rushing Arve below. The lulling sounds acted like a lullaby, and sleep crept over him as he blessed the giver of oblivion. The next day he roamed through the valley, standing beside the sources of the Arveion, where a glacier slowly advanced to barricade the valley. Vast mountains rose before him. The icy glacier wall overhung him. Shattered pines scattered about. The solemn silence was broken only by brawling waves, the thunder of avalanches, and the cracking of accumulated ice. These sublime scenes offered him the greatest consolation he could receive, elevating him from pettiness and subduing his grief without removing it. They diverted his mind from the thoughts that had consumed him. That night his sleep was attended by the grand shapes he had contemplated: snowy peaks, glittering pinnacles, pine woods, ragged ravines, eagles soaring, all gathered around him, bidding him be at peace. But the next morning, all inspiration had fled with sleep. Dark melancholy clouded his thoughts as rain poured in torrents and thick mists hid the mountain summits, hiding the faces of his mighty friends. He resolved to penetrate their veil and seek them in their cloudy retreats. His mule was brought, and he set out for the summit of Manon Verte, remembering the sublime ecstasy the ever-moving glacier had once inspired. He chose to go without a guide, familiar with the path, not wanting anyone to intrude on the solitary grandeur. The ascent was precipitous but manageable through winding paths. The scene was terrifically desolate, trees broken and strewn by winter avalanches, some destroyed, others bent against rocks. Higher up, the path was intersected by snow ravines, where stones constantly rolled down. One was particularly dangerous, as even a loud voice could trigger destruction. The somber pines added severity to the scene. Below, vast mists rose from rivers, curling around mountains whose summits were hidden in clouds, while rain poured from the dark sky. He reflected on man's sensibilities, which made them more vulnerable than brutes. If their impulses were only hunger and thirst, they might be nearly free, but instead they were moved by every wind and chance word. He reached the summit near noon and sat on a rock overlooking the sea of ice, mist covering it and the mountains. A breeze dissipated the cloud, and he descended onto the glacier. The surface was wildly uneven, rising and falling like a troubled sea, interspersed with deep rifts. The ice field was nearly a league wide, and he spent almost 2 hours crossing it. Opposite stood a bare, perpendicular rock, and beyond it Mont Blanc rose in awful majesty. He remained in a rock recess, gazing at the stupendous scene. The vast river of ice winding among mountains whose aerial summits hung over its recesses, their icy peaks shining over the clouds. His sorrowful heart swelled with something like joy as he called out to wandering spirits, asking for this faint happiness or to take him from life's joys. As he spoke, he suddenly saw a figure approaching with superhuman speed, leaping over crevices he had cautiously navigated. The approaching stature exceeded human measure. Troubled, a mist came over his eyes, but the cold mountain breeze revived him. As the shape came nearer, a sight tremendous and abhorred, he recognized the wretch he had created. Rage and horror consumed him, and he resolved to wait and close with him in mortal combat. The creature's face expressed bitter anguish, disdain, and malignity, its ugliness almost too horrible to behold. But Victor scarcely noticed. Rage and hatred had first deprived him of speech, and when he recovered, he overwhelmed the demon with furious denunciation, calling him devil, commanding him to be gone or be trampled to dust, wishing he could restore his victims by extinguishing the creature's existence. The demon responded that he had expected such a reception, asking how he could not be hated when all men hated the wretched. He reminded Victor that he, the Creator, was bound to him by ties only death could sever. He demanded Victor do his duty, promising peace if his conditions were met, threatening to glut death with the blood of Victor's remaining friends if refused. Victor's rage exploded. The creature's crimes deserved worse than hell's tortures. He sprang upon him, driven by every impulse of mortal enmity. The demon easily eluded him, urging him to be calm and listen, pointing out that he had suffered enough. Life was dear to him, and he would defend it, being more powerful and agile. He offered to be mild and docile if Victor performed his duty, pleading not to be trampled on when he, more than any other, deserved justice and clemency. He reminded him he was his creature, meant to be his Adam, but instead the fallen angel driven from joy. Everywhere he saw bliss from which he alone was excluded. Misery had made him a fiend, but happiness would restore virtue. Victor refused to hear him, declaring them enemies and challenging him to a fight to the death. The demon continued to plead, insisting he had been benevolent, his soul glowing with love, but he was alone and abhorred by his Creator and all mankind. He had wandered the deserts and glaciers, his only refuge the caves of ice. He hated those who hated him, but promised to leave them in peace if Victor would recompense him. He begged Victor to listen to his tale before condemning him, as human laws allowed even the guilty to speak in their own defense. Victor accused him of murder, yet would destroy his own creature with a clear conscience. Victor refused to engage, cursing the day of his creation and the hands that formed him, declaring the demon had made him wretched beyond expression and left him no power to consider justice. He demanded the creature be gone and relieve him of the sight of his detested form. The demon did as he promised, blocking Victor's view with his hated hands before removing them, declaring he would spare his Creator the sight he abhorred. He implored Victor to listen and grant him compassion, demanding this by the virtues he once possessed. He invited him to a mountain hut to hear his long and strange tale, assuring him there was still time before sunset. The decision, he declared, rested entirely with Victor, whether he would leave humanity forever and live harmlessly, or become the scourge of mankind and the cause of Victor's own ruin. The demon led the way across the ice, and Victor followed, his heart full and silent. He weighed the demon's arguments and resolved to listen, partly from curiosity, partly from compassion. He had believed this being murdered his brother and sought confirmation or denial. For the first time, he also felt the weight of a creator's duties toward his creature, realizing he should have tried to make him happy before complaining of his wickedness. These motives compelled him. They crossed the ice, ascended the opposite rock, and entered a small hut as rain began to fall. The demon exultant, Victor heavy-hearted. He consented to listen and seated himself by the fire his odious companion had kindled. The demon began his tale, confessing the difficulty of recalling his origin. All seemed confused and indistinct. A strange multiplicity of sensations had seized him. He saw, felt, heard, and smelled simultaneously, and it took him a long time to distinguish between his senses. He remembered a strong light pressing upon his nerves, forcing him to shut his eyes. Then darkness troubled him until he opened them again. He walked and believed he descended, finding himself free to wander without obstacles. The light grew oppressive, the heat wearying, so he sought shade in the forest near Ingolstadt, where he rested by a brook. Hunger and thirst soon tormented him, rousing him from his dormant state. He ate berries and drank from the brook, then slept. He awoke in the dark, cold, and half-frightened, desolate and helpless. Before leaving Victor's apartment, he had covered himself with clothes, but they were insufficient against the night's dew. He knew nothing, could distinguish nothing, and sat down weeping as pain assailed him. Soon a gentle light appeared in the heavens, the moon, giving him pleasure. He rose, followed its light, and continued searching for berries. Finding a huge cloak under a tree, he covered himself and sat down, his mind still a blur of confused sensations: light, hunger, thirst, darkness, ringing sounds, and various scents. Only the bright moon was distinct, and he fixed his eyes on it with pleasure. Several days passed, and he began to distinguish his sensations. He saw the clear stream and the trees clearly, and discovered that the pleasant sounds he heard came from small winged creatures, birds. He observed the forms around him more accurately and tried to imitate the birds' songs, but failed. When he tried to express his sensations in his own voice, the uncouth sounds that emerged frightened him into silence. The moon waxed and waned, and his sensations became more distinct as his mind absorbed new ideas daily. He could distinguish insects from herbs and one herb from another, recognizing that sparrows uttered harsh notes while blackbirds and thrushes sang sweetly. One cold day he found a fire left by wandering beggars and was delighted by its warmth. In his joy, he thrust his hand into the embers and quickly withdrew it with a cry of pain. How strange that the same cause should produce such opposite effects! Examining the fire, he found it was wood. He collected branches, but they were wet and wouldn't burn. Watching the operation, he saw that wet wood placed near the heat dried and became inflamed, so he gathered wood to dry and have a plentiful supply. That night, fearing the fire would extinguish, he covered it carefully and slept. In the morning, he uncovered the fire and fanned it to flame with a branch fan. He discovered fire also gave light and was useful for food. Some roasted offal left by travelers tasted better than berries. He tried cooking his own food, finding berries spoiled but nuts and roots improved. Food grew scarce, and he often searched in vain for acorns. He resolved to leave, though he lamented losing the fire he had obtained by accident and could not reproduce. Wrapping himself in his cloak, he traveled toward the setting sun for 3 days until he reached open country. A heavy snowfall had covered the fields in uniform white, and his feet grew chilled. Around 7 in the morning, hungry and seeking shelter, he found a small shepherd's hut. He examined it with curiosity and entered. An old man sat near a fire preparing breakfast. Hearing the noise, he turned, saw him, and fled across the fields with surprising speed. The demon was enchanted by the hut, dry and protected from snow and rain. a divine retreat compared to his previous suffering. He devoured the shepherd's breakfast remnants, and overcome by fatigue, lay down among the straw and slept. The creature woke at midday, sunlight blazing across the snow-blanketed ground and drawing him from his restless sleep. The warmth coaxed him to move again. He gathered what remained of the shepherd's abandoned meal into a coarse bag he had found, then set out across the fields, walking for hours as the sun traced its long arc overhead. By sunset, he reached the outskirts of a village. He stopped, stunned. The sight of it struck him with a force he couldn't name. Clustered huts, neat cottages with smoke rising, and beyond them, proper houses with sharp roof lines and glass in their windows. Each structure seemed more miraculous than the last. His eyes swept over vegetable gardens heavy with produce, and he caught sight of milk and cheese set on windowsills, their presence sending a dull ache through his stomach. Hunger won over caution. He chose one of the finer cottages and pushed through the door. He barely had a foot inside before the children erupted in shrieks, high, piercing sounds that cut through the room. A woman collapsed, her body folding without warning. The commotion spread outward like ripples, the whole village coming alive with shouts and running feet. Some fled from him, others closed in, their faces twisting with fear that curdled into aggression. Stones flew, then sticks and shards of pottery, and anything they could throw. He ran, battered, retreating across open country until the village was a distant smudge, and his body throbbed with the punishment of their missiles. He found a low hovel attached to the back of a neat cottage, a crude, roofless lean-to of rough wood, so cramped he could barely sit upright inside it. After the ordered beauty of the houses he glimpsed, it looked like a beggar's grave. But it was dry, and the gaps in its walls let in only wind, not the deeper cold. He crawled in, grateful beyond reason for this miserable shelter from weather and from the savagery of human hands. At dawn, he crept out to inspect his surroundings properly. The hovel pressed against the cottage's rear wall, flanked on its open sides by a pigsty and a clear, still pool. A gap in the structure had let him enter, but now he sealed every opening with stones and wood, leaving only what he could shift if he needed to leave. Light found its way through the pigsty's slats, faint but enough. He gathered clean straw to cover the raised, dry floor, which stayed warm from the cottage chimney's nearness. He had already secured his breakfast, a coarse loaf he had stolen, and a cup for drawing water from the nearby stream. He saw a man moving in the distance, and the memory of the previous night's beating kept him low and hidden. He decided then to stay, to make this cramped den his place until something forced him out. Compared to the dripping, dark forest where he had first stumbled into existence, this was a paradise. He ate his bread with something approaching satisfaction, and was reaching to lift a plank for water when a footfall made him freeze. Through a crack in his wall, he saw a young woman pass by, a pail balanced on her head. She was plainly dressed, coarse blue skirt, simple linen jacket, with fair hair braided but unadorned. Her face held a quiet patience touched with sadness. He watched her disappear around the cottage, and then return a quarter-hour later, the pail now sloshing with milk. She walked with the weight of it, and a young man met her on the path, his own features marked by an even deeper melancholy. He spoke a few words, gently took the pail from her, and carried it inside. She followed. The man later emerged with tools, crossing the field behind the cottage, while the girl busied herself between house and yard. Examining his shelter more closely, the creature discovered that one of the cottage windows had once extended into his space, but the glass had been filled in with wood, leaving only a hairline crack. He pressed his eye to it and found himself looking into a small, whitewashed room, clean but sparse. An old man sat in a corner near a low fire, his head bowed into his hands. The young woman moved about, tidying, then drew something from a drawer and sat beside him. The old man picked up an instrument, a guitar, the creature would later learn, and began to play. The sounds that came from it were sweeter than any bird he had ever heard. The sight struck him with strange force. The old man's silver hair and gentle face stirred something like reverence in his chest, while the girl's quiet grace pulled at him with a tenderness he didn't understand. The melody was sad, and he saw tears gather in the girl's eyes, running down her cheeks until she began to sob. The old man set down the instrument, spoke softly to her, and she knelt at his feet. He lifted her, smiling with such warmth that the creature felt a sensation unlike any he had known, a bewildering mix of pain and pleasure, sharper than hunger, more profound than the heat of fire. He pulled back from the crack, overwhelmed. Later, the young man returned with firewood on his shoulders. The girl met him at the door, helped him with his load, and fed some of the fuel into the hearth. They withdrew to a corner, and he showed her a large loaf and a wedge of cheese. She smiled, then went to the garden for roots and greens, which she rinsed and set to cook. She returned to her work while he dug and pulled vegetables in the garden. After an hour, she joined him, and they entered the cottage together. The old man, who had sat in brooding silence, brightened at their return. They shared a meal quickly, and then the young woman tidied again, while the old man walked outside, leaning on the youth's arm, the sun catching his silver hair. The creature watched, transfixed by the contrast. The old man's benevolent, weathered face, and the young man's graceful symmetry, his features perfect but weighted with an unshakable sadness. The old man went back inside, and the youth took different tools and crossed the fields. Night fell, but to the creature's astonishment, the cottage remained alive. The family lit small tapers that pushed back the dark, prolonging his pleasure in watching them. The girl and the young man busied themselves with tasks he didn't recognize, and the old man took up his instrument again, filling the night with those divine sounds. When he finished, the youth began to speak in a strange, flat monotone, not the music of the guitar, nor like birdsong, but something else entirely. Only later would the creature understand that he was reading aloud. At that moment, it was just another mystery, another piece of this alien, beautiful world. After a short time, the lights went out. The cottage fell silent. The creature lay back on his straw, the warmth from the chimney seeping through the planks, and understood that they had gone to rest. He had a home now, however small, a place to watch, to learn, to dream. And for the first time, he did not feel entirely alone. He lay on his straw, but sleep wouldn't come. The day's events churned through his mind, above all the gentleness of the cottage family. He felt a desperate pull toward them, a longing to step into their warmth, but fear held him fast. The memory of the villagers' cruelty was too fresh, their stones and screams still vivid. He resolved to stay hidden, to watch and learn, to uncover the hidden reasons behind their actions. Before sunrise, the cottagers stirred. The young woman set the house in order and prepared food. The young man left after the morning meal. The day followed the same rhythm as the one before, the youth working outside, the girl laboring within, and the old man, whom the creature soon realized was blind, passing his hours in quiet contemplation or with his instrument. The devotion the younger two showed their elder was absolute. Every small act of care performed with tenderness, met with his warm, approving smiles. Yet unhappiness clung to them. The creature often saw the young man and woman withdraw together, their faces streaked with tears. He could find no reason for their sorrow. They had a comfortable home, warm fire, good clothes, and the deep comfort of each other's company. If even these lovely beings knew misery, then his own wretchedness seemed less strange. Still, the question gnawed at him. What caused their pain? The answer came slowly through patient watching. Poverty. It was poverty that pressed down on them. Their diet was nothing but garden vegetables, and the meager milk from a single cow that gave little in winter. Several times he witnessed the younger two place food before the old man, while taking none for themselves, their hunger written in the hollows of their cheeks. This kindness struck him deeply. He had been stealing from their stores at night, but once he understood the cost to them, he stopped. He subsisted instead on berries, nuts, and roots he gathered from the nearby wood, and he found another way to help. The youth spent hours each day collecting firewood, so the creature began taking his tools at night, learning their use, and bringing back enough fuel for several days. The first time the young woman opened the door to find a pile of wood, astonishment flooded her face. She called out, and the youth came running, equally amazed. The creature watched with quiet pleasure as the young man spent that day not in the forest, but repairing the cottage and tending the garden. More profound discoveries followed. He realized the cottagers communicated through sounds, words that caused joy or pain, smiles or sorrow in their listeners. The science of language seemed godlike to him, and he burned to master it. But at first, every attempt failed. Their speech was too swift, too disconnected from visible objects for him to grasp. Yet he persisted, and over several lunar cycles he began to match sounds to things: fire, milk, bread, wood. He learned their names too. The young man was Felix, sometimes brother or son. The young woman Agatha or sister. The old man simply father. The thrill of understanding, of being able to shape those sounds himself, was almost unbearable. The winter passed this way. He grew deeply attached to his human neighbors, his moods rising and falling with theirs. When strangers visited, their coarse manners only highlighted the family's refinement. He noticed how the old man tried to lift his children's spirits, speaking with a cheerful warmth that comforted even him, hidden in his hole. Agatha listened respectfully, often wiping away tears, but her face lightened after her father's words. Felix, though, remained the saddest. His sorrow seemed deeper than the others, his voice paradoxically more cheerful when he addressed the old man, as if masking his own pain. Small gestures revealed their gentle natures. Felix would bring Agatha the first white flower of spring, clear snow from her path, draw water from the well. He would find his woodpile mysteriously replenished and wonder at the invisible hand. The creature saw this wonder and felt a secret satisfaction. When Felix read aloud, the creature was baffled at first, but gradually he understood that marks on paper stood for the same sounds as spoken words. He yearned to crack this code too, though he knew he must master the spoken language first. Only then could he reveal himself, hope that his words might make the cottagers see past his monstrous form. He had seen his own reflection in a pool. The horror of it nearly crushed him. But he didn't yet understand the full weight of that deformity. Spring melted the snow, revealing bare earth and new growth. Felix found more work. The threat of famine faded, and the garden flourished. When rain fell, a word he learned for the water that poured from the sky, the old man stayed inside. When the sun returned, he walked with his son's arm for support. The creature maintained his routine, watching through the morning, sleeping while they worked, observing again in the afternoon. At night he gathered his own food and the family's fuel, performing small kindnesses they attributed to some good spirit. His mind grew restless with questions. Why was Felix so miserable? Why Agatha so sad? Foolish creature that he was, he dreamed of bringing them happiness, of stepping out of shadow and into their lives. He imagined their rejection, and then their gradual acceptance, won by gentle words and patient kindness. He imagined their love. These fantasies drove him to study language with renewed fervor. His voice was harsh, nothing like their soft music, but his organs were flexible, and he could pronounce what he learned with reasonable ease. Like a gentle ass compared to a pampered lapdog, he thought, deserving better than the blows and curses he had received. The earth transformed. Spring rain and gentle warmth turned barren ground into a carpet of green, and people who had seemed to hibernate in caves emerged to work the soil. Birds sang with new vigor, leaves unfurled on every branch. The creature felt his own spirits lift at the sight, the bleak world he had known giving way to something lush and alive. The past receded, the present felt almost peaceful, and the future shimmered with fragile hope. Spring advanced quickly, clear skies and warm days replacing the gloom. He marveled at the change. Places that had been desert now burst with flowers. His senses drank in 1,000 sweet scents and beautiful sights, each one a gift he had never expected. One afternoon, the cottagers rested from their labors. The old man played his guitar while Felix and Agatha listened, but the creature noticed Felix's face, shadowed by a melancholy so deep it seemed to choke him. Sigh after sigh escaped. The old man paused, asked something with a gesture, and Felix answered in a voice too cheerful to be genuine. The father was about to resume playing when a knock came at the door. A woman on horseback appeared, a countryman guiding her. She wore a dark traveling dress and a heavy black veil. Agatha asked something, and the stranger spoke a single word in a musical voice. Felix's name. At the sound, Felix rushed forward. The woman threw back her veil, and the creature saw a face of astonishing beauty. Raven black hair in elaborate braids, dark but gentle eyes, delicate features, fair skin touched with pink at the cheeks. Felix's sorrow vanished in an instant. His face transformed with ecstatic joy, eyes sparkling, cheeks flushing. The creature thought him as beautiful as the stranger in that moment. She wept silently, then extended her hand. Felix kissed it with rapture, calling her his sweet Arabian. She didn't seem to understand his words, but smiled. He helped her dismount, dismissed her guide, and led her inside. She knelt at the old man's feet, reaching for his hand, but he raised and embraced her instead. The creature soon realized that the stranger had her own language, and the cottagers didn't understand her, nor she them. They communicated with gestures, but her presence alone seemed to dissolve their sadness. Felix glowed with happiness. Agatha kissed the newcomer's hands and gestured toward her brother as if to say his sorrow had ended with her arrival. The hours passed in wordless joy. That evening, Agatha and the stranger, whose name the creature soon learned was Safie, retired early. Felix lingered with his father, speaking long into the night. The creature heard Safie's name repeated often and ached to understand their conversation, but the words slipped through his grasp. The next morning, Felix went to work. Safie sat at the old man's feet, took up his guitar, and played music so enchanting it brought tears to the creature's eyes. Tears of sorrow and delight mingled. Her voice rose and fell like a nightingale's, rich and full. When she finished, she offered the instrument to Agatha, who at first refused, then played a simpler tune, singing in sweet but less extraordinary tones. The old man was enraptured, expressing through gestures his delight at her music. The days that followed were peaceful, sadness replaced by joy. Safie was always cheerful, and both she and the creature threw themselves into learning the cottagers' language. Within 2 months, the creature found himself understanding most of what his protectors said, his progress outpacing Safie's, who still spoke hesitantly while he grasped almost every word. He also learned to read, as Felix taught Safie from a book called The Ruins of Empires. Felix explained everything carefully, and through his lessons the creature gained a sweeping view of human history. The laziness of Asiatics, the brilliance of Greeks, the valor and decline of Romans, the rise of chivalry and Christianity, the discovery of the New World, and the sorrowful fate of its people. The knowledge stirred strange, conflicting feelings in him. How could humanity be so noble and so base at once, so glorious and so vicious? He admired virtue, but could not understand how one person could murder another or why laws existed at all. When he learned of violence and bloodshed, his wonder curdled into disgust. The cottager's conversations opened more doors. He learned about property and wealth, rank and noble blood, and the bitter truth that without these things, a person was nothing. He turned these lessons on himself. He had no family, no money, no status. His body was hideously deformed, not even truly human. He was faster, stronger, more resistant to extremes than any man, but also utterly alone. He saw no one like him, heard of no creature who shared his nature. He was a monster, a blot, fled from and disowned by all. The agony of these thoughts was unbearable. Knowledge only deepened his sorrow. He wished he had never left his forest, never known more than hunger and thirst. Understanding clung to him like lichen to rock, impossible to shake. He sometimes wished for death, though he feared it too. He admired the virtues of his cottagers, loved their gentle ways, but their kindness was never for him. Agatha's words, Safie's smiles, the old man's wisdom, Felix's lively talk, all of it belonged to a world he could only watch from the shadows. He learned other things as well. The difference between sexes, how children were born and raised, how parents doted on their infants, how families grew and loved. He learned of brothers and sisters, of all the bonds that tied people together. And he understood with fresh anguish that he had none of these. No father had watched over him. No mother had smiled at him. He had come into being as he was now, full-grown and utterly alone, with no past, no ties, no one who had ever loved him. The question returned to him with crushing weight. Where were his friends, his family? No father had watched over his infancy. No mother had ever smiled on him. His past was a blank, a void in which he could distinguish nothing. He had always been, as he was now, full-grown, towering, alone. He had never seen another being like himself. What was he? The question had no answer but a groan. He would explain where these feelings led soon enough, but for now he turned back to the cottagers, their story stirring indignation, delight, and wonder in him, all resolving into deeper love for these people he had begun, in a painful self-deception, to call his protectors. Time passed before he learned their history. When it came, it gripped him completely, a tale of loss and injustice that mirrored his own isolation. The old man's name was de Lacy. He came from a good French family, once affluent and respected. His son raised to serve his country, Agatha, moving in the highest circles. Only months before the creature's arrival, they had lived in Paris, surrounded by friends, enjoying everything that virtue and refinement could provide. Their ruin came through Safie's father, a Turkish merchant who had lived in Paris for years until he fell out of favor with the government. The very day his daughter arrived from Constantinople to join him, he was arrested, tried, and condemned to death. The sentence was plainly unjust. His religion and wealth, not any real crime, were the cause. All Paris knew it. Felix had been at the trial by chance. When he heard the verdict, horror and rage overtook him, and he vowed to rescue the condemned man. After many failed attempts to reach the prison, he discovered a grated window in an unguarded part of the building that lit the Turk's dungeon. Felix visited at night, making his intentions known. The Turk, amazed and grateful, offered wealth as reward, but Felix refused with contempt, until he saw Safie permitted to visit her father, whose gestures of gratitude moved him deeply. He admitted to himself that the captive possessed a treasure worth any risk. The Turk quickly saw the impression his daughter had made. He promised Felix her hand in marriage once he was safely away. Felix was too honorable to accept outright, but he looked forward to the match as the fulfillment of his happiness. In the days that followed, Safie found a way to write to Felix, using an old servant who understood French. Her letters thanked him with passionate gratitude and gently lamented her own uncertain fate. The creature had since found writing materials and had made copies of these letters. They proved the truth of his tale. Safie's story, as she had told it, was this. Her mother had been a Christian Arab, seized and enslaved by Turks. Her beauty won her the heart of Safie's father, who married her. The mother, born free, despised her bondage and raised Safie to value intellect and independence, forbidden to Muslim women. She died young, but her lessons stayed with Safie, who dreaded returning to Asia and the confinement of a harem. The prospect of marrying a Christian and living in a country where women had rank and freedom was enchanting to her. The night before the Turk's execution, he escaped, thanks to Felix's preparations. Felix had procured passports in his own name and those of his father and sister. De Lacy had aided the deception, pretending to journey away while secretly hiding with Agatha in an obscure part of Paris. Felix then guided the fugitives through France across Mont Cenis to Leghorn, where the Turk planned to await passage to his homeland. Safie remained with her father, and the Turk renewed his promise of her hand to Felix. The young lovers spent their days together, conversing through an interpreter and sometimes through looks alone, while Safie sang her native songs for him. The Turk encouraged this intimacy, raising the lovers' hopes. But his heart held other plans. He loathed the idea of his daughter marrying a Christian, yet he feared offending Felix, who still had the power to betray him. He schemed to prolong the deception until he could escape with Safie secretly. Then news came from Paris. The French government, enraged by the escape, hunted relentlessly for the deliverer. Felix's role was discovered, and De Lacy and Agatha were thrown into prison. The news shattered Felix's happiness. His blind, aged father and gentle sister languished in a foul dungeon while he enjoyed freedom and love. The thought was torture. He arranged with the Turk that if Safie's father found a way to escape before Felix could return, Safie would stay at a convent in Leghorn. Then, leaving the Arabian behind, he hurried back to Paris and surrendered himself to the law, hoping to free his family. He had not succeeded. For 5 months his father and sister remained confined, and when the trial finally came, it stripped them of their fortune and condemned them to perpetual exile from France. They found a wretched refuge in the German cottage where the creature now watched them. Then Felix learned the full extent of the Turk's treachery. The man for whom they had sacrificed everything, upon hearing of his deliverer's ruin, abandoned all honor and decency, fleeing Italy with his daughter and sending Felix only a contemptible sum of money, as if that could compensate for the destruction of his family. The ingratitude and the loss of Safie had broken Felix. He could have borne poverty gladly if it had been the reward of virtue, but this betrayal was a wound too deep. Safie's arrival had restored him. When news reached Leghorn that Felix had lost his wealth and station, the Turk commanded his daughter to forget her lover and prepare to return home. Safie's generous spirit rebelled. She tried to argue, but her father left in anger, repeating his harsh order. Days later, he told her they must flee. His refuge in Leghorn had been discovered. He had hired a ship to Constantinople and would sail within hours, leaving her with a servant to follow later with the rest of his property. Alone, Safie made her decision. The thought of life in Turkey repelled her. Her religion, her very soul recoiled from it. Through papers she found, she learned where her exiled lover now lived. After some hesitation, she took jewels and money, left Italy with an attendant who knew Turkish, and set out for Germany. She reached a town near the De Lacy's cottage safely, but her attendant grew dangerously ill. Safie nursed her devotedly, yet the woman died, leaving the Arabian alone in a strange land, unable to speak the language. Fortunately, the innkeeper where they had stayed had heard the name of their destination, and after the servant's death, she ensured Safie reached her lover's cottage. The creature absorbed this story deeply. It showed him human virtue and human vice. and he found himself admiring the de Lacy's nobility while deploring the cruelty of the world that had crushed them. Crime still seemed a distant evil to him, while benevolence shone close at hand, inspiring in him a longing to act, to participate in this human drama. Then one night in early August, while gathering wood and food, he found a leather portmanteau on the ground containing clothes and books. He seized it eagerly and returned to his hovel. The books were in the language he had been learning: Paradise Lost, a volume of Plutarch's Lives, and The Sorrows of Werther. The treasure thrilled him, and he studied them constantly while his protectors worked. Their effect was overwhelming. They flooded him with new images and feelings, lifting him to ecstasy one moment, plunging him into despair the next. Werther opened whole worlds of speculation. Its gentle domestic scenes, its lofty sentiments, resonated with what he had observed among the cottagers. But Werther himself seemed more divine than any being he had ever imagined, his character so deep, so unpretending. The meditations on death and suicide filled him with wonder. He wept for Werther's end without fully understanding it. He found himself applying everything he read to his own condition. He was similar to these human beings, yet terrifyingly different. He sympathized with them, understood them in part, but his mind remained unformed. He had no one depending on him, no one to mourn him. His body was hideous, his stature monstrous. Who was he? Where did he come from? What was he meant for? The questions circled endlessly, never answered. Plutarch had a different effect. Where Werther gave him despondency, Plutarch lifted him with high thoughts, the heroes of ancient republics, men who governed or fought for their people. He learned of kingdoms, vast lands, mighty rivers, endless seas, though towns and crowds remained beyond his experience. The cottage was his only school, but Plutarch showed him grander stages of action. He felt a fierce admiration for virtue and abhorrence of vice, and found himself drawn to peaceable lawgivers rather than warrior kings. His protectors' gentle, patriarchal lives made these impressions take deep root. But Paradise Lost moved him most of all. He read it as true history, its tale of an omnipotent God warring with his creatures, stirring awe and wonder. He saw parallels everywhere. Like Adam, he had no connection to any other being. But Adam had been a perfect creature, happy, guarded by his Creator, allowed to speak with higher beings. He, by contrast, was wretched, helpless, utterly alone. He often saw Satan as the truer emblem of his condition, for when he looked on the bliss of his protectors, bitter envy rose in his heart like gall. Then came the final blow. In the pocket of the clothes he had taken from the laboratory, he discovered papers, the journal of the 4 months before his creation. At first he had neglected them, but now he could read, and he studied them closely. They detailed every step of his making, every disgusting circumstance, every word that painted his Creator's horror and made his own deformity indelible. He sickened as he read. The day he received life seemed hateful. Why had his Creator formed a monster so hideous that even its maker turned from it in disgust? God had made man beautiful, but his own form was a filthy mockery, made worse by its resemblance to humanity. Satan had fellow devils to admire him, companions in his fall, but he was utterly alone. These were the thoughts that filled his hours of despair. But when he looked at the cottagers, their kindness, their gentle natures, hope stirred again. Surely, if they knew how much he admired their virtues, they would pity him and look past his deformity. Could they really turn away someone who came seeking compassion, no matter how monstrous he appeared? He resolved not to give up, but to prepare himself for the encounter that would decide everything. He delayed for months, terrified of failure, and also aware that his understanding grew with each passing day. He wanted to be as ready as possible. Changes came to the cottage. Safie's presence brought happiness and a new abundance. Felix and Agatha had more time for pleasure and conversation, even servants to help with work. They were not wealthy, but they were content, serene. While his own feelings grew more turbulent with every passing day, knowledge only made him more aware of his wretched isolation. Hope flickered, but it died whenever he saw his reflection in water or his shadow in moonlight, that frail, monstrous image. He tried to crush his fears and steel himself for the trial ahead. Sometimes he let his imagination run free, dreaming of lovely creatures who would sympathize with him, angelic faces smiling consolation. But it was all a dream. No Eve came to share his sorrows. He was alone. Adam had his Creator to plead with. But where was his? His Creator had abandoned him, and in his bitterness, he cursed the man who made him. Autumn passed. He watched the leaves decay and fall with a strange grief, the world returning to the barrenness he had first known. The cold didn't trouble him. His body was made for it, but he missed the flowers, the birds, the bright garments of summer. When they vanished, he turned his attention more fully to the cottagers. Their happiness didn't fade with the season. They loved each other, their joys intertwined. The more he watched, the more he yearned to be known and loved by them, to see their affectionate looks turned toward him. That became his dearest ambition. He couldn't believe they would reject him with disdain. The poor were never turned from their door. He needed more than food or rest. He needed kindness and sympathy, and he didn't believe himself unworthy of it. Winter came, a full year since his awakening. His plan consumed him. He would approach the blind old man when he was alone. He had learned that his hideousness was what horrified people most. His voice, though harsh, carried no terror. If he could win de Lacy's goodwill, the old man might mediate with the others. One day, under a sun that gave no warmth but painted the fallen red leaves with cheerfulness, Felix, Agatha, and Safie left for a long walk. The old man remained alone. He took up his guitar, playing mournful, sweet airs, more beautiful and sad than any the creature had heard. His face shone with pleasure at first, then grew thoughtful and sorrowful. He set the instrument aside, lost in reflection. The creature's heart pounded. This was the moment, the trial that would decide everything. The servants were at a fair. Silence surrounded the cottage, but when he moved to act, his limbs failed him. He sank to the ground. He forced himself up, gathered his resolve, removed the planks from his hovel, and stepped into the fresh air. With renewed determination, he approached the cottage door and knocked. The old man asked who was there, then invited him in. The creature entered, apologizing for the intrusion, explaining he was a traveler in need of rest by the fire. De Lacy welcomed him, but warned that his children were away, and, being blind, he might struggle to provide food. The creature assured him he had his own food. He only needed warmth and rest. He sat down, silence settling between them. Every minute felt precious, yet he hesitated, unsure how to begin. The old man spoke first, asking by his accent if he was French. The creature said no, but that he had been educated by a French family and understood only that language. He was on his way to seek protection from some friends he loved, hoping for their favor. The old man asked if they were German. He said no, they were French, but asked to change the subject. He confessed he was an unfortunate, deserted creature with no relation or friend on earth. The people he was going to had never seen him. He was full of fears that if he failed there, he would be an outcast forever. De Lacy encouraged him not to despair, speaking of the brotherly love and charity in human hearts when self-interest didn't cloud them. The creature explained that these friends were kind, the best creatures in the world, but prejudiced against him. He had good intentions, his life so far harmless, even beneficial, but a fatal prejudice made them see only a monster where they ought to see a friend. The old man asked if he couldn't undeceive them. The creature said he was about to try, and that was why he felt such terror. He loved these friends, had secretly shown them kindness for months, but they believed he wished to harm them. He wanted to overcome that prejudice. The old man asked where these friends lived. The creature answered, "Near this spot." De Lacy paused, then offered to help if the creature would confide in him fully. He was blind and couldn't judge by appearance, but the creature's words persuaded him of his sincerity. Though poor and exiled himself, he would take true pleasure in serving a fellow human being. He poured out his gratitude, calling the old man his only benefactor, the first voice of kindness he had ever known. De Lacy's humanity assured him of success with the friends he was about to meet. The old man asked for their names and residence. The creature paused. This was the decisive moment, the hinge on which his entire fate swung. He struggled for composure, but the effort drained him completely. He sank down, sobbing aloud. Then he heard footsteps. His younger protectors were returning. He seized the old man's hand, pleading for salvation, revealing that De Lacy and his family were the very friends he sought. The old man recoiled in shock, demanding to know who he was. The door burst open. Felix, Safie, and Agatha stood frozen. Horror twisted their faces. Agatha collapsed. Safie fled. Felix lunged forward with savage strength, tearing the creature from his father's knees and hurling him to the ground, beating him with a stick. The creature could have torn Felix apart like a lion rending its prey, but something inside him broke, a sickness of the soul, and he held back. When Felix raised the stick again, pain and anguish drove him from the cottage. He escaped through the chaos, back to his hovel. He cursed his creator, cursing the life that had been so carelessly given. Why hadn't he ended it then? Despair hadn't yet claimed him fully, only rage and a thirst for revenge. He could have destroyed the cottage and its inhabitants with pleasure, drowning in their screams. Night fell, and he left his hiding place. He roamed the woods, howling his anguish without fear of discovery, a wild beast broken free from its trap, crashing through the trees with unnatural speed. The cold stars mocked him, the bare branches waved overhead, a bird's sweet song pierced the silence. Everyone else was at rest, at peace, while he carried hell within him. He wanted to tear down the forest, spread ruin everywhere, then sit amidst the destruction and savor it. But the frenzy burned out. Exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed on the damp grass, weak and despairing. No one among all humanity would pity him. Why should he show kindness to his enemies? In that moment he declared eternal war on the human species, and above all, on the one who had made him and cast him into this unbearable misery. Day came. He heard voices and knew he couldn't return to his hovel. He hid in thick undergrowth, resolving to reflect on his situation. The sunshine and fresh air calmed him slightly. He considered what had happened and realized he had been too hasty, too imprudent. The old man had been won over. His mistake was showing himself to the horrified children. He should have prepared De Lacy gradually, then revealed himself to the others when they were ready. He decided his errors weren't irreparable, and resolved to return, seek out the old man, and persuade him. The decision calmed him. He fell into a deep sleep that afternoon, but his fevered blood brought only nightmares. The terrible scene replaying endlessly, the women fleeing, Felix tearing him away. He woke exhausted, found it was night, and crept out for food. When his hunger was satisfied, he made his way back to the cottage. All was quiet. He slipped into his hovel and waited for the family to rise. The hour came and went. The sun climbed higher. No one appeared. The cottage remained dark and still. He trembled, dread coiling in his stomach. Two countrymen passed by, pausing near the cottage to talk with violent gestures. He couldn't understand their language. Then Felix arrived with another man. The creature was surprised, having believed Felix was still inside. He watched anxiously, straining to catch their meaning. The other man pressed Felix about rent and the garden's produce, urging him to take time to reconsider. Felix refused absolutely. They could never inhabit the cottage again. His father's life was in danger, and his wife and sister would never recover from their horror. He would abandon the place and flee. Felix trembled as he spoke. They entered the cottage briefly, then left. The creature never saw the DeLacys again. The rest of the day passed in stunned, stupid despair. His protectors had left, breaking the only link that bound him to the world. For the first time, revenge and hatred flooded his chest, and he made no effort to control them. He let the current carry him toward thoughts of injury and death. But when he remembered DeLacey's gentle voice, Agatha's kind eyes, Safie's beauty, tears soothed him. Then the rejection returned, and anger blazed again. Unable to harm any human, he turned his fury on the cottage itself. As night fell, he piled combustibles around it, destroyed the garden, and waited for the moon to set. A fierce wind rose from the woods, whipping away the clouds, tearing through him like an avalanche and driving him past reason. He lit a dry branch and danced wildly around the doomed cottage, watching the moon's edge touch the horizon. When it sank, he screamed and set fire to the straw and brush he had gathered. The wind fed the flames, and soon the cottage was engulfed, fire licking at it with forked, destroying tongues. When he was certain nothing could be saved, he fled into the woods. Now the world lay before him. But where could he go? Hated and despised everywhere, every country seemed equally horrible. Then he thought of his creator. From Victor's papers, he had learned the name Geneva. Geography lessons from Felix had taught him the relative positions of countries. He resolved to journey toward that city, to find the man who had made him, and demand what he was owed. He faced the problem of navigation. He knew Geneva lay southwest, but the sun was his only guide. He didn't know the names of towns along the way, and he couldn't ask anyone for directions. Yet he didn't give up. His creator was his only hope for help, though he felt nothing but hatred toward him. This unfeeling maker had given him perceptions and passions, then cast him out as an object of scorn. But only from him could he claim any pity or justice. His journey was long and brutal. He left the district in late autumn, traveling only by night to avoid human eyes. Nature withered around him, the sun lost its warmth, rain and snow lashed at him, rivers froze, the ground became hard and bare. He cursed the cause of his being again and again. The gentleness he had once felt was gone, replaced by gall and bitterness. As he drew closer to Geneva, the spirit of revenge burned hotter in his heart. Snow fell, waters hardened, but he pressed on, guided by a few landmarks and a map he possessed, though he often strayed from his path. His agony gave him no rest. Every incident fed his rage and misery. Then on the borders of Switzerland, as spring returned and the earth greened again, an event crystallized his bitterness and horror. He usually rested by day, traveling only at night. But one morning, finding his path through a deep wood, he continued after sunrise. The first spring day, bright sunshine, balmy air, stirred feelings he thought long dead. He let himself be carried by them, forgetting his solitude and deformity, daring to feel happiness. Tears of thankfulness wet his cheeks as he raised his eyes to the blessed sun. He wandered through the wood until he reached a deep, rapid river, its banks lined with trees budding fresh green. He paused, unsure of his way, when he heard voices and hid beneath a cypress. A young girl came running toward him, laughing as if in play. She ran along the precipitous riverbank, slipped, and fell into the rushing current. He rushed out, and with immense effort dragged her to shore. She was unconscious, and he tried to revive her. But a peasant appeared, presumably the one she had been playing with. The man saw him, tore the girl from his arms, and fled into the woods. The creature followed, hardly knowing why, and the man fired a gun at him. He fell, wounded, his shoulder shattered, while his attacker escaped. This was his reward for saving a human life. He had rescued a child from death, and in return he writhed in agony from a bullet wound. The gentle feelings he had experienced moments before vanished, replaced by hellish rage. He vowed eternal hatred and vengeance against all mankind. But the pain overwhelmed him, and he fainted. For weeks he lingered in the woods, trying to heal the wound. The bullet had lodged in his shoulder. He had no way to remove it. His suffering was deepened by the sheer injustice and ingratitude of what had been done to him. He swore a deep, deadly revenge. The wound healed, and he continued his journey. But spring's warmth and beauty no longer brought him any solace. Joy had become a mockery, reminding him that he was not made for pleasure. 2 months later, he reached the outskirts of Geneva. It was evening. He found a hiding place among the fields to plan how to approach his creator. Fatigue and hunger crushed him. He was too unhappy to enjoy the gentle breeze or the sunset behind the Jura mountains. A brief sleep relieved his aching thoughts, but he was disturbed by a beautiful child running into his hiding place with childish playfulness. An idea seized him. This child was too young to have learned to fear deformity. If he could take him and raise him as a companion, he wouldn't be so alone in this populated world. He seized the boy as he passed. The child screamed, covering his eyes. The creature forced his hands away, trying to reassure him. He meant no harm, but the boy fought wildly, calling him a monster, an ugly wretch, an ogre, threatening to tell his father. The creature told him he would never see his father again. The boy boasted that his father was a syndic, Victor Frankenstein, who would punish him. At that name, the creature's rage exploded. This child belonged to his enemy, to the man he had sworn eternal vengeance against. The boy would be his first victim. When the boy's desperate struggles and insults only deepened his despair, he seized his throat, silencing him forever. He gazed at the dead child, exultation swelling in his chest. He too could create desolation. His enemy was not invulnerable. This death would carry despair to him, and 1,000 more miseries would follow. Then he saw something glittering on the boy's chest, a miniature portrait of a beautiful woman. Despite his malice, he was captivated. For a moment, he gazed with something like delight at her dark eyes and lovely lips. But then rage returned. He was forever deprived of such beauty. She, if she saw him, would turn from divine benevolence to disgust and terror. He left the murder scene, seeking a more secluded hiding place, and entered a barn that seemed empty. A young woman slept on straw, not as beautiful as the portrait, but fair and healthy. She was one of those whose smiles were given to everyone but him. He bent over her, whispering words of love, urging her to wake. She stirred, and terror flooded him. If she woke and saw him, she would curse him, denounce him. The thought was madness. The fiend within him rose. She would suffer instead. The crime he had committed was because he was forever robbed of what she could give her. She would pay for it. He placed the portrait in the folds of her dress. She moved again, and he fled. For days he lingered near the scene, sometimes wanting to see his creator, sometimes wishing to end his own miserable existence. At last he wandered toward the mountains, roaming their vast recesses, consumed by a burning desire that only his creator could fulfill. He would not leave until his demand was met. He was alone and miserable. No human would associate with him. But one as deformed and horrible as himself would not refuse him. His companion must share his species and his defects. This being Victor must create. The creature fell silent, his gaze fixed on Victor, awaiting an answer. But Victor's mind churned in confusion, unable to fully grasp the weight of what had been proposed. The creature pressed on, demanding a female companion, someone with whom he could share the sympathies essential to his existence. He claimed this as a right Victor could not refuse. The latter part of the creature's tale had reignited Victor's anger, which had cooled during the account of peaceful days among the cottagers. Now rage burst forth. He refused outright, declaring that no torture would force his consent. He would never create another being whose combined wickedness could devastate the world. He told the creature to leave. He had his answer. The fiend countered that Victor was wrong. He wasn't threatening, he was reasoning. He was malicious because he was miserable. Shunned and hated by all mankind, why should he show pity to those who showed none to him? If Victor could destroy him without hesitation, why should he respect humanity? He would avenge his injuries. If he couldn't inspire love, he would inspire fear. And toward his creator, he swore inextinguishable hatred. He would work toward Victor's destruction until his heart was desolate and he cursed his own birth. A horrifying rage twisted the creature's face, but he forced himself calm and continued. The passion harmed his cause. If anyone showed him kindness, he would return it 100-fold. What he asked was reasonable. A female as hideous as himself. They would be monsters cut off from the world, but they would have each other. Their lives wouldn't be happy, but they would be harmless. He begged Victor to make him happy, to let him feel gratitude for one benefit. Victor was moved. He shuddered at the possible consequences, but he saw justice in the creature's argument. The tale and the emotions expressed proved a creature of fine sensibilities. Didn't he, as maker, owe him whatever happiness he could bestow? Seeing the shift in Victor's feelings, the creature pressed on. If Victor consented, no human would ever see them again. They would vanish into the vast wilds of South America, living on acorns and berries, sleeping on dried leaves, harmless and content. Victor could deny this only through cruelty. He saw compassion in Victor's eyes. Let him seize the moment. Victor objected. The creature's longing for human sympathy would drive him back from exile, and with a companion his evil passions would only be renewed. The creature swore by the earth and by his creator that with a companion he would leave human habitation forever. His evil passions would flee, for he would have sympathy. His life would pass quietly, and he would die without cursing his maker. Victor felt a strange pull of pity. But whenever he looked at the filthy mass before him, horror and revulsion overwhelmed him. He tried to suppress it. If he couldn't sympathize, he had no right to withhold the small happiness he could give. He voiced his distrust. The creature had already shown malice, and this oath might be a trick to gain a wider scope for revenge. The creature demanded a serious answer. Without ties or affections, hatred and vice were his only lot. The love of another would destroy the cause of his crimes. His vices sprang from forced solitude. Virtues would arise when he had companionship. He would become linked to the chain of existence from which he was now excluded. Victor paused, weighing everything. The creature's early promise of virtue, the blight of that kindness by human loathing, his terrifying power. A being who could survive in ice caves and evade pursuit among inaccessible cliffs was not one he could defeat through force. After long reflection, he concluded that justice required compliance. He consented on the condition that the creature swear a solemn oath to leave Europe and all human inhabited places forever once he received his female companion. The creature swore by the sun, the sky, and the fire of love in his heart. If Victor granted his prayer, he would never behold him again. He urged Victor to return home and begin his labors, promising to watch their progress with unspeakable anxiety and to appear when the work was ready. Then, as if fearing a change of heart, he vanished, descending the mountain faster than an eagle's flight, quickly swallowed by the ice field's undulations. The tale had consumed the entire day. The sun hovered at the horizon as the creature departed. Victor knew he must descend before darkness fell, but his heart was heavy, his steps sluggish. Winding down the mountain paths, preoccupied with the day's events, he moved slowly. Night had fallen by the time he reached a resting place beside a fountain. Stars flickered through drifting clouds. Dark pines loomed before him, broken trees scattered on the ground. The solemn scene stirred strange, anguished thoughts. He wept bitterly, clasping his hands, crying out to the stars and clouds and winds. If they pitied him, they should crush sensation and memory, reduce him to nothing. If not, they should leave him to his darkness. The eternal twinkling of the stars weighed on him unbearably. Every blast of wind seemed like a deadly sirocco coming to consume him. Dawn broke before he reached the village of Chamouni. He took no rest, pushing on to Geneva. He couldn't articulate what he felt even to himself. It pressed on him like a mountain, its excess numbing the very agony it caused. When he entered his home and presented himself to his family, his haggard appearance alarmed them. But he answered no questions, barely spoke. He felt under a curse, unworthy of their sympathy, as if he could never again enjoy their company. Yet he loved them with adoration. To save them, he resolved to dedicate himself to the hateful task before him. The prospect of that work made everything else seem like a dream. Only that dark purpose felt real. The days bled into weeks back in Geneva, yet he could not summon the will to begin his abhorrent work again. He feared the creature's retribution, but a deeper, viscerally sickened revulsion to the task itself held him paralyzed. He knew the creation of a female companion would demand months of intense, solitary research, and he had heard rumors of an English philosopher whose discoveries were vital to his success. He considered, fleetingly, asking his father for permission to travel to England, but he clung to any excuse for delay, convincing himself that the necessity of his promise was perhaps not as absolute as it seemed. A strange restoration had taken hold of him. His health, once in steep decline, had returned, and his spirits lifted whenever the memory of his terrible oath did not drag him back into despair. His father noticed this improvement with deep relief, his thoughts turning to how he might dispel the fits of black melancholy that still descended upon him without warning. In those moments, he would retreat into perfect solitude, spending whole days adrift on the lake in a small boat, mute and inert, watching the clouds and the rippling water. Yet the sun and the clear air would eventually quiet his mind, and he would return home with a lighter heart, able to greet his family with a more genuine smile. It was after one such ramble that his father drew him aside. He spoke with a newfound hope, saying he was glad to see his son re-emerging, but noted that sorrow and avoidance of the family still lingered. He confessed a suspicion that had been growing in his mind, urging Victor to be truthful about the cause of his melancholy, warning that secrecy could only multiply their unhappiness. A violent tremor passed through Victor at these words, and his father pressed on, revealing his thoughts aloud. He admitted he had always looked forward to Victor's marriage to Elizabeth, believing them perfectly matched in temperament and affection. Yet now he worried that the very foundation of his own hopes might have been undone. He wondered if Victor perhaps saw Elizabeth only as a sister, or worse, had fallen in love with another and felt honor-bound to a match that no longer held his heart. This, his father feared, was the source of his son's profound misery. Victor was quick to reassure him, his response fervent. He declared his love for Elizabeth was true, that she inspired his deepest admiration, and that his every hope for the future was intertwined with her. The declaration brought visible relief to his father, who spoke again of their happiness, but insisted he was most troubled by the lingering shadow on Victor's mind. He asked directly if Victor would object to an immediate marriage, reasoning that, Despite recent sorrows, there was no impediment of fortune or future ambition that should delay the union. He hastened to add that he meant no pressure, insisting he would not dictate his son's happiness. But he pleaded for an honest answer. Victor listened in silence, his mind racing. The thought of marrying Elizabeth now, with the weight of his promise crushing him, filled him not with joy, but with horror. He was trapped. He could not break his vow, yet the prospect of celebrating his union while his monstrous duty remained undone was unthinkable. The creature must have its mate, and he must be free of its threat before he could allow himself to embrace that happiness. He also weighed his options for completing the work. He needed the knowledge of certain English scientists, but he recoiled from the thought of exchanging long, tedious letters. Worse still was the idea of performing his loathsome experiments in his father's house, so close to the family he sought to protect. He knew he would be unable to conceal the shock and horror on his face during the process. He would have to leave, to absent himself entirely until the task was finished. Once done, his promise fulfilled, the monster would vanish and his family would be safe. Perhaps he even allowed himself to imagine some accident would befall the creature, freeing him forever from this terrible bondage. His answer to his father was therefore carefully shaped. He insisted he had no desire to delay the marriage, but he wished to visit England first, claiming a need for fresh air and new experiences to fully recover his spirits. He concealed his true purpose, but his earnestness was so compelling that his father readily agreed, seeing his son's return to a life of activity as the surest cure for his insanity-like melancholy. The duration of his trip was left for him to decide. His father, acting in concert with Elizabeth, had already arranged for Clerval to meet him in Strasbourg and accompany him, a plan Victor could not refuse. He had craved the solitude to work, but he found he did not truly mind Clerval's presence. It might even be a shield, warding off the creature's intrusion and saving him from hours of his own maddening thoughts. So he was bound for England, the date of his wedding to Elizabeth set for his return. His father wanted no delay. For Victor, the only reward for his coming ordeal, the sole consolation for his unparalleled suffering, was the distant prospect of returning free, finally able to claim Elizabeth and lose himself in their union. He began to arrange his journey, but a fear haunted him. In his absence, his family would be helpless against the creature's wrath, a wrath Victor's departure might easily provoke. Yet the monster had sworn to follow him, a thought that was both terrifying and, he consoled himself, strangely reassuring, for it implied his family would be safe. He was ruled by impulse, and his present feeling was a strong conviction that the fiend would pursue him, leaving Geneva untouched. And so, at the end of September, he left his home. Elizabeth had agreed to the plan, but he saw the disquiet in her eyes, her fear for his suffering. She had been the one to ensure Clerval would be his companion, and yet, he reflected, he remained blind to the countless small anxieties that consumed her. She longed to urge a swift return, but her goodbye was a silent, tearful one. He climbed into the carriage, his destination almost meaningless to him, his surroundings a blur. His only thought, and it brought him bitter anguish, was the instruction to have his chemical instruments packed with him. He passed through the most beautiful and majestic landscapes, his eyes unseeing, his mind locked on the destination of his travels and the dreaded work that awaited him there. Languid days of travel brought him to Strasbourg, where he waited 2 days for Clerval. When his friend arrived, the contrast in their spirits was shattering. Henry was vibrant, enchanted by every new sight, exclaiming with joy at the beauty of the landscape. He tried to share his delight with Victor, commenting on the vividness of the scene in the sky. But Victor was blind to it all, his mind a prison of gloom, his only true sight the golden sunrise and evening star, as he missed them entirely, his thoughts on nothing but the curse that had choked all pleasure from his life. They had agreed to travel the Rhine by boat from Strasbourg to Rotterdam, where they would take a ship for London. The voyage carried them past willow-covered islands and pretty towns, with a stop at Mannheim before reaching Mainz on the fifth day. Below Mainz, the river's character transformed, cutting a rapid winding path between steep, beautifully shaped hills. Ruined castles crowned the cliffs, surrounded by dark, impenetrable woods. The landscape was a shifting kaleidoscope. One moment, savage crags and crumbling fortresses looming over the dark, rushing water. The next, a turn in the river would reveal gentle vineyards, green banks, and bustling towns. It was harvest time, and the songs of the workers drifted across the water. Even Victor, crushed by his ever-present gloom, felt a flicker of pleasure. He lay in the bottom of the boat, staring at the endless blue sky, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, a sense of tranquility seeped into him. He could only imagine the effect on Clerval, who seemed transported to a fairy tale realm, experiencing a joy few men ever know. Henry spoke of the sublime landscapes of Switzerland he had seen, the sheer mountains plunging into the lakes, the tempest that whipped the water into furious spouts, the tragic lore of avalanches and ghostly voices in the wind. But even those wonders, he declared, could not compare to the banks of this river. He saw in every castle, every village, every group of laborers emerging from the vines, a spirit more attuned to mankind than the cold majesty of their own alpine peaks. Victor, looking back on his beloved friend, felt a pang of profound loss. Clerval had been a creature of pure poetry, his wild imagination tempered by a deep and tender heart. He loved nature not with mere admiration, but with a consuming passion, finding in its sights and sounds an appetite and a love that needed no intellectual embellishment. The thought that this gentle, beautiful soul might be lost forever, that his mind, which had created a world of its own, might now only exist in Victor's shattered memory, was unbearable. Yet even as he mourned, he felt the spirit of his friend visiting and consoling him. Past Cologne, they descended into the flat plains of Holland, and finding the wind and current against them, took to posting the rest of the way. A few days brought them to Rotterdam, and from there they sailed for England. On a clear morning in late December, Victor first laid eyes on the white cliffs of Britain. The flat, fertile banks of the Thames were a new sight, every town steeped in history. They passed Tilbury Fort, remembering the Spanish Armada, and saw Gravesend, Woolwich, and Greenwich, names he had known of, even in his distant homeland. Finally, the countless spires of London rose before them, with St. Paul's dominating the skyline and the Tower of London, legendary in English history. London became their base, and they planned to stay for months. Henry was eager to meet the brilliant minds of the city, but for Victor, that was a secondary concern. His focus was solely on gathering the information he needed to fulfill his terrible promise, and he quickly used his letters of introduction to contact the most prominent natural philosophers. He knew that in his happier days, this journey would have been a source of infinite pleasure. Now his existence felt blighted, and he met these people only for the practical knowledge they could provide. Socializing was a torment. Only in solitude could he lose himself in the vast sights of nature or find temporary, self-deceptive peace in Henry's soothing voice. But the sight of happy, carefree faces only brought his despair crashing back. He felt an insurmountable wall between himself and humanity, a barrier drenched in the blood of William and Justine. In Clerval, he saw a ghost of his former self, inquisitive, eager for experience and knowledge. Henry was fascinated by the new customs he encountered, and he was pursuing his own long-held ambition, to travel to India, believing his linguistic skills and understanding of its society could aid European colonization and trade. Britain was the perfect place to advance this plan. Henry was constantly active, and the only damper on his enthusiasm was Victor's own dejected state. Victor tried to hide it, not wanting to spoil his friend's pleasure in this new, carefree chapter of his life. He often made excuses to decline Henry's invitations, preferring to be alone. He was now beginning to collect the materials for his new undertaking, and the very act of it felt like a torture, a slow, relentless dripping of agony onto his brain. Every thought, every word he spoke that even hinted at his purpose sent a tremor through his lips and a violent lurch in his heart. Months passed in London until a letter arrived from a Scottish acquaintance, a former visitor to Geneva. He praised the beauties of his homeland and invited them to travel as far north as Perth, where he lived. Clerval was enthusiastic, and even Victor, despite his loathing of company, felt a desire to see mountains and streams again. It was now February. They had arrived in October, and they decided to start their journey north in another month. Rather than take the direct road to Edinburgh, they planned a scenic route through Windsor, Oxford, Matlock, and the Cumberland Lakes, aiming to finish their tour by the end of July. Victor carefully packed his chemical instruments and materials, determined to complete his work in some remote corner of the Scottish Highlands. They left London on the 27th of March, spending a few days exploring the vast, beautiful forest at Windsor, a novel sight for them. The majestic oaks and herds of deer were like nothing they had seen before. From there, they went to Oxford. The city stirred them with the memory of its history, of the English Civil War, when Charles I had rallied his forces there. The images of the king and his followers brought a poignant interest to every corner. They delighted in tracing the footsteps of that earlier age. Even without that historical resonance, the city was beautiful. The ancient, picturesque colleges, the grand streets, the lovely Isis River flowing through verdant meadows, its placid waters reflecting a magnificent assembly of towers, spires, and domes surrounded by old trees. Victor found himself moved by the scene, yet his pleasure was poisoned. He had been made for peaceful happiness. In his youth, beauty and greatness had always lifted his spirits. Now he felt like a tree struck by lightning. The bolt was in his soul. He was already a wreck, a pitiable spectacle, and he knew he would only survive to become something even worse. They lingered in Oxford, exploring the surroundings, and trying to identify every site connected to England's most stirring history. Their little explorations were extended by each new discovery. They visited the tomb of the patriot Hampden and the field where he fell. For one fleeting moment, Victor's soul rose above its miserable fears, contemplating the noble ideals of liberty and self-sacrifice those monuments represented. He dared to believe he could shake off his chains, to feel free and noble. But the iron had bitten too deep. His moment of hope vanished, and he sank back into his trembling, hopeless self. They left Oxford with regret. Moving on to Matlock, the surrounding countryside reminded him of Switzerland, though on a smaller scale, the green hills lacking the distant white crowns of his native Alps. They visited the famous cave and the small museums of natural history, their displays arranged much like the ones at Servox and Chamonix. When Henry spoke the name of the latter place, Victor flinched, the terrible associations of that scene flooding back. He was eager to leave Matlock behind. From Derby, they pressed northward, spending 2 months in the lake districts of Cumberland and Westmoreland. Victor found the scenery eerily familiar, almost like being back among the Swiss mountains, the lingering snow patches on the northern slopes, the lakes, the crash of rocky streams, all of it stirred a deep, nostalgic ache. They made a few acquaintances, and Victor found himself nearly tricked into feeling happiness again. For Clerval, the delight was even keener. His mind expanded in the company of talented men, and he discovered depths of capacity and resource within himself he had never known. He confessed to Victor he could live out his life there, finding little regret for Switzerland and the Rhine among those hills. Yet he also observed that the traveler's life is a bittersweet thing. One's feelings are perpetually stretched, and just as you settle into pleasure, you must abandon it for something new, a cycle of fascination and departure that never ends. They had barely explored the lakes and grown fond of some of the locals when the time came for their appointment with the Scottish friend. For Victor, This was not a sorrow. He had neglected his promise for too long, and he dreaded what the creature's disappointment might provoke. The thought that the fiend might remain in Switzerland, venting its fury on his family, tormented him relentlessly. He waited for his letters with a feverish desperation. Delays plunged him into misery and 1,000 fears. When a letter arrived bearing Elizabeth's or his father's handwriting, he could barely bring himself to read it, fearing what news it might contain. Sometimes he even believed the fiend was shadowing him, ready to punish his tardiness by murdering Henry. In those moments of terror, he clung to Clerval like a shadow, staying by his side to protect him from the imagined wrath of his destroyer. He felt the crushing weight of a great crime, a guilt he was innocent of, yet whose curse was as mortal as any sin. They reached Edinburgh, and Victor gazed upon it with weary, disinterested eyes. It was a city that could have captivated even the most unfortunate soul, but to him it was merely another stop. Clerval preferred the ancient charm of Oxford, but the beauty and order of Edinburgh's new town, its romantic castle, and the surrounding wonders of Arthur's Seat, St. Bernard's Well, and the Pentland Hills filled him with admiration. Victor, however, was impatient, driven only by the need to reach the end of his journey. Within a week they left Edinburgh, passing through Cupar and St. Andrews and following the banks of the Tay to Perth, where their friend was waiting. But Victor was in no state for the good humor expected of a guest. He told Clerval he wished to tour Scotland alone. He urged his friend to enjoy himself and to meet him later, asking not to be disturbed for a month or two, hoping to return with a lighter heart. Henry tried to dissuade him, but seeing his determination, he relented, begging Victor to write often. He confessed he would rather be with his friend on his solitary walks than among strangers, and urged him to return quickly. Victor parted from him and resolved to find a remote spot in Scotland to finish his work alone. He was certain the monster was following him, and that it would reveal itself when his task was complete. He traversed the northern highlands and chose one of the most distant of the Orkney Islands for his laboratory. It was nothing more than a rock, its high cliffs battered by the sea. The barren soil could barely feed a few cows and support the 5 gaunt, impoverished inhabitants, who had to import even fresh water from the mainland 5 miles away. There were only 3 miserable huts on the whole island. One was vacant, and Victor rented it. It had just 2 rooms in a state of squalid disrepair. The thatch had caved in, the walls were bare, the door hung loose. He paid to have it patched up, bought some furniture, and moved in. The locals, numbed by their own extreme poverty, barely noticed his arrival, hardly acknowledging the small gifts of food and clothing he offered them. In this retreat he labored in the mornings, but when the weather allowed, he walked the stony beach in the evenings, listening to the waves roar and crash at his feet. The scene was monotonous yet endlessly shifting. It made him think of Switzerland, so different from this desolate landscape. Switzerland, with its vine-covered hills, its scattered cottages, its tranquil lakes reflecting a gentle sky, whose storms were but the play of a child compared to the giant ocean's roar. At first, he kept this routine, but as the work progressed, it became more horrible and loathsome each day. Sometimes days would pass before he could force himself into his makeshift laboratory. Other times he would toil night and day to finish. It was a filthy process. In his first experiment, an enthusiastic frenzy had blinded him to the horror of his actions, his mind fixed solely on completion. Now he worked in cold blood, and his heart often sickened at the sight of his own hands. Immersed in this detestable occupation, in a solitude so absolute that nothing could distract him, his spirits became erratic, his nerves frayed. He was in constant fear of encountering his persecutor, sometimes sitting with eyes fixed on the ground, too afraid to look up. He was also afraid to wander too far from human company, terrified that the creature would appear and demand its companion while he was alone. Despite it all, he pressed on, his labor well advanced. He looked toward its completion with a trembling, desperate hope, a feeling he didn't dare examine too closely, but it was laced with dark forebodings that made his stomach turn. One evening, as he sat idle in his laboratory, the sun gone, the moon just lifting from the sea, the light too dim to work by, a terrible realization began to dawn on him. 3 years ago, he had been consumed by the same frantic labor, and that work had unleashed a fiend whose cruelty had shattered his life and filled his soul with endless remorse. And now he was about to create another being, a creature whose nature he could not predict. She might prove far more malevolent than her mate, delighting in murder and misery for its own sake. The first monster had sworn to flee human habitation, but she had made no such promise. As a thinking, reasoning being, she might refuse to honor a pact made before her existence. They might even come to hate each other. The creature already loathed his own hideousness, and seeing it reflected in a female form might only deepen his revulsion. She, in turn, might be repulsed by him and turn instead to the beauty of human men. If she abandoned him, he would be alone again, his rage inflamed by the ultimate rejection from one of his own kind. Even if they escaped to the deserts of the New World, their union would inevitably produce offspring. A race of devils could be spawned, making the very survival of humanity precarious and terror-ridden. Did he have the right, for his own peace, to unleash such a curse on future generations? He had been swayed by the creature's arguments, numbed by his threats, but now the full wickedness of his promise hit him with crushing clarity. Future ages might curse him as a monster whose selfishness had bought his own safety at the cost of the entire human race. He trembled, his heart failing him, when he looked up and saw, by the light of the moon, the demon at his window. A ghastly grin stretched across its lips as it watched him fulfilling his task. It had followed him across the entire journey, lurking in forests, hiding in caves, taking refuge in desolate heaths. Now it had come to inspect his progress and claim its due. As Victor stared at the face at the window, he saw only malice and treachery. The thought of creating another being like this, and the madness of his promise, seized him. Trembling with rage, he tore apart the work he had been constructing. The wretch watched him destroy the only hope for its future happiness, and with a howl of devilish despair and revenge, it vanished. Victor locked the door behind him and swore a solemn vow never to resume his labors. He retreated to his own room, alone, with no one to lift the oppressive gloom of his terrible thoughts. Hours passed as he stood by the window, staring at the nearly motionless sea under the quiet moon. A few fishing boats dotted the water, the occasional voices of fishermen carried by a gentle breeze. He was barely aware of the profound silence until the distinct sound of oars paddling near the shore broke through his reverie. Someone landed close to his house. Moments later, he heard the creak of his door, someone trying to open it softly. He was paralyzed with a terrible premonition. He wanted to call out to a nearby peasant, but he was frozen, gripped by the helplessness of a nightmare. The footsteps came down the passage. The door opened, and the dread figure appeared. It approached him, its voice low and smothered, and accused him of destroying its work, demanding to know what he intended. It spoke of the toil and misery it had endured, following him from Switzerland, creeping along the Rhine, dwelling in English heaths and Scottish deserts, enduring incalculable fatigue, cold, and hunger. It asked if he dared to destroy its hopes. Victor's reply was immediate and absolute. He commanded it to be gone and declared he would never create another like it, equal in deformity and wickedness. The creature, in turn, called him a slave, unworthy of its reasoned appeals. It reminded him of its power, threatening to make his life so wretched that the very light of day would be hateful to him. It asserted its mastery over its creator. Victor was resolute, telling the monster that the time for his hesitation was over. He would not be moved by threats. He would not in cold blood unleash another demon whose delight was death and wretchedness. His words, he warned, would only inflame his rage. The creature saw the determination in his face and gnashed its teeth in impotent fury. It cried out, asking why every man and beast should have a mate while it remained alone. Its feelings of affection had been met only with detestation. It warned Victor to beware, that his hours would be filled with dread and misery, and that soon a bolt would fall to rob him of his happiness forever. Revenge, it declared, was now dearer to it than light or food. It would watch with the cunning of a snake, and he would repent of the injuries he inflicted. Victor cut it off, telling it not to poison the air with its malice, and repeated his final resolution. He was no coward to be bent by words. The creature accepted this, saying it would go, but with a final promise. It would be with him on his wedding night. Victor lunged forward, shouting that, before it signed his death warrant, it should be sure of its own safety. He tried to seize it, but it eluded him and fled the house. Moments later, he saw it in a boat speeding across the water with arrow-like swiftness, disappearing into the waves. Silence returned, but the creature's final words echoed in his mind. He burned with rage, pacing his room, imagining 1,000 torments. He regretted not following it, not ending it in mortal combat. Now it was heading for the mainland, and he shuddered to think of its next victim. And then the words returned. I will be with you on your wedding night. That was the appointed hour. He would die then, and its malice would be fulfilled. He was not afraid to die, but the thought of Elizabeth, of her grief, of her losing her lover in such a way, brought tears to his eyes. The first he had shed in months. He resolved to fight for his life. The night passed. The sun rose, and his rage subsided into a deep, hollow despair. He walked out onto the beach, seeing the sea as an insurmountable barrier between himself and his fellow creatures. He wished he could simply stay there, on that barren rock, living out his weary existence without any more sudden shocks of misery. Returning meant either death or watching his loved ones die at the hands of his own creation. He wandered the island like a restless ghost, miserable in his isolation. As noon approached and the sun rose high, he lay down on the grass and fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. He had been awake all night, his nerves raw, his eyes burning. The sleep refreshed him, and for a moment when he woke, he felt like he belonged to the human race again. He reflected on what had passed with more composure, though the creature's words still rang in his ears like a death knell, feeling both like a distant dream and an oppressive reality. As the sun descended, he sat on the shore, ravenously eating an oaten cake, when a fishing boat landed nearby. A man brought him a packet of letters from Geneva, including one from Clerval, who pleaded with him to come and meet him. Henry was wasting his time in Perth. Letters from London friends were urging him to return to finalize his Indian venture. He could delay no longer. He begged Victor to leave his solitary island and meet him at Perth so they could travel south together. The letter seemed to call him back to life, and he resolved to leave the island in 2 days. Before he could leave the island, he faced a task he dreaded: packing up his chemical instruments. He had to enter the room where he had performed his odious work and handle the tools whose very sight made him ill. The next morning, at dawn, he forced himself to unlock the laboratory door. The scattered remains of the half-finished creature lay on the floor, and the sight made him feel as though he had actually mangled living human flesh. He paused to steady himself, then entered. With a trembling hand, he carried the instruments out, but he realized he could not simply leave the gruesome relics behind for the peasants to find. He placed the remains in a basket with a large quantity of stones, determined to throw them into the sea that night. In the meantime, he sat on the beach, cleaning and arranging his apparatus. A profound change had come over him since the night the demon appeared at his window. Before, he had viewed his promise with a kind of grim despair, as something he was bound to fulfill no matter the cost. Now he felt as though a film had been lifted from his eyes, and he saw clearly for the first time. He never once considered resuming his labors. The creature's threat weighed on his mind, but he did not reflect that anything he could do might avert it. He was absolutely resolved that creating another fiend like the first would be the basest, most atrocious act of selfishness, and he banished any thought that suggested otherwise. Between 2 and 3 in the morning, the moon rose, and he took the basket out in a small skiff, sailing about 4 miles from shore. The scene was utterly solitary. A few boats were returning to land, but he sailed away from them. He felt as if he were about to commit a dreadful crime, and avoided any encounter with his fellow creatures with shuddering anxiety. When a thick cloud suddenly covered the bright moon, he seized the moment of darkness and cast the basket into the sea, listening to the gurgling sound as it sank, then sailed on. The sky clouded over, but the air was pure and cool with a rising northeast breeze. It refreshed him so much that he decided to stay on the water longer. He fixed the rudder in a straight course, stretched out in the bottom of the boat, and was soon lulled to sleep by the murmur of the keel cutting through the waves. He did not know how long he slept, but when he woke, the sun was high. A strong wind had risen, and the waves threatened his small skiff. The northeast wind must have driven him far from his starting point. He tried to change course, but quickly found that any such attempt would swamp the boat immediately. He had no choice but to run before the wind. He felt a stab of terror. He had no compass, and his knowledge of this region's geography was so scant that the sun offered little guidance. He could be driven into the open Atlantic, facing starvation, or be swallowed by the immense roaring sea. He had already been out for hours and was tormented by a burning thirst. He looked at the sky, a scurry of clouds, and at the sea, his possible grave. The thought that his task was already fulfilled for the monster, that Elizabeth, his father, and Clerval were left behind to suffer its vengeance, plunged him into such despair that even now, at the very end of his tale, he shuddered to recall it. Hours passed. As the sun began to set, the wind died to a gentle breeze, and the breakers subsided, but a heavy swell made him sick and weak. He could barely hold the rudder when he suddenly saw a line of high land to the south. Exhausted and sick with suspense, the sudden sight of safety flooded him with relief and joy, bringing tears to his eyes. He marveled at the strangeness of their feelings and their desperate love of life, even in the depths of misery. He fashioned a new sail from part of his clothing and steered eagerly toward the land. It looked wild and rocky, but as he approached, he saw signs of cultivation. Vessels near the shore meant he was back in civilized territory. He followed the coastline until he saw a steeple behind a small promontory. Weak and hungry, he headed directly for the town. As he rounded the promontory, he saw a small, neat town with a good harbor, and his heart leapt with joy at his unexpected escape. As he was securing the boat, a crowd gathered, looking surprised. Instead of offering help, they whispered and gestured among themselves in a way that might have alarmed him at another time. He simply noted they spoke English and addressed him, asking for the name of the town and his location. One man answered roughly, telling him he would know soon enough and that he might not like the place he'd come to, but he would have no choice about his accommodation. Victor was taken aback by the harshness and by the angry, frowning faces of the man's companions. He asked why he was being treated so roughly, adding that English hospitality was not usually so inhospitable. The man replied that he didn't know the customs of the English, but the Irish knew how to hate villains. The crowd was growing, their faces a mix of curiosity and anger. He asked for directions to an inn, but no one answered. As he moved forward, they murmured and surrounded him. An ill-looking man tapped him on the shoulder and told him he must follow to Mr. Kerwin's to give an account of himself. When Victor asked who Kerwin was and why he was being detained, and if this wasn't a free country, the man said it was free enough for honest folk, But Mr. Kerwin was a magistrate, and he was to account for the death of a gentleman found murdered the previous night. Startled, Victor nonetheless collected himself. He was innocent. That could be easily proven. He followed his conductor in silence to one of the best houses in town. Exhausted and starving, he knew he could not show weakness, as it might be taken for guilt. He had no idea what calamity was about to overwhelm him. He paused in his narration, for it took all his fortitude to recall the horrid events that were to come. He was brought before the magistrate, an old man with a benevolent face and calm demeanor, though his eyes held a certain severity as he regarded Victor. The magistrate called for witnesses, and about half a dozen men stepped forward. One was chosen to speak first. He recounted that the previous night he had been fishing with his son and brother-in-law, Daniel Nugent, when a strong northerly wind forced him to seek shelter. It was a moonless, pitch-dark night. They landed not at the harbor, but at a creek about 2 miles down the coast. He walked ahead, carrying fishing gear, with his companions following at a distance. As he crossed the sands, he tripped over something and fell flat. His companions came to help him, and by the light of their lantern, they saw he had fallen over the body of a man who appeared dead. At first they assumed it was a drowned man washed ashore, but his clothes were dry and the body was still warm. They carried it to a nearby cottage and tried to revive him, but failed. The victim was a handsome young man of about 25, strangled. The only mark of violence was the black imprint of fingers on his neck. At the mention of those finger marks, Victor's composure shattered. He remembered his brother William's murder. His limbs began to tremble. A mist swam before his eyes, and he had to grip a chair for support. The magistrate noticed his agitation and drew an unfavorable conclusion. The fisherman's son confirmed his father's story. Then Daniel Nugent testified that just before his companion fell, he had seen a boat with a single man in it not far from shore, and as far as he could tell by the starlight, it was the very boat Victor had just landed in. A woman who lived near the beach added that, about an hour before the body was discovered, she had seen a lone man push off in a boat from that exact spot. Another woman confirmed the fisherman had brought the body to her house. It had not been cold then, though all attempts to revive it had failed. Several other men were questioned about Victor's landing. They agreed that, given the strong north wind, he had likely been drifting for hours and had been forced back to nearly the same place he had started. They also suspected he had brought the body from elsewhere. Since he seemed unfamiliar with the coast, he might have unknowingly landed near the very spot where the corpse was found. Hearing all this, Mr. Kerwin ordered Victor taken to see the body, hoping to gauge his reaction. Victor followed the magistrate and several others to the inn where the corpse lay. The testimony and the faces around him blurred into a dream as he was led to the coffin. Then he saw the lifeless form of Henry Clerval stretched out before him. He gasped, throwing himself upon the body, crying out in anguish at the thought that his own murderous schemes had taken his dearest friend's life. He had already destroyed 2 others. More victims awaited their fate. The shock was too much for his body. He was carried out in violent convulsions. A fever consumed him for 2 months, keeping him on the brink of death. His ravings, he later learned, were terrifying. He declared himself the murderer of William, Justine, and Clerval. Sometimes he begged his attendants to help him destroy the fiend that tormented him. Other times he screamed, feeling the monster's fingers already at his throat. His native language meant only Mr. Kerwin could understand his words, but his wild gestures and bitter cries were enough to frighten even the witnesses. He wondered bitterly why he could not die. He had endured more misery than any man, and yet he could not sink into oblivion. Death came so easily to the young and hopeful, so why did he, a tortured soul, continue to suffer? But he was doomed to live. 2 months later, he awoke from a dreamlike state to find himself in a prison, stretched on a wretched bed, surrounded by guards and bolts. For a moment, he could only feel a vague sense of overwhelming misfortune. Then, As he looked around the squalid, barred room, the memories came flooding back, and he groaned in despair. An old woman, a hired nurse with a hard, rude face, was sleeping in a chair beside him. She spoke English with complete indifference, asking if he was better. He replied weakly that he believed so, but if the horror was real and not a dream, he wished he had died rather than lived to feel such misery. The nurse retorted that if he meant the gentleman he'd murdered, he'd be better off dead, since things would likely go hard for him. But she added, with a shrug, that it was none of her business. She was paid to nurse him, and she did her duty with a clear conscience. Victor turned from her in disgust, but he was too weak to reflect on his situation. His whole life seemed like a fever dream. He could barely believe any of it was real. As the images became clearer, his fever returned. There was no one to soothe him with a gentle voice, no dear hand to support him. The physician prescribed medicines with utter carelessness, and the nurse prepared them with a brutal expression. He felt that the only person who would care about a murderer's fate was the hangman who would profit from it. But soon he learned that Mr. Kerwin had been kind to him. The magistrate had prepared the best room in the prison for him, wretched as it was, and had provided both a physician and a nurse. Though he rarely visited, not wanting to witness the agonies of a murderer's delirium, he came occasionally to ensure Victor was not neglected. One day, while he was slowly recovering, Victor sat in a chair, his eyes half closed, his cheeks deathly pale. He was consumed by gloom, often thinking he would be better off dead. He even considered confessing to the crime and accepting the law's punishment, though he was less guilty than poor Justine had been. As he sat in this despair, Mr. Kerwin entered, his face full of sympathy. He drew a chair close and spoke in French, asking if he could do anything to make him more comfortable. Victor thanked him, but said nothing could comfort him. The magistrate acknowledged that a stranger's sympathy could do little for a man so crushed by misfortune, but hoped Victor would soon be free of the criminal charge, as evidence could easily clear him. Victor replied that his innocence was his least concern. He had become the most miserable of mortals, and death held no terror for him. Mr. Kerwin agreed that the recent events were unimaginably unfortunate and agonizing. He spoke of how Victor had been cast ashore, a stranger in a strange land, and immediately accused of murder, and the first sight to greet him had been the body of his own friend, murdered in an inexplicable way and laid as if by some demon in his path. As the magistrate spoke, Victor felt a pang of surprise at how much Kerwin seemed to know about him. His astonishment must have shown on his face. The magistrate explained that when Victor fell ill, all his papers had been brought to him. He had examined them, hoping to find some way to contact Victor's family and inform them of his misfortune. Among the letters was one from Victor's father, and Kerwin had immediately written to Geneva. Nearly 2 months had passed since that letter was sent, but he cautioned Victor, noting how he trembled and warning that any agitation would be harmful. Victor insisted that the suspense was worse than any news, demanding to know what new tragedy had occurred and whose death he was to mourn. The magistrate gently assured him his family was well, and that someone, a friend, had come to visit. A terrible thought seized Victor. The murderer himself had come to mock him, to taunt him with Clerval's death as a new incentive to obey its demands. He cried out in agony, shielding his eyes, begging for the visitor to be taken away, pleading that he not be allowed to enter. The magistrate's face grew troubled at this reaction, interpreting the outburst as a sign of guilt. He asked, with some severity, if Victor would not welcome his own father instead of showing such violent revulsion. The word father transformed Victor's anguish into pure joy. He relaxed, his face lighting up, and cried out in welcome. The magistrate, seeing the sudden shift, seemed to think his earlier suspicion was merely a fit of delirium, and his benevolence returned. He left the room with the nurse, and a moment later Victor's father entered. Nothing could have brought Victor greater comfort. He reached out his hand, immediately asking for Elizabeth and Ernest. His father soothed him, reassuring him of their safety and trying to lift his spirits by speaking of them. But he could not help remarking on the wretchedness of the prison, noting how Victor had traveled seeking happiness, only to be pursued by fate. And then he spoke of poor Clerval. The mere name of his murdered friend was too much for Victor in his weakened state. Tears streamed down his face. He told his father he was under a terrible destiny and that he must live to fulfill it. Otherwise, he would have died beside Henry's coffin. Their conversation was cut short. Victor's health was too precarious for lengthy talk. Mr. Kerwin insisted he not exhaust himself. Yet the presence of his father was like a guardian angel, and gradually Victor's health began to return. But as his sickness faded, it left behind a deep, unshakable melancholy. The image of Clerval's murdered face haunted him constantly, and his fits of despair were so severe that his friends feared a relapse. He wondered why they bothered to preserve a life so miserable and despised, and why he could not simply die and find peace. He often sat for hours, motionless and silent, wishing for some catastrophe that would bury him and his destroyer together. The time for the assizes drew near. He had been in prison for 3 months, still weak and prone to relapse, but he was forced to travel nearly 100 miles to the town where the court would sit. Mr. Kerwin handled all the arrangements, gathering witnesses and preparing the defense. Victor was spared the public disgrace of a trial, since his case never reached a court that decided on life and death. The grand jury rejected the charge when it was proven he had been on the Orkney Islands at the time Clerval's body was found, and a fortnight after his transfer, he was released. His father was overjoyed to see him freed, breathing fresh air, and permitted to return to his native country. Victor, however, felt nothing. Prison or palace, both were equally hateful to him. Life itself was poisoned forever. Though the sun shone as brightly on him as on the happiest hearts, all he saw was a dense, frightful darkness, pierced only by the glare of 2 eyes. Sometimes they were Henry's eyes, languishing in death. Other times they were the watery, clouded eyes of the monster, just as he had first seen them in his Ingolstadt chamber. His father tried to stir his affections, speaking of Geneva, of Elizabeth and Ernest, but the words only drew groans from Victor. Occasionally a faint desire for happiness would stir, and he would long to see his beloved cousin or the blue lake and rapid Rhone of his childhood. But his prevailing state was a stupor in which a prison was as welcome a dwelling as the most beautiful scene on earth. These numb periods were only broken by violent fits of anguish and despair, during which he often tried to end his own life. It required constant vigilance to keep him from some dreadful act of violence. Yet one duty remained, a thought that finally broke through his selfish despair. He had to return to Geneva without delay, to protect the lives of those he loved, and to hunt down the murderer. If by chance he found its hiding place, or if it dared to appear before him again, he would destroy the monstrous image he had created. His father, seeing him as a shattered wreck, a mere skeleton of a man, wanted to delay their departure, fearing he could not endure the journey. But Victor insisted with such agitation and impatience that his father finally yielded. They took passage on a ship bound for Havre de Grace, and sailed with a fair wind from the Irish coast. At midnight, Victor lay on the deck, staring at the stars and listening to the waves. He welcomed the darkness that hid Ireland from his sight, and his heart beat with a feverish joy at the thought of seeing Geneva again. The past seemed like a terrible dream, but the ship, the wind, and the sea surrounding him were all too real, undeniable proof that his dear friend Clerval had been sacrificed to him and the monster he had created. He reviewed his entire life in memory, his quiet happiness with his family, his mother's death, his departure for Ingolstadt. He shuddered at the mad enthusiasm that had driven him to create his hideous enemy, recalling the night it first lived. He could not bear the train of thought. 1,000 emotions overwhelmed him, and he wept bitterly. Since recovering from his fever, he had been taking a small dose of laudanum each night, the only way he could rest enough to stay alive. Overwhelmed by his memories, he now took double his usual amount and fell into a deep sleep. But sleep offered no escape. His dreams were filled with terrifying images. Toward morning, he had a nightmare that the fiend's hand was gripping his throat, and he could not break free. Groans and cries echoed in his ears. His father, watching over him, saw his distress and woke him. The waves were dashing around him, the cloudy sky above, and the fiend was gone. A sense of security, of a brief truce between the present and the inevitable future, gave him a kind of calm forgetfulness, a fragile peace his mind was all too prone to accept. The voyage ended, and they landed, proceeding to Paris. Victor soon realized he had overtaxed his strength and needed rest before continuing. His father's care was unceasing, but he did not understand the true source of Victor's suffering and tried to remedy an incurable ill with the wrong solutions, urging him to seek amusement in society. Victor abhorred the sight of other people. No, not abhorred. They were his fellow beings, and he felt drawn even to the most repulsive among them, seeing them as creatures of angelic nature. But he felt he had no right to share in their company. He had unleashed an enemy among them, a being whose joy was to shed their blood and revel in their suffering. If they knew of his unholy acts and the crimes that stemmed from him, they would all abhor him and drive him from the world. His father eventually gave in to his desire to avoid society, trying various arguments to dispel his despair. He assumed Victor was consumed by the shame of having been charged with murder and tried to reason him out of his pride. Victor, however, insisted his father did not understand. Human feelings and passions would be degraded if a wretch like him felt pride. Justine, poor innocent Justine, had suffered the same charge and died for it, and Victor was the cause. He had murdered her, and William and Henry, they had all died by his hand. His father had heard these ravings before during his imprisonment, sometimes seeming to want an explanation, other times dismissing them as the lingering effects of delirium. Victor avoided explanation, remaining silent about the creature he had created. He was convinced he would be taken for a madman, and that alone would silence him. Besides, he could not bring himself to reveal a secret that would fill his listener with consternation and make fear and unnatural horror their constant companions. He suppressed his desperate need for sympathy, remaining silent even when he would have given anything to confide the fatal truth. Yet the words would still burst out uncontrollably, and he could offer no explanation, though confessing them, in part, relieved the burden of his mysterious grief. His father, with an expression of absolute wonder, called it an infatuation, and pleaded with him never to make such an assertion again. Victor insisted he was not mad. The sun and the heavens, which had witnessed his actions, could attest to his truth. He was the assassin of those innocent victims. They died by his machinations. 1,000 times he would have shed his own blood to save them, but he could not sacrifice the whole human race. This final declaration convinced his father that his mind was deranged, and he quickly changed the subject, trying to steer Victor's thoughts away. He wanted to erase all memory of the Irish ordeal, never alluding to it or allowing Victor to speak of his misfortunes. As time passed, Victor grew calmer. Misery still dwelt in his heart, but he no longer spoke so incoherently about his own guilt. The consciousness of it was sufficient. He forced himself to suppress the voice of wretchedness that sometimes yearned to declare itself to the world, and his manner became more composed than at any time since his journey to the Sea of Ice. A few days before leaving Paris for Switzerland, he received a letter from Elizabeth. She had been overjoyed to hear from his father in Paris, knowing he was no longer at such a distance, and she could hope to see him in less than a fortnight. She expected him to look even worse than when he left Geneva, as she had spent a miserable winter tortured by anxious suspense. She hoped to see peace in his face and find his heart not entirely empty of comfort. She feared, however, that the same unhappiness that had made him so miserable a year ago still clung to him, perhaps even deepened by time. She did not want to disturb him, while so many misfortunes weighed upon him. But a conversation with his father before he departed required some explanation before they met. She acknowledged he might wonder what she had to explain, but if he truly did, then her questions were answered and her doubts laid to rest. Yet because he was far away, it was possible he both dreaded and welcomed this explanation, and she could no longer delay writing what she had often wished to express during his absence. She reminded him they had always known their union was the plan of his parents, taught to look forward to it as an inevitable event. They had been affectionate playfellows, and, she believed, dear friends as they grew older, but brother and sister often loved each other without desiring a more intimate bond. Might that not be their case? She begged him to tell her, with simple truth, if he loved someone else. When she had seen him so unhappy the previous autumn, fleeing into solitude, she could not help but think he might regret their connection and feel bound by honor to fulfill his parents' wishes against his own heart. But such reasoning was false. She confessed she loved him and had always dreamed of him as her constant friend and companion. Yet she wanted his happiness as well as her own. Their marriage would make her eternally miserable unless it was his free choice. She wept to think that, crushed by cruel misfortunes, he might stifle all hope of love and happiness out of a sense of duty. She loved him too sincerely not to be made miserable by such a possibility. She asked only that he be happy, and if he granted her this one request, she would remain satisfied that nothing could disturb her peace. She urged him not to let the letter distress him, and to wait until they met to answer if it would cause him pain. His father would send news of his health, and if she saw even one smile on his lips when they met, she would need no other happiness. The letter brought back the creature's threat. "I will be with you on your wedding night." That was his sentence. On that night, the demon would use every means to destroy him and tear him from the brief happiness that might console his suffering. A deadly struggle would surely ensue. If the creature won, Victor would find peace, and its power over him would end. If he won, he would be free. But what freedom? The freedom of a peasant whose family had been slaughtered, his home burned, his lands ravaged, left homeless, penniless, and utterly alone. That would be his liberty, except that in Elizabeth he possessed a treasure, balanced only by the horrors of remorse and guilt that would follow him to death. He read and reread her letter, and a softening feeling stole into his heart, daring to whisper dreams of love and joy. But the apple was already eaten, and the angel's sword was drawn to drive him from hope. Yet he would die to make her happy. If the monster executed his threat, death was certain. But he considered whether his marriage might hasten his fate. His destruction might come sooner, but if his tormentor suspected he was delaying because of its threats, it would only find other, more dreadful means of revenge. It had not considered its vow to be with him on his wedding night as a reason to refrain from other murders in the meantime. It had killed Clerval immediately after making that threat. He resolved, therefore, that if an immediate union with his cousin would contribute to her or his father's happiness, he would not let the adversary's designs against his life delay it by a single hour. He wrote back to Elizabeth, his letter calm and affectionate. He confessed he feared little happiness remained for them on earth, yet all that he might ever enjoy was centered on her. He urged her to dismiss her idle fears, dedicating his life and his efforts for contentment to her alone. He had one secret, a dreadful one, and when she learned it, she would be chilled with horror and would only wonder that he had survived such torment. He would tell her the tale of misery and terror the day after their wedding, for there must be perfect trust between them. But until then, he implored her not to mention or allude to it, and he knew she would comply. About a week after Elizabeth's letter arrived, they returned to Geneva. She welcomed him with warm affection, though tears filled her eyes at the sight of his emaciated frame and feverish cheeks. He noticed a change in her as well. She was thinner, and much of the radiant vivacity that had once charmed him was gone. Yet her gentleness and compassionate looks made her a more fitting companion for someone as blasted and miserable as he had become. The fragile peace he found did not last. Memory brought madness with it, and when he dwelled on the past, a genuine insanity would seize him. Sometimes he burned with rage, other times he sank into a deep, despairing lethargy. He would sit motionless, speaking to no one, looking at no one, overwhelmed by the sheer multitude of his miseries. Only Elizabeth could pull him from these states. Her gentle voice soothed him during his passionate outbursts and stirred human feelings in him when he lay in a stupor. She wept with him and for him. When reason returned, she would gently chide him and try to inspire resignation. Yet he knew that for the unfortunate, resignation was a blessing, but for the guilty, there could be no peace. The agonies of remorse poisoned any comfort that might sometimes be found in giving in to grief. Soon after his arrival, his father spoke of an immediate marriage. Victor remained silent. His father asked if he had some other attachment. Victor replied that he loved Elizabeth and looked forward to their union with delight. He agreed to fix the date, consecrating himself in life or death to her happiness. His father, troubled by such dark talk, urged him not to speak that way. Heavy misfortunes had fallen upon them, but they must cling to what remained and transfer their love to the living. Their circle would be small but bound by affection and shared sorrow, and in time, new, dear objects of care would replace those they had lost. Such were his father's lessons, but Victor could only think of the creature's threat. Given the fiend's power and its bloody deeds, he could not help but regard it as nearly invincible, and its promise to be with him on his wedding night seemed like an unavoidable fate. Yet death held no terror for him if it meant Elizabeth would be spared. With a show of contentment, even cheerfulness, he agreed to his father's proposal. If Elizabeth consented, the ceremony would take place in 10 days. In his mind, this would seal his fate, freeing him from the dread of the future. But if he had known the true hellish intention of his adversary, he would have chosen exile over this miserable marriage. Yet the monster seemed to possess some magical power, blinding him to its true purpose. When he thought he was preparing only for his own death, he was in fact hastening the destruction of a far dearer victim. As the wedding day drew near, whether from cowardice or a prophetic instinct, his heart sank. He hid this behind an appearance of high spirits that brought smiles to his father's face, though Elizabeth's sharper eye was not so easily deceived. She looked forward to their union with quiet contentment, though it was tinged with a lingering fear, born of their past misfortunes, that what seemed certain and tangible happiness might dissolve into an empty dream, leaving only regret. Preparations were made, congratulations received, and all wore a smiling face. Victor concealed his anxiety as best he could, entering into his father's plans with apparent earnestness, though they seemed to him merely decorations for his tragedy. Through his father's efforts, part of Elizabeth's inheritance had been restored by the Austrian government, including a small property on the shores of Como. They agreed that immediately after the wedding, they would go to Villa Lavenza and spend their first days of happiness beside the beautiful lake. In the meantime, Victor took precautions to defend himself if the fiend attacked openly. He constantly carried pistols and a dagger, ever watchful against any trickery, and this vigilance brought him a measure of calm. As the date approached, the threat began to seem more like a delusion, not worth disturbing his peace. And the closer the day came, the more certain his hoped-for happiness appeared. Elizabeth seemed happy. Victor's tranquil demeanor helped calm her. But on the day that was to fulfill his wishes and his destiny, she was melancholy, gripped by a presentiment of evil. Perhaps she was also thinking of the dreadful secret he had promised to reveal the next day. His father was overjoyed, and in the bustle of preparation, he mistook Elizabeth's sadness for the natural diffidence of a bride. After the ceremony, a large party gathered at his father's house, but it was agreed that Victor and Elizabeth would begin their journey by water, spending the night at Evian and continuing the next day. The day was fair, the wind favorable. Everything seemed to smile on their nuptial departure. Those were the last moments of his life in which he felt anything resembling happiness. They moved swiftly across the water, sheltered from the hot sun by a canopy, enjoying the beauty of the scene. On one side, they saw Mont Saleve and the pleasant banks of Montalegre, with Mont Blanc rising in the distance above the surrounding snowy peaks. On the other side, the dark mass of the Jura Mountains loomed, an almost insurmountable barrier. He took Elizabeth's hand, noting her sorrowful mood, and said that if she knew what he had suffered and what he might still endure, she would let him taste the peace and freedom from despair that this one day allowed him. She urged him to be happy, assuring him that even if her face did not show lively joy, her heart was content. She confessed a whisper of doubt, a voice telling her not to trust too much in the future, but she refused to listen to it. She pointed out the swiftness of their passage, the clouds playing around Mont Blanc, the fish swimming in the clear water where every pebble was visible. She exclaimed at the divine beauty of the day, the happiness and serenity of nature. So Elizabeth tried to divert both their thoughts from melancholy. Her moods fluctuated. A flash of joy would appear in her eyes, only to give way to distraction and reverie. As the sun sank lower, they passed the river Drance and watched it cut through the chasms and glens of the hills. The Alps pressed closer to the lake, and they approached the amphitheater of mountains that formed its eastern boundary. The spire of Evian gleamed beneath its surrounding woods, and the ranges of mountains that overhung it. The wind that had carried them so swiftly died at sunset to a light breeze, the soft air barely ruffling the water and stirring the trees as they neared the shore. The scent of flowers and hay wafted toward them. The sun dipped below the horizon as they landed, and the moment Victor's foot touched the shore, all his cares and fears revived, the same fears that would soon clasp him forever. The boat touched shore at 8 o'clock. They stepped onto the land, walking a short while along the water's edge, making the most of the fading light before retreating into the inn. From there they watched the scene. Water, woods, and mountains dissolve into black outlines as darkness swallowed the view. The wind had dropped in the south, but now surged violently from the west. The moon, having climbed to its zenith, began its descent, and clouds raced across its face faster than a vulture's dive, dimming its glow. The lake caught the commotion above, its surface growing restless with rising waves. Then the rain came, a sudden, heavy downpour. He had felt calm throughout the day, but with nightfall, 1,000 fears crowded into his mind. Anxiety kept him alert, one hand always near the pistol hidden beneath his clothes. Every sound made him start, yet he held firm to a grim resolve. He would not yield easily. His life, or his enemy's, would be the price of this night's work. Elizabeth watched him in frightened silence for a long while, but something in his expression struck terror into her. Trembling, she pressed him for the cause of his distress. He tried to calm her, insisting that only this one night stood between them and safety, but he admitted it would be terrible. An hour passed in this state. Then it struck him. The violence he expected might terrify his wife beyond bearing. He urged her to go to her room, promising to join her only after he had scouted the house and confirmed their enemy wasn't lurking nearby. She left him. He paced the corridors, checking every shadowed corner, every possible hiding place. Nothing. He began to hope that chance had somehow intervened, that the monster's threat had been empty. Then a scream split the air, shrill and dreadful, from the room where Elizabeth had gone. Recognition hit him like a physical blow. His arms went slack. Every muscle seemed to freeze. He felt the blood in his veins, a strange tingling in his extremities. And then the scream came again, snapping him out of his paralysis. He ran. The room betrayed everything. She lay across the bed, lifeless, her head dangling, her pale features twisted and half hidden by her hair. The sight of her, bloodless arms, the body left carelessly by its murderer, seemed to burn itself onto his vision. For an instant, consciousness failed him. He fell. When he came to the inn's people surrounded him, their faces frozen in terror. But their horror felt hollow compared to his own, a mockery, a distant echo. He pushed past them, back to her body. They had moved her. Now she lay with her head on her arm, a handkerchief draped across her face. He might have thought she was sleeping. He threw himself upon her, embracing her with desperate love, but the cold slackness of her limbs told him the truth. The monster's grip had left its mark on her neck. She was gone. Raising his eyes to his anguish, he saw the window thrown open. The moon's pale light flooded the chamber. And there, at the casement, stood the hideous figure he had made. It grinned, pointing a mocking finger at the corpse. He lunged, drawing his pistol and firing, but the creature was already gone, leaping with lightning speed into the lake below. The gunshot brought a crowd. He gestured toward the water, and they launched boats, casting nets into the darkness. Hours passed. Nothing. Most of them concluded he had imagined the apparition. They combed the shore, spreading through the woods and vineyards, but the search was hopeless. He tried to join them, stumbling only a short distance before his legs gave way. His head spun. A feverish film clouded his vision. They carried him back and laid him on a bed, barely conscious. His eyes drifted around the room, as if seeking something he had lost. Later he rose and crawled back to where Elizabeth lay. Women wept around her. He joined their tears, his mind a chaos of confused thoughts. William, Justine, Clerval, now his wife. Even then, he couldn't be sure his remaining family was safe. The monster might have already found his father or Ernest. The thought jolted him into motion. He must return to Geneva at once. No horses were available. He would have to cross the lake. But the wind was against him, and the rain lashed down. Dawn was near. If he started now, he might reach home by nightfall. He hired oarsmen and took an oar himself, hoping physical exertion might ease his torment. But the weight of his grief was too great. His strength failed. He dropped the oar and buried his face in his hands, surrendering to despair. When he looked up, the familiar landscape, scenes he had shared with Elizabeth just a day before, seemed to mock him. The rain paused briefly. Fish played in the water, as they had when she watched them. Everything was the same. Everything was different. A fiend had stolen every hope of future happiness. No one had ever suffered as he did. He pushed forward, arriving in Geneva to find his father and brother still alive, but the old man could not bear the news. Victor saw him wasted by grief, his eyes vacant, stripped of the joy that had sustained him. Elizabeth, his more than daughter, his last comfort in old age, the curse that had stolen her, now drained his father's life. Within days, the old man died in his son's arms. Victor's mind then gave way. He lost sensation. Chains and darkness became his only reality. Sometimes he dreamed of meadows and happy companions, only to wake in a dungeon. They had judged him mad, and for months he remained confined. When reason returned, so did something else, a thirst for revenge. The memory of his creation, the monster who had destroyed everything, filled him with a rage that burned away his remaining grief. He had to find it. A month after his release, he went to a criminal judge and announced he knew the murderer of his family. He demanded the magistrate's full authority to hunt the villain down. The judge received him kindly, promising to do everything in his power. Victor steeled himself, warning that his tale would seem incredible. Yet he spoke with quiet firmness, for he had resolved to pursue his destroyer to death, and that purpose had for a time reconciled him to living. He narrated his story with precision, sticking to dates and facts, holding back all accusation or outburst. At first, the magistrate showed complete disbelief, but as the account continued, he grew attentive, even shaken. Victor saw him shudder at times. At others, a sharp surprise flickered across his face, untainted by doubt. He concluded his account and then declared the purpose of his visit. This was the being he accused, and he called upon the magistrate to use every power at his disposal to seize and punish the murderer. It was the man's duty, he argued, and he trusted that his human sympathies would not shrink from the task. The magistrate's expression shifted markedly. He had listened with the kind of half-belief one grants to tales of spirits and supernatural events. But now, faced with the demand for official action, his skepticism flooded back. He answered gently, offering every possible assistance in the pursuit, yet pointing out the creature's apparent powers. Who could track an animal that crossed seas of ice and dwelt in caves no man dared enter? Months had passed since the crimes. Its whereabouts were anyone's guess. Victor insisted the monster still lurked near him. If it had taken refuge in the Alps, it could be hunted down like a chamois, destroyed like any beast of prey. But he saw the truth in the magistrate's face. The man did not believe him, had no intention of pursuing his enemy with the punishment he deserved. His eyes blazed with rage as he spoke, and the magistrate flinched. The official assured him he would exert himself, that the monster would suffer if captured. But he cautioned Victor to prepare for disappointment, given what Victor himself had described of the creature's capabilities. Victor could not accept that. His revenge meant nothing to the magistrate, he knew, but it was the consuming passion of his soul. The murderer he had loosed upon the world still lived. The thought drove him to fury. The magistrate refused his just demand. He had only one course left, to dedicate himself, in life or death, to the creature's destruction. His agitation made him tremble. There was a frenzy in his manner, a fierce intensity reminiscent of ancient martyrs. But to a Genevan magistrate, a man occupied with practical concerns, not devotion or heroism, such fervor looked like madness. The official tried to soothe him, as one would a child, attributing his tale to delirium. Victor cried out against the man's prideful ignorance, then broke from the house in anger and distress, retreating to plan some other course. His mind was now consumed by a single, all-obliterating fury. Voluntary thought had vanished. Revenge alone gave him strength and composure, shaping his feelings and allowing moments of cold calculation when otherwise delirium or death would have claimed him. His first decision was to leave Geneva forever. The country he had once loved when he was happy and cherished had become hateful in his misery. He gathered money and a few jewels that had belonged to his mother and departed. Thus began his wanderings, a pilgrimage that would end only with his life. He crossed vast stretches of the earth, enduring every hardship known to travelers in deserts and barbarous lands. How he survived, he could scarcely say. Many times he lay on the sandy plain, his failing limbs stretched out, and prayed for death. But revenge kept him alive. He could not die and leave his adversary to exist. His first task after leaving Geneva was to find some clue to his enemy's movements, but he had no plan. He wandered for hours around the town's outskirts, directionless. As night fell, he found himself at the cemetery where William, Elizabeth, and his father lay. He entered and approached the tomb marking their graves. All was silent except for leaves stirring in the wind. The near-total darkness made the scene solemn and affecting even to an indifferent observer. The spirits of the dead seemed to drift around him, casting a shadow, felt, not seen, over the mourner. The grief that first overwhelmed him quickly transformed into rage and despair. They were dead. He lived. Their murderer lived. To destroy it, he must drag out his weary existence. He knelt on the grass, kissed the earth, and swore a terrible oath by the ground beneath him, by the shades that wandered near, by the deep eternal grief he felt, and by night itself and its presiding spirits. He would pursue the demon who had caused this misery until one of them perished in mortal conflict. He would preserve his life for this purpose. For this revenge, he would again behold the sun and walk upon the green earth, which otherwise would vanish from his eyes forever. He called upon the spirits of the dead and the wandering ministers of vengeance to aid him. Let the hellish monster drink deep of agony. Let it feel the despair that now tormented him. He had begun his oath with solemn awe, almost believing the shades of his murdered friends heard and approved. But as he finished, fury seized him and choked his words. Through the stillness of night, a loud, fiendish laugh answered him. It rang in his ears long and heavily, echoing off the mountains, as though all hell surrounded him with mockery. In that moment he might have been driven to madness and self-destruction, but his vow had been heard. He was reserved for vengeance. The laughter faded, and then a familiar, abhorred voice whispered close to his ear, expressing satisfaction that he had chosen to live. He lunged toward the sound, but the devil slipped from his grasp. The moon rose, its broad disk shining full upon the creature's ghastly, distorted shape as it fled with more than mortal speed. He pursued. For many months this had been his task. Following faint clues, he traced the windings of the Rhone in vain. The blue Mediterranean appeared. By strange chance, he saw the fiend slip aboard a vessel bound for the Black Sea under cover of night. He took passage on the same ship, but the creature escaped. How? He could not tell. Through the wilds of Tartary and Russia, he followed its track, though it always evaded him. Sometimes terrified peasants reported the horrid apparition's path. Sometimes the fiend itself, fearing that if Victor lost all trace he would despair and die, left marks to guide him. Snow fell upon his head. He saw the print of its huge footsteps on the white plain. Cold, want, and fatigue were the least of his torments. He carried an eternal hell within him, cursed by some devil. Yet a spirit of goodness sometimes directed his steps, rescuing him from seemingly insurmountable difficulties. When hunger overcame him, a meal would appear in the desert, coarse fare, the food of peasants, but he believed the spirits he had invoked had placed it there. When thirst parched him and the sky was cloudless, a small cloud would dim the sun, shed a few reviving drops, and vanish. He followed river courses when he could, but the demon generally avoided them, where human populations gathered. In other places, he subsisted on wild animals. He had money and gained villagers' friendship by sharing it, or brought meat he had killed, giving most of it to those who provided fire and cooking tools. His life was hateful to him. Only in sleep did he taste joy. Often, in his deepest misery, he sank into repose and dreams that lifted him to rapture. The spirits that guarded him provided these hours of happiness so he might retain strength for his pilgrimage. Without this respite, he would have perished. By day he was sustained by the hope of night. For in sleep he saw his friends, his wife, his beloved country, his father's benevolent face, Elizabeth's silver voice, Clerval in health and youth. Often, exhausted from a toilsome march, he persuaded himself he was dreaming until nightfall, when he would enjoy reality in the arms of those he loved. He clung to their dear forms with agonizing fondness, sometimes haunting his waking hours, and he almost believed they still lived. In such moments, the vengeance that burned within him died in his heart, and he pursued his path toward the demon's destruction more as a task enjoined by heaven, a mechanical impulse of some unconscious power, than as the ardent desire of his soul. He could not know what the creature felt as it fled before him, yet it often left taunts carved into tree bark or stone, messages that both guided him and stoked his fury. One inscription declared its reign not yet over. Victor lived, and so its power was complete. It invited him northward toward the everlasting ice, where he would suffer cold and frost that meant nothing to its own impassive nature. A dead hare would await him nearby if he followed quickly enough. Refreshment for the chase. "Come on, enemy," it urged. They had yet to wrestle for their lives, though many hard and miserable hours must pass before that reckoning. The scoffing devil. He swore vengeance anew, devoting the fiend to torture and death. He would never abandon the search until one of them perished. And then, what ecstasy to join Elizabeth and his departed friends, who even now prepared the reward for his tedious toil and horrible pilgrimage. He pressed northward. Snow thickened, cold intensified to an almost unbearable degree. Peasants stayed shut in their hovels. Only the hardiest ventured out to seize animals driven from hiding by starvation. Rivers froze solid. Fish became impossible to procure. His chief source of sustenance was cut off. The enemy's triumph seemed to grow with every difficulty Victor faced. Another inscription warned him to prepare, for his toils had only begun. It advised furs and provisions, promising that the coming journey would satisfy its everlasting hatred. These scoffing words only strengthened his resolve. He called on heaven for support and continued with unabated fervor across immense deserts, until the ocean appeared at the horizon's farthest edge. How unlike the blue southern seas, this was a frozen waste distinguishable from land only by its greater wildness and ruggedness. The Greeks had wept for joy at the sight of the Mediterranean, hailing the end of their labors. He did not weep. He knelt and thanked his guiding spirit for bringing him safely to this place, where he hoped, despite his adversary's mockery, to meet and grapple with it. Weeks earlier, he had procured a sledge and dogs, covering the snow with incredible speed. He did not know if the fiend had similar advantages, but he found that where once he had lost ground daily, he now gained. By the time he first sighted the ocean, the creature was only a day ahead. He hoped to intercept it before it reached the coast. Pressing on with renewed courage, he arrived at a wretched seashore hamlet in 2 days. The inhabitants gave him accurate information. A gigantic monster had appeared the night before, armed with a gun and pistols, terrorizing a solitary cottage's occupants into flight. It had stolen their winter food, loaded it onto a sledge, seized a drove of trained dogs to pull it, and, to the villagers' horror and relief, had set out across the sea that same night, heading in a direction that led to no land. They assumed it would soon be destroyed by breaking ice or eternal frosts. Despair seized him momentarily. The creature had escaped. He faced a destructive, almost endless journey across mountainous ocean ice in cold that few could long endure, and he, a native of a genial climate, could not hope to survive. But the thought of the fiend living and triumphant rekindled his rage and vengeance, overwhelming every other feeling. After brief rest, during which the spirits of the dead seemed to hover round, urging him on, he prepared for the journey. He exchanged his land sledge for one suited to the frozen ocean's inequalities, stocked provisions, and departed from land. He could not guess how many days had passed since then. Only the eternal sentiment of just retribution burning in his heart enabled him to endure such misery. Immense, rugged ice mountains often barred his passage. He heard the thunder of the ground sea threatening destruction, but frost would return and make the sea path secure again. By the provisions consumed, he estimated 3 weeks had passed. Hope, continually deferred, wrung bitter tears of despondency from him. Despair had nearly claimed its prey. Once, after his dogs had with incredible effort climbed a sloping ice mountain, one of them dying from fatigue, he gazed at the expanse before him in anguish. Then his eye caught a dark speck on the dusky plain. He strained to see what it was and cried out in ecstasy, a sledge, and within it the distorted proportions of that familiar form. Hope revisited his heart with a burning rush. Warm tears filled his eyes. He wiped them hastily, not wanting to lose sight of the demon, but the burning drops blurred his vision until he wept aloud. This was no time for delay. He freed the dogs from their dead companion, fed them generously, rested for an hour necessary but bitterly irksome, and continued. The sledge remained visible, lost only briefly behind ice rocks. He gained on it perceptibly. After nearly 2 days, he beheld his enemy at no more than a mile's distance. His heart bounded within him. Then, when he seemed almost within grasp, his hopes were extinguished. He lost all trace of the creature more utterly than ever before. A ground sea rumbled beneath him. The thunder of its swelling waters grew more ominous with each moment. He pressed on in vain. Wind rose, sea roared. With an earthquake's mighty shock, the ice split and cracked with overwhelming sound. In minutes, a tumultuous sea rolled between him and his enemy. He was left drifting on a scattered piece of ice, steadily diminishing, preparing a hideous death for him. Appalling hours passed. Several dogs died. He himself was about to sink under accumulated distress when he saw a vessel at anchor, offering hope of succor and life. He had never conceived that ships came this far north and was astounded. He quickly destroyed part of the sledge to make oars, and with infinite fatigue maneuvered his ice raft toward the ship. He had resolved, even if the vessel was heading south, to trust himself to the mercy of the seas rather than abandon his purpose. He had hoped to obtain a boat to continue his pursuit, but the ship was northward bound. They took him aboard when his vigor was exhausted. He would soon have sunk under multiplied hardships into a death he still dreaded, for his task remained unfulfilled. When would his guiding spirit allow him the rest he so desired, or must he die with the creature still living? He extracted a promise. If he died, Walton must not let the fiend escape. He asked the captain to seek it out and satisfy his vengeance in its death. Did he dare ask another to undertake his pilgrimage, to endure what he had endured? No, he was not so selfish. Yet if, after his death, the creature should appear, if the ministers of vengeance should bring it within reach, Walton must swear not to let it live. It must not triumph over all his accumulated woes, nor survive to add to its dark crimes. It was eloquent and persuasive. Once its words had even held power over his heart. But Walton must not trust it. Its soul was as hellish as its form, full of treachery and fiend-like malice. He must not listen. He must call upon the names of William, Justine, Clerval, Elizabeth, his father, and the wretched Victor himself, and thrust his sword into its heart. Victor would hover near and guide the steel. Walton continued in his letters to Margaret. She had read this strange and terrible story. Did she not feel her blood congeal with horror as his did? Sometimes, seized with sudden agony, Frankenstein could not continue. Other times his voice broke yet pierced, uttering anguish-filled words with difficulty. His fine eyes now blazed with indignation, now fell in downcast sorrow, quenched in infinite wretchedness. At moments he controlled his expression and tone, relating the most horrible incidents with tranquil voice, suppressing all sign of agitation. Then, like a volcano bursting forth, his face would transform to wild rage as he shrieked curses on his persecutor. His tale was coherent and told with the simplest truth. Yet Walton admitted that the letters of Felix and Safie which Frankenstein showed him, and the monster's apparition seen from the ship, convinced him more than any asseverations. Such a monster truly existed. He could not doubt it, though he remained lost in surprise and admiration. He once tried to learn the particulars of the creature's formation, but Frankenstein refused to discuss it, questioning whether Walton's senseless curiosity might lead him to create a demoniacal enemy of his own. He urged him to learn from his miseries rather than seek to increase his own. Frankenstein noticed Walton's notes on his history and asked to see them, correcting and augmenting them in many places, especially giving life and spirit to the conversations with his enemy. Since Walton had preserved his narration, he wanted no mutilated version to go down to posterity. A week had passed since Walton first began listening to this strangest of tales, and it had consumed every thought and feeling he possessed. The story, combined with Frankenstein's elevated and gentle manners, had created an intense interest in his guest. He wished to comfort him. Yet how could he counsel a man so infinitely miserable, so utterly without hope, to continue living? The only joy Frankenstein could now know would come when he composed his shattered spirit to peace and death. Yet he did enjoy one comfort, born of solitude and delirium. He believed that in dreams, when he conversed with his departed friends and drew consolation or vengeance from that communion, they were not mere fancies, but the actual beings visiting him from some remote world. This faith lent such solemnity to his reveries that they seemed almost as imposing and compelling as truth itself. Their conversations ranged beyond his history. On every subject of literature, Frankenstein displayed boundless knowledge and piercing insight. His eloquence was forceful and moving. Walton found himself in tears whenever his guest recounted a pathetic incident or tried to stir feelings of pity or love. What a glorious being he must have been in his prosperity to appear so noble and godlike even in ruin. He seemed to feel his own worth and the magnitude of his fall. Reflecting on his youth, Frankenstein admitted he had once believed himself destined for some great enterprise. His feelings ran deep, but he possessed a cool judgment suited to illustrious achievements. This sense of his nature's worth had sustained him when others would have been crushed. He considered it criminal to waste in useless grief those talents that might benefit his fellow creatures. Having created a sensitive and rational animal, he could not rank himself with common projectors. But that thought, which had supported him at the start, now only plunged him lower. All his speculations and hopes were nothing. Like the archangel who aspired to omnipotence, he was chained in an eternal hell. His imagination had been vivid, his analytical powers intense. By their union he had conceived and executed the creation of a man. Even now he could not recall without passion his reveries during that work. Treading heaven in his thoughts, exulting in his powers, burning with their potential effects. From infancy he had been filled with high hopes and lofty ambition. How sunk he was now! Walton would not recognize him in this state of degradation, had he known him as he once was. Despondency had rarely visited his heart. A high destiny seemed to bear him on, until he fell, never again to rise. Could Walton really lose this admirable being? He had longed for a friend, sought someone to sympathize with and love him. Here, on these desert seas, he had found such a one, but feared he had gained him only to know his value and then lose him. He wanted to reconcile Frankenstein to life, but his guest rejected the idea. Frankenstein thanked Walton for his kind intentions towards so miserable a wretch, but questioned whether any new ties could replace those lost. Could any man be to him what Clerval had been, or any woman another Elizabeth, even without superior excellence? Childhood companions possessed a certain power over the mind that later friends could hardly obtain. They knew one's infant dispositions, which, however modified, were never eradicated. They could judge actions with more certain conclusions about motives. Siblings never suspected each other of fraud unless such symptoms appeared early, whereas another friend, however attached, might always be viewed with suspicion. But Frankenstein's friends had been dear not only through habit, but through their own merits. Wherever he went, Elizabeth's soothing voice and Clerval's conversation would whisper in his ear. They were dead. Only one feeling in such solitude could persuade him to preserve his life. If he were engaged in some high undertaking of extensive utility to his fellow creatures, he could live to fulfill it. But such was not his destiny. He must pursue and destroy the being he had created. Then his lot on earth would be fulfilled, and he might die. Walton wrote to his beloved sister on September 2nd, surrounded by peril, uncertain whether he would ever see England again. Mountains of ice enclosed them, threatening to crush the vessel at any moment. The brave men he had persuaded to join him looked to him for aid, but he had none to give. Their situation was terribly appalling, yet his courage and hopes did not desert him. Still, it was terrible to reflect that all their lives were endangered through him. If they were lost, his mad schemes would be the cause. He thought of Margaret's state of mind. She would not hear of his destruction, would await his return with anxious hope. Years might pass. She would feel despair, yet be tortured by hope. The prospect of her heartfelt expectations failing was more terrible to him than his own death. But she had a husband and lovely children. She might be happy. He blessed her. His unfortunate guest regarded him with tenderest compassion, trying to fill him with hope, talking as if life were something to be valued. He reminded Walton how often the same accidents had happened to other navigators. Despite himself, Walton felt cheerful auguries. Even the sailors felt the power of his eloquence. When he spoke, they no longer despaired. He roused their energies, making them believe the vast ice mountains were molehills that would vanish before human resolution. But these feelings were transitory. Each day of delayed expectation filled them with fear, and Walton almost dreaded a mutiny born of despair. On September 5th, a scene of uncommon interest occurred. They remained surrounded by ice, in imminent danger of being crushed. The cold was excessive. Many of Walton's comrades had already found graves in this desolation. Frankenstein had daily declined in health. A feverish fire still glimmered in his eyes, but he was exhausted, and when roused to exertion, he quickly sank into apparent lifelessness. Walton had earlier feared a mutiny. That morning, as he watched his friend's wan face, eyes half closed, limbs hanging listlessly, 6 sailors demanded admission to the cabin. Their leader explained that they had been chosen to make a requisition Walton could not in justice refuse. They were trapped in ice and might never escape, but they feared that if the ice should break and a passage open, Walton might rashly continue his voyage and lead them into fresh dangers. They insisted on a solemn promise. If freed, he would immediately steer southward. The speech troubled him. He had not despaired, nor had he considered turning back if set free. Could he in justice refuse? He hesitated when Frankenstein, who had seemed barely able to attend, suddenly roused himself. His eyes sparkled, his cheeks flushed with momentary vigor. He demanded to know what the men meant, what they asked of their captain. Had they not called this a glorious expedition? And why was it glorious? Not because the way was smooth and placid, but because it was full of dangers and terror, because each new incident would call forth their fortitude and courage, because danger and death surrounded it, and these they were to brave and overcome. For this, it was a glorious and honorable undertaking. They would be hailed as benefactors of their species, their names adored as brave men who encountered death for honor and mankind's benefit. Yet now, at the first imagination of danger, the first mighty trial of their courage, they shrank away, content to be remembered as men who lacked strength to endure cold and peril, who were chilly and returned to their warm firesides. Such action required none of this preparation. They need not have come so far and dragged their captain to the shame of defeat merely to prove themselves cowards. He urged them to be men, or more than men, steady to their purposes, firm as rock. This ice was mutable and could not withstand them if they declared it should not. They should not return to their families with disgrace marked on their brows, but as heroes who had fought and conquered, who knew not how to turn their backs on the foe. He spoke with a voice so modulated to his different feelings, with an eye so full of lofty design and heroism, that the men were moved. They looked at one another, unable to reply. Walton told them to retire and consider what had been said. He would not lead them farther north if they strenuously wished otherwise, but he hoped reflection would restore their courage. They left. Walton turned to his friend. But Frankenstein had sunk into languor, almost deprived of life. How it would all end, Walton did not know. He would rather die than return shamefully, his purpose unfulfilled. Yet he feared such would be his fate. The men, unsupported by ideas of glory and honor, could never willingly continue to endure their present hardships. On September 7th, the die was cast. Walton had consented to return if they were not destroyed. His hopes were blasted by cowardice and indecision. He would return ignorant and disappointed. It required more philosophy than he possessed to bear this injustice with patience. On September 12th, it was past. He was returning to England. He had lost his hopes of utility and glory. He had lost his friend. But he would endeavor to detail these bitter circumstances to his sister, and while being wafted toward England and toward her, he would not despond. On September 9th, the ice began to move. Thunderous roarings echoed from afar as the frozen islands split and cracked in every direction. They were in the most imminent peril, but with no means but to remain passive. Walton's chief attention was fixed on his unfortunate guest, whose illness had worsened to the point of complete confinement to his bed. The ice broke behind them and was driven northward with force. A westerly breeze sprang up, and by the 11th the passage south had become perfectly clear. When the sailors saw this, their return home apparently assured, a tumultuous shout of joy burst from them, loud and long. Frankenstein, dozing, woke and asked the cause. Walton explained that they shouted because they would soon see England again. Frankenstein asked if Walton truly meant to return. Walton admitted he had no choice but to yield. He could not lead them unwillingly into danger. Frankenstein accepted this, but declared he would not return. Walton might abandon his purpose, but his own was assigned by heaven, and he dared not forsake it. He was weak, he said, but the spirits that aided his vengeance would surely strengthen him. He tried to spring from the bed, but the effort was too great. He fell back and fainted. Long minutes passed before he revived. Walton often thought life had entirely left him. At length his eyes opened, but he breathed with difficulty and could not speak. The surgeon administered a composing draught and ordered them to leave him undisturbed. Privately, he told Walton that his friend had only a few hours left. His sentence pronounced, Walton could only grieve and wait. He sat by the bed watching. Frankenstein's eyes were closed. He seemed to sleep. But then, in a feeble voice, he called Walton closer. The strength he had relied on was gone. He felt death approaching, and his enemy might still survive. Yet Walton should not think that in these last moments he still burned with hatred and desire for revenge, though he felt justified in wishing his adversary dead. In these final days, he had examined his past conduct and found it not blameworthy. In a fit of enthusiastic madness, he had created a rational creature, and he had been bound to ensure its happiness and well-being. That was his duty. But another duty was paramount. His obligations to his own species had greater claims involving a greater proportion of happiness or misery. On that basis, he had refused, and rightly, to create a companion for the creature. It had shown unparalleled malignity and selfishness. It had destroyed his friends, beings of exquisite sensation, happiness, and wisdom. Its thirst for vengeance might know no end. Miserable itself, it should die, so that it might render no other wretched. The task of its destruction had been his, but he had failed. Once, motivated by selfish and vicious feelings, he had asked Walton to undertake that unfinished work. He renewed that request now, guided only by reason and virtue. Yet he could not ask Walton to renounce country and friends. Returning to England, he would have little chance of meeting the creature. The consideration of these points and the balancing of duties he left to Walton's judgment, for his own mind was disturbed by approaching death. He dared not demand what he thought right, in case passion still misled him. That the creature should live to work further mischief troubled him. Otherwise, this hour, when he momentarily expected release, was the only happy one he had known for years. The forms of the beloved dead flitted before him. He hastened to their arms. He bade Walton farewell, advising him to seek happiness in tranquility and avoid ambition, even the apparently innocent ambition of distinguishing oneself in science and discovery. Yet why say this? He himself had been blasted in these hopes, but another might succeed. His voice grew fainter. Exhausted by effort, he sank into silence. Half an hour later, he tried to speak again, but could not. He pressed Walton's hand weakly, and his eyes closed forever, as a gentle smile passed from his lips. Walton could find no words adequate to comment on this glorious spirit's untimely extinction. Tears flowed. His mind was overshadowed by a cloud of disappointment. But he journeyed toward England, where he might find consolation. He was interrupted. Midnight, the breeze blew fair. The watch on deck scarcely stirred. A sound came from the cabin where Frankenstein's remains lay, a human voice, hoarser than usual. He rose to investigate. The scene that followed left him dizzy. He entered the cabin and found a form looming over the coffin, gigantic in stature, uncouth and distorted. Its face was hidden by long locks of ragged hair, one vast hand extended, mummy-like in color and texture. Hearing Walton approach, it ceased its exclamations of grief and horror and sprang toward the window. Walton had never beheld a vision so horrible. Its face was loathsome and appalling. He shut his eyes involuntarily, trying to recall his duty toward this destroyer. He called on it to stay. It paused, looking at him with wonder, then turned again to the lifeless form of its creator. It seemed to forget Walton entirely, every feature and gesture driven by the wildest rage of uncontrollable passion. It cried out that this too was its victim, its crimes consummated in his murder, the miserable series of its being wound to its close. It addressed the dead Frankenstein, asking what good it did to seek pardon now, having destroyed him by destroying all he loved. But he was cold. He could not answer. Its voice seemed suffocated. Walton's initial impulse, to obey his friend's dying request and destroy this enemy, was suspended by a mixture of curiosity and compassion. He approached the tremendous being, but dared not raise his eyes to its face again, something too scaring and unearthly in its ugliness. He tried to speak, but the words died on his lips. The creature continued its wild, incoherent self-reproaches. Finally, in a pause, Walton gathered courage to address it. He told the monster its repentance was now superfluous. If it had listened to conscience before carrying its diabolical vengeance to this extreme, Frankenstein would still live. The creature asked if Walton dreamed that it had been dead to agony and remorse. It pointed to the corpse, insisting that its creator had not suffered in the deed's consummation, not a 10,000th part of the anguish that had been its own during the lingering execution. A frightful selfishness had driven it on, while its heart was poisoned with remorse. Did Walton think Clerval's groans were music? Its heart had been made for love and sympathy. When misery wrenched it to vice and hatred, it did not endure the violence of change without unimaginable torture. After Clerval's murder, it had returned to Switzerland, heartbroken and overcome. It pitied Frankenstein, pity that amounted to horror, and abhorred itself. But when it discovered that Frankenstein, the author of its existence and unspeakable torments, dared hope for happiness, that while he piled wretchedness upon it, he sought enjoyment in feelings and passions from which it was forever barred, then impotent envy and bitter indignation filled it with insatiable thirst for vengeance. It recalled its threat and resolved to fulfill it, knowing it was preparing deadly torture for itself. It was the slave, not master, of an impulse it detested yet could not disobey. And when she died, then it was not miserable. It cast off all feeling, subdued all anguish, to riot in excess of despair. Evil became its good. Driven so far, it had no choice but to adapt its nature to the element it had chosen. The completion of its demoniacal design became an insatiable passion, and now it was ended. There lay its last victim. Walton felt touched at first by the creature's expressions of misery, but recalling what Frankenstein had said of its powers of eloquence and persuasion, and looking again on his friend's lifeless form, indignation rekindled. He accused it of coming to whine over the desolation it had made, like throwing a torch into buildings, then sitting among ruins lamenting the fall. It was a hypocritical fiend. If the one it mourned still lived, it would still be the object of its cursed vengeance. Its lament was not pity. It mourned only because its victim was beyond its power. The creature interrupted, insisting that was not the truth. Though Walton's impression was understandable from the surface of its actions, it did not seek fellow feeling in its misery. No sympathy could it ever find. When it first sought sympathy, it had been the love of virtue, the happiness and affection that overflowed its being, that it wished to share. But now virtue was a shadow. Happiness and affection turned to bitter, loathing despair. Where should it seek sympathy? It was content to suffer alone while its sufferings endured. When it died, it was content that abhorrence should load its memory. Once its fancy had been soothed with dreams of virtue, fame, and enjoyment, once it had falsely hoped to meet beings who, pardoning its outward form, would love it for the excellent qualities it could unfold. It had been nourished with high thoughts of honor and devotion, but now crime had degraded it beneath the meanest animal. No guilt, mischief, malignity, or misery could compare to its own. Running over the frightful catalogue of its sins, it could not believe it was the same creature whose thoughts had once been filled with sublime visions of beauty and goodness. Yet it was so. The fallen angel becomes a malignant devil, yet even that enemy of God and man had friends and associates in his desolation. It was alone. The creature addressed Walton directly, acknowledging that he knew of its crimes and Frankenstein's misfortunes from his friend's account. But that narrative could never capture the hours and months of misery it had endured, wasting in impotent passions. While it destroyed Frankenstein's hopes, it had not satisfied its own desires. They remained ever ardent and craving. It still longed for love and fellowship, and was still spurned. Was there no injustice in this? Was it the only criminal, when all humankind had sinned against it? It demanded to know why Walton did not hate Felix, who had driven a friend from his door with contempt, or execrate the rustic who tried to destroy the savior of his child. Those beings were considered virtuous and immaculate, while it, miserable and abandoned, was an abortion to be spurned, kicked, and trampled. Even now, its blood boiled at the memory of that injustice. Yet it admitted the truth. It was a wretch. It had murdered the lovely and helpless, strangled the innocent as they slept, and taken the life of one who had never injured it or any living thing. It had devoted its creator, the select specimen of all worthy of love and admiration, to misery, pursuing him to irremediable ruin. There he lay, white and cold in death. Walton might hate it, but his abhorrence could not equal what it felt for itself. It looked upon the hands that had done these deeds, thought of the heart that had conceived them, and longed for the moment when those hands would be gone, when that imagination would haunt its thoughts no more. Walton need not fear it would cause further mischief. Its work was nearly complete. No one else's death was needed to consummate the series of its being. It required only its own. It would not delay this sacrifice. It would leave the vessel on the ice raft that had brought it there and seek the most northern extremity of the globe. There it would gather a funeral pile and consume its miserable frame to ashes, so that its remains might give no curious and unhallowed wretch the means to create another like itself. It would die. It would no longer feel the agonies that consumed it, nor be prey to unsatisfied yet unquenched feelings. Its creator was dead. When it was no more, the very memory of them both would vanish. It would no longer see the sun or stars, feel the winds on its cheeks. Light, feeling, and sense would pass away, and in that state it must find its happiness. Years ago, when the world's images first opened upon it, when it felt summer's warmth and heard leaves rustling and birds warbling, and these were all it knew, it would have wept to die. Now death was its only consolation, polluted by crimes and torn by bitterest remorse. Where could it find rest but in death? It bade Walton farewell. He was the last of humankind its eyes would ever behold. It addressed the dead Frankenstein directly. If he were still alive and cherished desire for revenge, it would be better satisfied in its life than in its destruction. But he had sought its extinction only to prevent greater wretchedness. If in some unknown mode he had not ceased to think and feel, he would not desire a vengeance greater than what it already felt. Blasted as he had been, its agony was still superior, for the bitter sting of remorse would rankle in its wounds until death closed them forever. With sad and solemn enthusiasm, it cried that soon it would die. What it felt now would be felt no longer. These burning miseries would soon be extinct. It would ascend its funeral pile triumphantly, exulting in the agony of the flames. The light of that conflagration would fade. Its ashes would be swept into the sea by the winds. Its spirit would sleep in peace, or if it thought, it would not think thus. With those words, it sprang from the cabin window onto the ice raft lying close to the vessel. The waves soon bore it away, lost in darkness and distance. The end. Thank you for spending this time with this extraordinary story. Long after the final page closes, Frankenstein has a way of lingering in the quiet, asking questions that never seem to grow old. Perhaps that's why Mary Shelley wrote it in the first place. During the unforgettable summer of 1816 at Lake Geneva, surrounded by Lord Byron, Percy Bysshe Shelley, and John Polidori, a simple ghost story challenge became something far more profound. Shelley later described waking from a vivid waking dream of a young scientist kneeling beside the thing he had brought to life. Turning that vision into a novel was not easy. She was only 18 when she began writing it. And beneath the tale of horror lay her own reflections on grief, loss, scientific ambition, and the responsibilities that come with creation in an age transformed by discoveries in electricity, medicine, and philosophy. Those ideas continue to resonate because Frankenstein was never simply about a monster. It is about isolation, compassion, pride, and the consequences of abandoning what we create, whether that creation is a child, an invention, or even an idea. Shelley would go on to write remarkable novels, including The Last Man, Yet It Is Frankenstein, that became her enduring legacy, inspiring generations of writers and shaping the modern science fiction genre as much as Gothic literature. its journey to the screen has been just as fascinating. James Whale's 1931 film starring Boris Karloff transformed the creature into one of cinema's most recognizable figures, introducing the now iconic flathead, neck bolts, and heavy boots, features that never appeared in Shelley's original novel. Screenwriter Garrett Fort and makeup artist Jack Pierce helped create an image that became larger than the book itself. The film also shifted Victor Frankenstein from a deeply conflicted young man into the unforgettable mad scientist, changing how audiences would remember the story for decades. Many filmmakers have returned to Shelley's novel in search of its emotional heart. Kenneth Branagh's Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, 1994, starring Robert De Niro as the creature and Branagh as Victor, followed the novel more closely in its themes and ending, while embracing a sweeping, operatic style. More recently, Guillermo del Toro has pursued his long-held dream of adapting the novel, bringing together Oscar Isaac as Victor Frankenstein, Jacob Elordi as the creature, Mia Goth, Christoph Waltz, and a creative team that includes cinematographer Dan Lawson and composer Alexandre Desplat. Del Toro has often spoken of seeing the creature not as a villain, but as a profoundly tragic soul deserving of empathy, a perspective that closely reflects Shelley's own intentions. Known for films such as Pan's Labyrinth, The Shape of Water, and Crimson Peak, he approaches monsters with compassion rather than fear, making his vision a natural continuation of the novel's emotional legacy. Behind every adaptation lies its own remarkable story. Boris Karloff endured hours in the makeup chair, while Jack Pierce painstakingly applied the groundbreaking prosthetics that helped redefine movie monsters. Kenneth Branagh insisted on practical sets and physically demanding performances to heighten the emotional intensity of his film. Guillermo del Toro has spent decades describing Frankenstein as the most personal project of his career, revisiting it again and again until the right moment and the right cast finally came together. Perhaps the most surprising truth is that the name Frankenstein belongs to the scientist, not the creature. Yet popular culture has blurred that distinction for generations. Even today, the novel continues to spark conversations about artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and the ethics of scientific progress, proving that Shelley's questions have only become more relevant with time. If this retelling has stirred your curiosity, I hope you'll one day experience Mary's original words for yourself. No adaptation, however beautiful, can fully capture the quiet power of her voice or the humanity hidden within its pages. If this journey meant something to you, I'd love to hear how you interpreted the ending, whether your sympathies rested with Victor, the creature, or perhaps both. Your thoughts, questions, and even your disagreements are part of what keeps stories like this alive. And if you'd like to continue exploring the world's greatest classics together, subscribing, sharing this video with someone who loves timeless storytelling, and leaving a like are wonderful ways to support more journeys like this. Some stories entertain us for an evening. Others become part of the way we see ourselves. Frankenstein has done that for more than 2 centuries, reminding us that the greatest monsters are often born not from darkness, but from loneliness, and that compassion may be the most extraordinary creation of all.